And we are now connected to the live stream, so I'll return the host powers back to you. And you are all set.
Great. Thank you so much, Tomi.
You're welcome. All right, see you.
Okay. Hey, Murray.
Hey Cisco, how are you?
I'm well. Thanks for coming this morning.
Yeah, for sure. Looking forward to it. Last day of reviews. Are you hanging in there?
Yeah, it's like the most complicated thing, and having it all online. I'm not doing most of it. Tomi is doing all the real work, but it's kind of a brutal amount
Is
of
it working
coordination.
okay? All the systems working?
Yeah, pretty well. Every once in a while, someone will have a hang up. Like the most common one is folks who don't have UT email addresses. There's some checkbox you have to check, and
Right,
if you don't get the right setting checked, it makes it really hard for people to get in.
right.
Oh, there's lots of people here. Hey, Abby. Hey, Yue. Stephanie.
Good morning.
Morning.
So the football stadium, right?
Right. Yeah. I'll show us a few images and just kind of run through what we did in the studio, what the students did.
Is it the same site that you've done previously?
It is. Yeah. I did this project about 5 or 6 years ago. Yep.
Cool. I like that project. I did very memorable projects. I have strong memories of those projects. Like most reviews is kind of a blur. I don't really remember anything. But there somehow, I don't know, maybe it's the first time I saw high school football, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, high school football stadium. No, it's a good program.
Yeah. The biggest difference between this studio and that one is it's the use of physical models in this situation is just so impossible.
Yeah, right. Yep. Hey, Bella.
Hi, Murray.
How's it going?
It's going.
Hey, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
When do you graduate?
Not for a while yet.
This is your third semester, right?
Yes. Yeah.
You have 3 more to go
Um,
after this?
about, I'd say, a year and a half, something like that. Yeah.
I'll explain why I'm asking later.
Okay.
Is everyone doing okay? It's been odd since we haven't really seen each other since the Thanksgiving break. But, this is it. After this, you get to, well, probably not relax because you probably have other things to do. But this is the big day.
Whose project are we going to see first?
We have 4 today in the first session. Abby, Tom, Yue, and Charlie are the 4 for the first session.
In that order?
Yep.
I see a plasticine model here. Good.
Yeah, I'll talk about this a little bit in my intro slideshow, but I required some models for the first project. At the very beginning of the semester, we were kind of working under the assumption that at some point we get shut down. They'd shut down campus again.
Okay.
So the second project was much more digital, but in this last project, they had an intro exercise, and you'll see some images. Some of them have their images of that early stuff in their presentation. They did a sort of terrain model of the site, thinking about the field, and they did a little sectional vignette study.
Right. Yeah, I know. I'm looking at. I like the plasticine a lot. It's kind of hard to. It's kind of messy, but gets on everything, especially when it's hot out. It's like everything gets kind of greasy and.
Hi, Claire.
Hey, Cisco, how's it going?
I'm well. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, excited to be here.
Hey, Claire.
Hey, Murray, how are you?
Do you have snow where you are?
Not yet, but this morning it was 14, feels like 10.
Whoa. No
It is chilly
Alright.
for sure.
Oh, wow. Well, it's
Yeah.
been really cold here for us, you know.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's what Krista was saying.
Yeah, nice. It's cold, yeah. Claire's in, what's the town called?
Grand Junction, Colorado.
Which is northwest, right?
Yeah, it's at the high desert on the western slope, like right on the border of Utah, pretty much.
Cool.
So you're really up in the mountains there? Is that right?
There are mountains all around us. So we're at about 4,300 feet, and then there are like 10,000 foot mountains all around, but it's pretty deserty here, rather than like mountainous, which is really nice. It gets really hot, but it's so dry. So it's totally wonderful compared to Austin.
14, man. That's cold.
It is cold. Yeah. But
You
it
go
still gets up to like 50 in the day, and the sunshine is warm.
hiking, like when it's below freezing, when it's like in the 20s and stuff.
Not yet. Well, I'll do that when it starts getting, when we start getting snow, because then the ground is still frozen, so your trails aren't muddy, which is really cold.
You go where I go in Canada, like we're supposed to be there now. Long story. Anyway, there are people mountain bike on the snowshoe and
Fat bike. Yeah.
fat tires.
Yeah. So
Oh,
yeah,
really?
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a wonderful
Fat
thing.
tires and 3 feet of snow. It's really funny.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing here. There's a big, the world's largest flat top mountain is right next to us.
Okay.
And they have just miles of groomed cross country trails up there.
Uh-huh.
And they also have fat bike specific trails. So I've never done that, but you know, coming from Texas, not a lot of that.
I'm like, why just put on skis? Jeez,
Yeah, right.
that's silly. But
Yeah, it is a bit bizarre. I'll let you know if we try that. I think we're going to try cross country skiing first.
cross country is where it's at. Have you ever
It
cross
sounds
country skied?
wonderful. No, I've never done it.
Oh my God, it's amazing. It's like flying. When you get good at it, it's like flying through the forest.
Yeah, that sounds delightful.
Hi, David.
Murray. Hey, guys.
Good morning.
David.
Morning.
It-
Claire, how are you? Murray, how are you
Good.
guys?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Claire, you're looking suspiciously less hairy than both Murray and I, which is like,
Ah, that's a good,
not a good
I'll take
sign.
that. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me. I'm going to give a quick introduction. But first of all, let me introduce our visitors. Murray Legg is an architect here in town. Terrific architect. Has gotten actually a lot of press for. You've done a number of schools and also single family residential work. And some of their schools I've seen in the press a lot lately, including an outdoor classroom that was just on one of the Arc Daily or one of those Dezeen or something. He also has how would you characterize it? An art installation practice, Lewis Legg, and so has done some interesting things that are a little bit apart from what we think of as architecture. But has been a juror probably more than you can stand for my reviews, because I always invite you. So thank you for coming. Claire Van Mont-Franz is a graduate of our program from 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. Is that right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
She has an undergraduate degree in architecture from University of Virginia and worked for a number of years before coming back to grad school, and is currently working for Mel Lawrence Architects on a number of interesting projects, including one I have to go see. Apparently it's a big steel sphere in one of the parks here in town.
Mm-hmm,
So,
in Peace Park. Yep.
As soon as I get a moment to breathe, I'm going to go check that one out. But thank you also, Claire. And you all know David because he was on our first review. Faculty member. I got to see some of the amazing work of his studio a few weeks ago, and author, and so forth and so on. All around amazing person. So with that, I'm just going to have a short PowerPoint just to introduce the studio. David, you kind of know what we're up to, but for the others, let's see here. The studio is called Situated, and I really characterized it as a set of projects. We did three sequential projects that were all pretty discrete, that tried to address the tension between highly circumstantial sites. They all have waterland edges, they all have quite a bit of topography, and what I was calling ritual uses. So different kinds of kind of repetitive programs or uses that exist in each of these conditions. Often coming with, like this project, you'll be looking at the football field, a very rigid sort of inflexible aspect of the program. And we read some, and we looked at some work, and we were one of the things we were looking at are two extremes of sort of response to circumstance or the situation of the site. On one end of the spectrum, we were looking at the work of Carl Viggo Holmbach, whose work is hyper responsive. Like it is very articulated, and it is very attuned to every little difference or kind of circumstance within the site. And on the other side, some of the work of O'Reilly, which doesn't deny sight, but it's a very different attitude, of sort of establishing figures or geometries that are not responsive at all, in the sense that they are deflecting or kind of attending to these circumstances of the site, but are kind of working in counterpoint to the situation of the site. Many of those projects are urban. And then we did three projects. The first one we called Landing. This is the one David reviewed, which was each student got one of the islands in the Aleutian Island chain that kind of strings off of Alaska. And I had pre-selected some of the smallest ones to make the problem extra hard. But they were asked to site a runway on their island of a certain length. And so in citing that run, and there was a little bit of ancillary airport program, but in citing that runway, they had to just deal with the literal physical sort of reconciliation of topography and this thing that had to be long and perfectly flat, and come up with an attitude towards that. And we sort of introduced this idea where we came upon the term margin. The margin is sort of the author-defined region around that runway that reconciled between the natural terrain and the plank of the runway, which in many cases was where the program ended up. Yes?
Are you supposed to share a screen?
Oh, are you not seeing the screen? I'm so sorry.
No.
Thank you, Yue. Was that Yue? Yeah. It's a good thing that someone is paying attention to what I'm doing. Okay, can you see that? Yep, okay. Okay, yeah. The studio, the comparison of the Carl Viggo Holmbach work and the O'Reilly work. And then this first project, the island and the airport on the island. So these are just some images of the work looking at the siting of the runway. They all built models of their island and of their project. The scale of the program was very small relative to the scale of the landscape. And there were a series of responses, and then oftentimes architecture was generated out of that, the walls or the other kinds of architectural devices that reconciled the runway with the topography. The second project was intended to introduce an idea of spectation into the studio. And so this is Nazaré. This is that place in Portugal where because of a quirk of the subsurface shape of the ocean floor, they get these gigantic waves that all the big wave surfers come to. And then this become this mecca where people come and observe these people who are completely insane surfing these 100-foot high waves. But it sits at, there's a headland there that has a 16th century fort on it, which is traditionally the place where people will stand and watch these waves. And one of the things that makes it very dramatic is because of this canyon, the waves are large all the way up to the very edge of the land. And the way it's photographed, it foreshortens it even further, but you're very, very close to these large waves. In this case, the ritual use was not part of the program. The surfing itself happens more or less in the same area because of the shape of the waves. But really what was in control of the project authors was the framing of the spectation of these waves. And there were lots of solutions. Many people occupied that headland or the fort in some way or another. Some solutions were additive, some were subtractive. Some were right up on the fort and the headlands. Others were separated and pulled back away considerably from the landform itself. Some people were also distant from the wave. Others were trying to get people as close as they possibly could to the sort of violent power of these waves. One of the things I hadn't anticipated that was interesting is a number of projects really folded this idea of kind of an aggressive environment into material ideas having to do with weathering or durability or things like that. So some of the experiential drawings especially reflected that. And then the third project is the one we're looking at today, which is the football stadium. And this is the famous stadium for that Friday Night Lights was written around, the Permian Stadium. But the site for this is not on a high school campus. It is in downtown Marble Falls, which is upstream of the Highland Lakes river corridor. And this top image is a picture of Marble Falls, really before the city was there, but also before the dam that made Lake Marble Falls was built. And so here you see it's actually limestone formations that created the Marble Falls that it was named after. But the site is right where I think it's 281 crosses the river. And that is the next crossing up. It's quite a distance away from the Mansfield Dam crossing. So it has quite a bit of traffic. And it was recently rebuilt about 4 or 5 years ago with a double concrete bridge, you'll see. And our site is just to the right of that bridge, right where that dot is. So it's a real gateway into the city. And it's also quite close to a number of different built environments in the city. Here you see the bridge, that's the new bridge. This is the site. There's a municipal water treatment plant on that site right now. And to the right is essentially a residential neighborhood. This is a 2-story sort of retail / upper floor office commercial building. And then across the highway or the road is a more public program. Main Street is right there. So it's only a couple blocks from Main Street, and directly across is some restaurants that are on the waterfront and a big parking lot. But there is the potential to cross underneath the highway on foot. And the students were told that the municipal water plant would be removed, that the site was theirs to use. So here you see an image when one of those tanks is under construction of that bridge across the river. So we're about 60 feet up maybe from the water level, which is a level of where a lot of the city exists. And this is the literal site. So this white line does cross over or under, you could say, the bridge. So they were given the opportunity to have connections there and to design that space. There was no parking required. The presumption is the parking would happen in existing surface lots or in the neighborhoods, and people would approach the site on foot. So kind of an idea about how the project knits into existing circulatory systems of the city is present in many projects. And then there's one house here, which is the students were given the option of taking or not taking, depending on their solution. The football field is pretty big on this site. And so most people, I think, chose not to take it, but there are a few. And then the program itself is fairly regulation football field, about 6,000 seats. I wasn't super strict about that. If people wanted to go a little smaller, that was not a problem. And then a series of ancillary programs, like typical ones: toilets, concessions, locker rooms, press box, some field maintenance and storage. And then some ones that are a little less common. So I asked them to put 2 classrooms in the project, presumably usable by the high school for off-campus classes or special functions. And then also a larger, what I was calling a city meeting space, about 4,000 square feet, a multi-use space. So I asked it to have a flat floor, but it could be used for anything from civic meetings to, to wedding receptions or any, really whatever public or private uses a space of that size might support in the city. So I think that's it. One of the things I did emphasize was this idea that while there is a field that supports the game and there are bleachers that are about spectation or seating of some kind that's about spectation, I really pushed this idea that the high school football event in Texas is a little bit of a microcosm of society, right? There's so many things happening, so many different kinds of interactions, and that the kind of affordance or sponsorship of those other kinds of what you might call incidental interactions is a lot of what's interesting about high school football. So that's one, and the other is, it's really clear that high school football only happens, a dozen or 18 times in a year in a stadium like this. And so because it's embedded in the city, many, many students were interested in this idea of how could it be used in other ways by the public or by other users when the football wasn't happening. So that is my introduction. And I'm happy to answer questions, but if there aren't questions, I'm just going to launch Abby into presenting her project. Okay, Abby, you're up. We have 4, so we're going to try and stick to about 25 minutes per person so we can be done at noon.
All right, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so good morning. My name is Abby Winfield. I received my bachelor's in architecture at the University of Kentucky, and this is my first year of graduate school at UT. So today I'll be presenting my proposal for a football field and its amenities in Marble Falls, Texas. So high school football is a big deal in Texas. And so I think there's this missed opportunity when you have to leave the game to get a snack. And so I wanted to take advantage of this excavation for the bleachers. But the main idea is that instead of organizing the program behind the bleachers, I designed this 2-story L-shaped building that is elevated above the football field, which allows a view of the game at all times. So you can actually send up into it and go buy your concessions, go to the bathroom, and never actually be disconnected from the football field itself. There's also this forced interaction between the home team, the visitor team, all of the people who are visiting, whether they're in opposition or not, they all have to be in this one space where all of the program is happening. So in my clay model, I noticed that there's this one condition of the site, which is the relationship between the elevated bridge and the site below, which provides this prospect that inspired this idea of the L-shaped form. So as you approach the building from the street level, you can only see 1-story storefront, but as you actually descend or actually enter into the space, the view opens up onto the river and the football field and the crowd below. You can also see that there's access to the building from the trail underneath the bridge, and then also from the riverside walk. And so there's multiple integrations into the site. Here's a cross-section through the building where you can see how this elevated L in relationship to the football field below. The structure is a steel truss system that is supported with slanted columns with the stadium lights on top. This longitudinal section shows the connection to the surrounding urban context, and the bleachers are embedded into the side, into the ground. You can also see the press boxes right above the seating right there, underneath all the program. So here on the street level, you can see that there's a city meeting space that has that storefront on either side, along with the classrooms, and then of course the restrooms are shielded, but and then storage on top. But there's this double height space that goes to the floor below. On the floor below, there's lockers, storage, and then the concession stand. So you have this constant interaction while you're getting your snacks. So here's a view as you're walking on the lower level And you can see how you have this view of the football field. And as you are going along this open air space, you have all of the program to your right. And then this view is the double height space looking out towards the river. You see some of the football field, but you also have space to eat your snacks and food, and also see people walking up above. And then here is a view of the seating along with the football field below, and then also the connection to the site. And then finally, this is just showing what a night would look like. You can see that it's very open to the rest of the site context. So whether you are up on the bridge, walking by, or driving by, or if you're on a boat in the river, you kind of can see the football field and the action happening. But of course, the best seats are within the stadium and on the seats themselves. Thank you.
Abby, could you just kind of go back to a typical drawing, just so we have a kind of, not this last view, but kind of a, I don't know which is the best drawing. Oh, could you explain one thing quickly about the entry from the street level again? Are there multiple entries?
Yes, over here. Yeah, so there's multiple entries along this storefront area. I don't know if you can see my mouse.
Got it. Yeah. And then there's a kind of access ramp at the far kind of eastern edge. Got it.
Correct. Yep. And then also from the river sidewalk.
Got it.
And north is
Oh,
that way.
I don't know if you can see it.
North is that. Okay, yeah.
I'll go back.
Cisco, you're muted.
I clearly can't operate Zoom, so I apologize. In this image, one thing I didn't mention is beyond those restaurants, if you were to follow the water's edge to the lower left in this axon, just beyond the restaurants, there's a large public park. And so a number of people have posited that the city is interested in trying to develop a waterfront pedestrian pathway, and a number of people have sort of absorbed the presumption of that into their scheme.
And then I had just one other quick question for Abby about these kind of columns that are supporting the trusses. It was kind of hard to figure out exactly. It's clear in this drawing, it's harder to figure out in the other drawings what the actual connection is. Is there actual connection between the trusses and the columns somewhere, or is it just a girder that spans between trusses that picks up the column?
The second one.
The second one somewhere. So underneath, there's somewhere in there, there are some giant girders that are not kind of in the drawings. So yeah, got it. All right. So maybe I'll just jump in and just say that I think that project is a really great project to start with. First of all, because it's like extraordinarily competent and well presented and confidently presented and beautifully drawn and kind of it's very clear what the ideas, how the form works itself up, and it has a kind of certain level of simplicity and directness that then makes certain things kind of easy to kind of talk about. I think the history of this kind of scheme goes back a ways. I mean, the most interesting example of it is the Berlin Olympic Stadium, which was built, of course, by the Nazis, right? It's this one where you walk across this giant kind of open plain. It's really remarkable, the choreography of the approach, which is you basically see a one-story building at a distance, right? Then you walk and you walk and you walk and you walk, and then it's really smart. You go up one step, but it's built into basically a ravine, and then you pass underneath a kind of archway, and then the whole stadium falls out below you, right? And the effect is really dramatic. So the kind of first comment I was going to make was that the kind of shaping this bowl with the kind of view to the river, like at the entry point, like the various kind of entry points seems to be like an opportunity that you could pursue further. I mean, I realize there's one entry point where there's a kind of stair that falls away, but like the kind of choreography of that shop front right now, all the shops are kind of packed together, and the idea of slipping between them, even I love the idea, for example, of slipping between two bathrooms that are available to you publicly, and then suddenly this kind of world drops away from you. So it seems to me like that part of it is sort of like is sort of it's an opportunity that you could pursue a little bit further. That's why I was actually asking about the trusses, because like it seems to me that you run afoul of an idea with the structure that is continuously running in the long direction of the building. And the fact that these columns are coming through and having to pick up trusses at these odd points would allow you to choreograph the placement of those trusses with regard to the sudden cutting of double height spaces through that bar building that then kind of pull you immediately from the street through that kind of more mundane program, so that as you said, you're never away from the field. But in fact, you are, right? In fact, the minute you get up on those kind of platforms, you get drawn away from it, and so that's the kind of first comment I have.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I think one thing I agree with David. I think the idea of this sort of diminutive presence relating back to Marble Falls, which is like not a, super robust urban environment, right? It's like a smaller town kind of feel. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think what I find really interesting about your project and the way it's sort of layered, one thing you didn't talk about was sun exposure, right? Like I'm imagining if you're hanging out here for a football game or an event that's not at night, right? Like all other types of events that could happen on this field at other times when it's not football. I'm imagining those are happening during the day, and like being a spectator for that could be pretty brutal in Texas, right? And so, but I would love to know more about like, is the move of having that 2-story volume on the top providing you with like very critical shade for your seating, or is it so high that like probably the sun's going to come in anyway? That was something that I was interested in. And then I think also the relationship to the water is really fascinating to me a little bit. Like in one of your images, can you go to the view inside the double height space?
Yes.
Because what seems to end up happening when you're inside of that is that the sort of further back you sit, right, the more the football is removed and the focus turns to the water rather than the event. Which I think it's an interesting idea, right? Like I'm barely aware of football, but I might be hearing it really substantially. And that was one question I had for you was, in this volume, is it all open air, unconditioned, except for the rooms, or is the whole thing enclosed?
So the first one is correct. So it's all open air, and then the program itself is enclosed.
Okay, because I think, right, you're creating this really interesting sort of available interior but not interior public space. And I think going back to the question about entry, right, it's like, how available is that space? Is this like the shady public plaza that I can arrive at and wander around in all the time, or does it close down because that has potential issues with people wanting to be there all the time? Right. What sort of level of openness does it have?
So that was a consideration. I don't have it drawn, but I was thinking about having like a gates maybe at the entry points, just so you don't have access all the time. Like you can get up onto the field if you're on the river and stuff like that. But when it comes to this open air space, mainly during certain events, will the gates be open? Like maybe like a small little gate. You could probably, if you really wanted to get in there, you probably could, but.
Right, it keeps honest people out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting proposition, right? Like I feel like the interior space that you're making in these open air public parts are sort of a larger urban nature almost, or like, or alternatively of sort of like a like the mall as a public place to go, where there's lots of double height space and you're like seeing everybody everywhere. And then the only other thing I was gonna talk about a little bit is you talked about seeing up from the river. And can you go to that axon?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think one thing I would love to see in your project is a view from the river then, because I think what you're not going to see is the field, right? You're going to see this sort of linear glowing bar that you've made. And instead of the spectatorship being about the field from the river, it almost seems like it's going to be about your building, right? Rather than the event. and you're going to hear things a lot more than you're going to see them if there is an event. So I think that would be something that I would like to see a little bit more of.
Absolutely. I wish I did that.
Yeah. There's always more things to be done.
Since we looked at this drawing for a bit, could you go maybe to one of those sections just so we can land on another drawing?
Absolutely.
That drawing, let's just stay on that drawing for a little bit. Maybe. Let's get Murray in here.
I think I like the direction you're going with this, and I think the next step. I also appreciate that you're tackling structure. I mean, it's grad school, so I think like bringing structure and spatial concerns and urban concerns, kind of mixing it all together, I think is important. I think moving forward with it, I would actually go back to that AXO for a sec before we jump to the section. So, my recommendation would be to begin to clarify and strengthen some of the basic kind of functional moves with these buildings. And I think one of the kind of fascinating things about the program is you have this very kind of complex, messy social program that is fluid. Sometimes it's packed, sometimes it's empty, but the buildings are quite rational. So right now, I think you have basic moves that I think are quite strong, but there's a few aspects that are a little confused. One is that this building, I think the potential of it is for it to be a bridge as a structure, the basic box beam bridge. Mm-hmm. And right now it's sort of bridge, sort of retaining wall. And I think that, so you could go in one of two ways. You could continue in the retaining wall way, that this box L shape is holding back the earth and you move through it to get down and it's cantilevered. Or you could go, and I think the more interesting thing would be to go in the kind of submerged bridge, and it solves some structural problems. And what I mean by that is that if it's a bridge, which I think it wants to be, because if you make this thing a bridge, mm-hmm. then you're getting rid of these columns underneath. Like this giant beam, this could be a big beam that spans and keeps that whole space clear. It's quite problematic as a bridge to turn a corner. It's just structurally not clearly resolved. So I'm just wondering about it as a bridge, that main kind of submerged box you move into is a simple span that spans from one end to the other. And I kind of like the way then it kind of talks to the other bridge, like they're bridges that are talking to each other. And then what you're doing is you're letting this side be more like this landscape move. Then what I would do, what I would recommend would be to, can you go back to your section move? Well, I don't know why I'm drawing in fuchsia. Then what you want to do is going back to red, the classic markup color, is that this piece here, which is kind of independent, then needs to be detached from this ground plane move in the retaining wall, right? Mm-hmm. So that this guy and this guy are performing different functions, right? And this is what I mean by being confused. Right now, the box is kind of acting as a retaining wall. And I think that it's that level of clarity. Personally, I like this idea of this submerged bridge, that then maybe you move down between it. This thing then is revealed as this larger thing that's kind of poking out of the ground, but when you approach it, it actually, is this thing that's sinking down. So I think that's the potential there. And it's like one of those things, had you, if this were a mid-review, you could kind of take it to that next level. But it's again, like clarifying the basic like structure, bridge versus retaining wall. Those are the two main structural kind of moves, structural kind of ideas, superstructural ideas that then kind of lend themselves to building the kind of spatial resolution. Because otherwise I think these, like, I like this idea of this structural piece, but that really wants to span from end to end. It doesn't need little pieces coming down. And also you want that all clear, right? Like if you're running football player, you're going to crash into that. And if you're up in the stadium, you can't see through that. columns. So I think that would kind of simplify it. And then going back to, I think, Claire, the conversation about what it reads, it then would read as like, sorry, I'm drawing on top of the wrong drawing, but this long glowing bar like on the water above the field, I think would be like a really strong thing. So in a sense, it's like simplifying it, but then allowing the structure to gain the spatial complexity for it. I think entry two, if you think about like, I'm thinking about the Michigan Stadium, University of Michigan football stadium, which is again sunken into the ground. It's very powerful because it's low profile. You enter the stadium and this super powerful feeling of like, you know, and you could achieve something sort of like that. And you approach this thing poking out of the ground, but then maybe you move down between it and the retaining wall, and then the field is revealed below it. So those are just some suggestions. But again, you're like totally on the right track. It's a matter of like analyzing and simplifying and being able to kind of distill the pieces down to strengthen them.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that actually would solve some of the things that I was also sort of confused about and struggling with. It's like the way, and I'm going to go fuchsia because, you know, I can't do red also, but the way, the connections between the building and the landscape seem a little bit confused. So if you go back to your axon,
Yeah.
Right, like how these end, how this ends, like, does the ground just come right up to the bleachers at the top? Like, what is the nature of this path? You know, and obviously you can't think about it all, but I think this particular moment here, which I'm assuming is happening also on the other side, where, you know, the white mass of the ground is meeting your building, just like straight up smooshing into it. I think, and Murray's comment is interesting, right? If there was a gap there, then that point of entry would be more significant because you'd have to cross it or you'd have to descend between it, or, and when you're below it, right, it would allow light to fall behind it. And that gets to another question that I think your project begs, and you might have thought about it and have answers, but what is it made of? Or like, what is the material quality of the spaces that you've made? Do you know? It's okay if you don't.
I have like a very basic, like I was thinking like maybe some kind of light tiling, like maybe stone tiling on the floor. I haven't quite fully figured out all the materiality yet.
Yeah, so if you'll go to one of your the sort of public space renderings from the inside of that thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, like here, like it's very helpful. This drawing is very helpful to understand scale. It's very helpful to understand sort of solar orientation and how the light is working. But I think fundamentally, I'm so curious to know, like, are the materials shiny? Are they reflective? Are they matte? Like, what is light actually doing? Are they textural? Is there a scale to the pattern of the things? And obviously that's like, right, you could think about that for the next 6 months if you wanted to, but I think even just for your own brain, right, like what is this material of that wall back there? That's like the huge backboard of the whole field. Like, what are you looking at? What is it made of? And I think, you know, we kind of, when we see the sort of rendered white clay model, it sort of, we fill in all the blanks. But I think for you, especially, you know, given your background and given, right, your ability to make images of your project, I want to know more about the experiential quality that you envision for those.
Okay.
And I think also, so if you go to the next one, maybe. Is it the next one? No, one more. Yeah, okay. So this one too, I think, right, so like the interesting thing that's happening here is the huge, horrible darkness in the great beyond of your building. Yeah. And fundamentally, if there was materiality involved, it wouldn't be doing that, right? If it were glass, or if it were in shadow, maybe it would be super dark. Like, what would that mean? It would be reflecting. If the lights were on, would it be reflecting the lights? Like, I think glass is like often a missed opportunity material where we think we know what it looks like and what it does, and it's clear, and it's, you know, that's all it does. But really, you know, it fundamentally changes how those spaces read. And so I think what I would love to see in your next project is like you start with a material that you find fascinating, and, you know, maybe you work in collage instead of renderings, and you make your entire project about that. Or like halfway through, ask yourself what it would be like if your project were made out of something fundamentally different. Like, what would have to change? Because I think that's another thing that I wonder about with your project is like, I'm imagining all of this structure is steel, right? But like, is it painted steel? Is it, you know, like how does it weather over time? And those are all obviously things that take a lot of time to think about. But even just pushing yourself to sort of posit some ideas around that, I think would help you a lot in terms of telling you more about what these spaces feel like.
Yeah, so what you're doing, just to pick up on this, Abby, just to pick up on this, because these are really good comments about where you are and you know what you know. I think following on comments that Murray was making about, you know, clarifying structure, please, like early on, like as opposed to kind of hoping it'll go away. And then, I mean, Claire, coming after you about this, what are these things? I mean, I realize in the renderings that, I mean, it's all electroplated steel, right? But in your head, you're like, it's never going to be that way. You know it. There are other things. I mean, I wanted to go back to a comment that Claire had made about floating along the river, and really that really the public elevation of this building was this one, the civic one. Right, there was a difference between this elevation and the one behind it, and I sort of wish you'd drawn both of those things, because, I mean, there's a kind of thing in the project right now where I think you're sort of shying away in favor of and I mean, for me, the detail that's actually the crucial detail are these horizontal wire rails, right, which you can't do in public buildings, right? And you know it, and I know it, we all know it, right? You can't do them because people climb up them, and then basically it's a ladder, and the kid, you know, so already, but you don't want to draw vertical ones, and you don't want to draw them because you move immediately from this kind of neutral electroplated language into language, right? Like literally into the kind of language of things that with which people have kind of associations. If you look around architecture right now, what's really intriguing is how many architects are grappling with it. I don't know if you noticed in a Liam O'Brien lecture how fabulously they had detailed these vertical like balusters in all of these handrails. Like they've just taken this problem on as a kind of conceptual, how do you make vertical balusters, and how do you make many of them, and how do you turn that to an advantage and engage these kinds of soft questions of language as opposed to hard ones. So I think it's a kind of a really crucial issue. The kind of final point, I also didn't like these diagonal columns. I didn't like them for another reason, in part because the way they're drawn, they have this association in Texas landscape with these kind of like quote unquote Native American kind of like roadside teepees from the 1950s, 1960s. They're now this kind of cultural embarrassment, and they look just like that, right? So and then the following really on the idea that you don't need these columns if you span from there to there. And then this whole construction that we're in actually becomes a different construction. I don't know if you can L-shape it, if you hang it, or if it becomes part of the retaining structure, or for example, following on what Claire was saying, it becomes another way down behind the upright so that you can get a home field advantage or whatever, you know, like you reconceive this block. But I think you have to also reconceive the idea that the lights, they have to ring the stadium, right? So that's the one other thing, right? Like they're all actually, they have to be on the riverside as well, because you have to get light equivalently from both sides. And it's this other kind of mystery, like you know, I don't think it would hurt, but there's a kind of question, like, is it a thing that becomes a kind of halo around the whole thing, kind of horizontal halo where you can use that horizontal line nicely? Or is it, do you kind of deal with somehow the difference between the stadium and the kind of presence of the kind of light standards on the riverside as something that adds to the way you perceive this elevation civically or from the water? But these are all things that you can pursue. I mean, I think that you know, and luckily you have a break coming up, so you can pursue it.
Yep.
I need to move us along because we have 3 more to get to. But thank you for the great comments, Abby. Thank you for the project.
Thank you all so much.
Thanks, Abby.
Tom, you are up.
Who's next?
Tom.
Tom, are you working on it?
Oh, all right. It's nice having access to the student work there. Did y'all go to the site?
Hello. Sorry.
Did y'all go to the site?
We did go to the site. We didn't have any interactions with people. We just visited the
No
city
pie.
and the physical site. Well, I actually got pie, but they didn't. We didn't get to have pie together. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. So the intention of my project was not necessarily an attempt to blend the architecture within the urban fabric, but further emphasize delineation between the two. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. So this delineation is made through the, utilizing the existing boundaries of the site, the bridge being a significant one, the street edge, the water's edge, at the separations of civic, industrial, and residential and recreational. Another important thing was kind of the celebration of the water's edge, while not, completely eradicating it. And so due to the, dramatic topography of the site, I decided to kind of raise my field up on a plinth, giving way to program below, and also, ensuring that there will be this significant kind of urban presence on the street side, reflecting back to that. So I wanted to explore this idea of prescription and the strict performative aspect of spectation. And, given the topography, this kind of made sense to vertically integrate these things and have each of, the programmatic elements allude to what occurs there. So I decided to align the seating along one side. It kind of gets back to this performative aspect and kind of these, presumptions or kind of strict set of rules, but that also sort of allows for a random fostering of opportunity for separation or integration, not quite like a social experiment, but one that can kind of act as a measuring system to see how people decide to sit in these modules. So this is a site section kind of going through the entire thing. And there is 2 sort of tunnels that lead to this underground program. And, this kind of arrangement through this drawing, you can kind of see how people might, occupy this space. So the architecture provides transparency to the game of football while still establishing a significant presence. There's kind of this idea of, a dominant presence at street side, and this street facade being made up of a mini mesh chain link fence. That's a part of a steel frame structural system that lives independently from these concrete modules below. This is like a typical kind of, I did a structural project for structures, and we kind of went through how these things might be built. So circulation occurs at
Tom, could you go back one drawing? Just why is it open in the middle? Like in the section, there's there's this.
Yeah.
That's open. Why does it do that?
Yeah, that's so.
And it's really intriguing.
Yeah, I decided to open it just to allow kind of natural light to, penetrate the program below.
Oh, so this is a beam. That's a beam in tension right there.
Right, and the metal system is also in tension, kind of holding these two, cantilevered precast columns together.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
In tension, yeah. So circulation occurs at the street edge via bridgeways that connect to the seating or social stairs to the lower level. And then I just did a series of kind of cuts through. There is a opportunity to pass through these elements at that level. And it's housing things like concessions, ticket booths. And then this lower level, it kind of operates as like a colonnade in a way, but sort of, unprescriptive landscape that allows for people to kind of explore, hang out in the underbelly of this thing. And then this is that kind of waterside level for civic space and classrooms and things of that nature. And then this is on approach. I didn't put the social stairs in there, but just to kind of emphasize these bridgeways. And then that's, on approach through one of these openings. And then this is kind of at the water level. Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Tom. The cage, so can you flip back to your section drawing? So the cage, you're only getting the cage on 3 sides, right?
Yep.
It's open on that. And then if I'm understanding this section is cut through one of the tunnels.
Correct.
So there's actually, it's mostly tunnel under the field, and then you come out on the water side, right?
Yes.
I'm glad we're on this drawing. I found this drawing really evocative, and now I understand it. Following what Murray is saying, it's such an intriguing drawing. I mean, for me, the thing about it that just leaps out is the possibility. Have you ever seen a section of a Kimball museum?
I don't think so.
It's like you go there, and actually, it's a museum, and the foundation is like a bowl, right? And the Kahn argued with the engineers about it forever and ever and ever. They argued it would pop out of the ground, but he argued that it would just hold itself down, right? It sits in this kind of slope, and it's just a lot of upwell. But they found that the shape of the foundation is actually a bowl. Like it's really, really beautiful, and you see the little tops. And what I liked about this section was the idea that you could perceive the sense of the field, the whole thing, like somehow the importance of the field. Like you do a really weird thing in the site, right? You see it in the kind of axon with the bridge and so forth, that you raise the field to the kind of civic level where all the distractions around you, cars going across the bridge, all those things become kind of distractions in your kind of peripheral field of vision, right? You elevate the field, which, I mean, you either totally are into or you object to that. Somehow the kind of action on this field is like really kind of holy and extraordinary and remarkable. And as a consequence, you can feel its sense. And I actually like the idea. I like the idea of separating, even putting in cages, the spectators, in a sense. But then what you really want to have is this separation be somehow even when you can't have it be registered or virtual, like it's a kind of place where only certain people are allowed onto it, and then it registers all the way around at the ends as well. You know, like just, I mean, I like what this project's doing in many ways, and I have my own doubts about that whole thing, but it just seems to me that the whole idea of why would I do this thing? You know, why would I make this long path just to these kind of thin spaces here? But still, it seems to me like that whole possibility is one that you could push really, really hard. Like, it's a bit of an odd condition because it requires you to have something to prevent you from falling back in, you know, like somehow in the kind of shaping of this kind of edge where the players have to sit or wait or lounge, and this one as well, which is actually interesting because you have to actually prevent, so the field actually becomes a kind of barrier to the view of the river, which I actually like, right? So it becomes this kind of thing where in subtle ways the project sets up different demands on your attentions, and then I like especially the idea that the field. I mean, I'm not a big fan of football, just in general. I mean, I think the amount of money that's spent on it in Texas is mind-bending, right? And so somehow the idea of like going, well, no, I'm gonna put this here like a plate, you know, like this thing which is like is perversely amplified somehow, is I actually like a lot as an architectural strategy within a landscape, because then it really does mean that all this other stuff around the edges where you put a lot of energy and effort becomes sort of like just peripheral, you know, landscape detritus, in the way that Claire earlier on was describing Marble Falls is not really big. What did you say, Claire? Not a big town, not a big city,
not a big urban center.
Not a big urban center, right? Collaboration, you know, it's like you could store, I mean, then you could do stuff like store power boats here, you know, like, you know what I'm saying, like you could do almost anything around the edge and just build up that cage as essentially a series of structures in which things need to be caged, like parents, you know, and you know, and opposing sides. Like, I mean, I once went to a soccer game in Rome, Lazio versus Roma, and they literally had a cage around the Roma fans to keep them both from assaulting the Lazio players and vice versa. The Lazio, fans. I mean, literally. So I like the concept.
Yeah, my kid, the football games I went to, my kid went to LBJ High School here in town, which is way on the east side. And when LBJ played Reagan, the cops would be there to keep people, you know, on each side of the rival teams, because they would fight each other. I think there's a lot I really like about the project. And did you say what your background was?
No. So I have I guess an interesting background, but it's not in architecture. Yeah.
So this is your first project? Architecture project?
Third studio.
Oh, third studio. Okay. I guess the one thing I would say that I really like your the photo montages. I think those are quite interesting drawings, and and then the renders at the very end, I think, are starting to get like, I like this the render at the end of the water with the concrete and the kind of, or stone or whatever that is. And then, you know, when you're starting to show the chain link. So I think that language of like the chain link to the concrete is like quite interesting. Kind of a nice language. I'm personally like a huge fan of chain link. I really like it. I try to use it. We don't get that many opportunities to use it, but it's a really quite an incredible material. And I guess I would like to see the drawings, like some of the, especially like the elevation drawing, like it doesn't, I think, live up to the potential of what it could be. It feels like, when I got a little worried when I first saw that elevation drawing, it looked like a kind of 80s office building or something, but it wouldn't be. It would be much more, much tougher, much more, you know, much more of a urban kind of piece. And I think, you know, what I'm trying to say is I would encourage you to try to, like, you know, spend more time drawing to try to evoke the quality of the the feeling of the play, the material and that sort of thing, because that can go a long way. The way the shadows play with the chain link against the concrete, like it really changes the way, you know, when you're presenting a project, you have a limited number of drawings, 1 or 2 drawings that are really evocative and kind of evoke the feeling of a place can change the perception of it quite a bit. And maybe you don't know what you want it to be yet. I mean, that's part of the problem too, is one is like, there are 2 problems in architecture, big problems. One is like knowing what you want to express. And the other is like, once you have it in your head, having the skills to execute that. They're 2 different ideas, right? They're not, you know, sometimes you're drawing and the drawing leads you to the quote vision. But that's, I would say, the drawings feel like kind of like thin and a little like you're just documenting the process.
Yeah.
I think that, like, I like the restraint of it. I think the relationship between the ground pieces and concrete or stone or whatever it is in this mesh is quite nice. I don't, and maybe this is where like physical model or an axonometric or something, like you do have kind of an axo there, but I don't get a feeling for like this 3-sided box. I understand why it's 3-sided, because you can't obviously have a, you know, mesh, but I just like understanding that, what it is, what it is you're doing, really being able to kind of see it for what it is. Because if it's 3-sided, it really doesn't read like a volume. It's not like I'm thinking of like, the way, solid objectives, what's his name? Anyway, solid object, the office solid object, such a stupid name. I can barely say it. What's their name, Dave? The principal, you know what I'm talking about? Anyway,
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's wrapped, it's like a volume. It was like an early project of theirs. It was published widely, but it's basically, it's not chain link, but it's like chain link. Basically, they kind of wrapped a volume in it. So they're using the chain link and a little bit more like allowing it to kind of shape and bend in ways. It's a screen, has transparency. So I feel like the L shape makes me feel like there's a lot more potential for what that chain link could do. And again, this goes to like the tools you're using to draw with. I know it's a short project, but maybe in physical modeling or in allowing yourself to be more flexible with the tools you're using I worry a little bit like, I think the chain link's very powerful, but I'm just not quite convinced yet, because in my head, I'm imagining like, it's almost like this tall fence on 3 sides, right?
Yeah.
Rather than a volume, rather than it describing a volume.
Yeah. I initially had it as a volume, but I kind of like the idea of it being sort of an empty facade and not necessarily, kind of being like more of a divisive, division or delineation, as opposed to like another building. But
that's just like, you're just telling us what you're imagining it to be. Like, right. You got to get to the point where you see it, and you're like, then that's where you're testing it. Because when you look at your renders, it's a screen that's wrapping things, right?
Sure.
I mean, I guess it's a wall, but then at one point, does it not turn, and then you're moving through? That's another idea. Instead of it being a volume, then you're moving through a boundary. Like, go to your render where the person's walking across the bridge. Yeah, that one there. So then, like, is it more than a boundary that you move through rather than being trying to be a volume? I guess it's like similar criticism to Abby's, like getting clarity on it. Like, then it's a wall. That's a different kind of approach to the screen. Then it's like a mask or a wall or a boundary, rather than trying to be a volume.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think to me, this is where the physical model would help you decide that. Like when you showed this one, right, I'm imagining it as a boundary, a wall that maybe you're slipping between, and that moment where you're passing through it is significant. But I think one thing that's interesting to me is like the performative nature of the screen also, right? Like what are you seeing through it from the outside? And I think your images sort of hint that you can see some things, but like, are there people back there? Are you aware of people moving through the space? If so, show me. And I think it gets a little bit confusing when you start using it to line the tunnels and delineate space under there as well. I think the biggest question I have for you, if you'll go to the plan of the lowest level. Right, so you've given us sort of some experiential ideas about what it feels like to approach here, to enter at the upper level, and then to like be out here, right, looking out. But my biggest question is like, what does this feel like? You know, you're like walking down this tunnel. What is that? Is it good? Is it scary? Like, is it too dark? Is it fine? Maybe it's fine. You're walking toward light always. Like this big exterior sort of porch on the river, like what does that feel like? I want to know way more about that because it's incredibly deep, right? This dimension here. So when you're showing me this porch moment, I'm like, yeah, that, or actually, I guess it's like this one, right? Where you're between an enclosure and the edge. Like I buy into that. That looks beautiful. I would love to be there. But if you're telling me that I've got to like go to this door and enter this room and for a brief moment be back here or like in this corner, I'm like, what? I'm not sure that would be good, but maybe it would be. And I think one of the most valuable things I was ever forced to do in a studio was draw. I had a studio with Wendell Burnett, and he told me he wouldn't give me a desk grid until I drew 30 perspectives of my project. And so I drew 30 perspectives of my project. And then I actually knew what it felt like everywhere because I walked through the entire project, like small, not rendered, right? Just like, and a little bit in the way that you're working, right? The collage style rendering, I think is really helpful, but even in those, like I'm into the austere black and white, but if you just let the water and sky be colored, I think it would be way more clear. Like I was getting a little bit muddied in your views of like, am I seeing the river back there, or is it more screen, or is it like, what am I really walking toward? And so I think just a couple more instances of showing us what it actually feels like to be in there would be really, really helpful.
I wanted to, trust me.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, right, there's like tons more there's tons more to do, but I think the value of the very quick thumbnail image as you move toward, like if you just spaced those 3 renderings out and said, okay, here's an approach, and then like there's 3 more that take you from here to there, that would just tell you infinitely more, I think, about what it feels like. And then can you go to your top plan? Yeah, so I think here's a great opportunity to tell us what the screen is doing, because I have no idea. Like I think, right, that it's this like very thin line that's wrapping around here, right? And does it wrap in here? Maybe, I think so, but I'm not sure. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what that tool is for you. It could be color, it could be thickness, it could be a symbolic dashed line, it could be that, but it seems like a very significant part of your project that is really hard to find in your drawings. And I'm most interested in the moments where I think I am in between the screen and the volume. Like, what is that? What is that like? And then a huge part of me wants, if you're going to build a 3-sided thing over seating in Texas, and you're going to make all the effort to have it be 3-sided, but you're not going to give me any shade. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, it's like low hanging fruit. If you're going to build the lightweight structure for 3 sides, like,
Yeah, Tom, the more we listen to this conversation, the more this thing is being value engineered out by the critics, not by the client. And
Yeah, I mean, I had a covering.
Oh.
I think the screen's going to go. I don't think the project's about the screen. I think the screen is like placeholder for like architecture, like make it look like architecture. I think the more I look at it, the more the project really is. I mean, I agree with all the comments I made. I particularly agree with Cisco's comment or Murray's comment about it's fascinating with this pattern of this block of seating. I mean, I love the idea of this block, this very strange block. And it can be made out of anything, right? Like if you're going to have a screen, this goes back to this kind of criticism I got once years ago about making a table frame and then placing the top on top and going, well, all the structure's here. And this thing is just, and the architects just berate me, like, get that stupid thing to do something. Like if your screen's going to be up there, like, make the screen do something. Like otherwise it's gone, right? It's just gone. But I actually like the idea of this kind of block and then the table, the field floating freely, as you described it in this section, right? And somehow a separation. And then the idea that you could pass underneath this thing and then just around the edges to this civic space, rather than through a tunnel, right? That rather than through a tunnel, like the block of this field just sits there as a kind of mass. I mean, in section, it might be described like that, right? That but you basically come down, you move around the mass of it, and it begins to have a kind of civic presence, that's commensurate with its fact in the community. Like it's like the Kaaba at the center of the mosque at Mecca, right? Like it's this giant thing that's somehow worshipped on a kind of weekly basis, for a season. I think the project, the whole idea of elevating the field and making it available to the community. I mean, UT used to be like that, like UT Stadium, it used to be this kind of beautiful democratic kind of, open at one end, University of Chicago based kind of, Greek stadium that was democratic. And then UT built this giant thing and it's at the level of the highway. And so you drove past and you saw this wall of orange. Now, of course, they've turned it into a coliseum. This is all closed off on the other side. It's really unfortunate because the experience when you drove down the highway of this wall of orange, this, absolutely pathetic, mind-bending numbness of the UT fan, and urbanistically, right? That's the whole reason it seems to me to raise this platform, So then it's really this block, the stands set up one way, which I really like. This kind of odd, weird idea that it's not broken into halves or it's broken more into neighborhoods or weirdnesses. The field elevated, isolated by the kind of detail of a section, right? And the detail below it. And then the kind of site move that actually establishes what that is urbanistically, right? The stadium and the stands. And then the stands can be made out of metal, right? Honestly, the stands can be made out of metal. And then you can integrate your mesh into them much more readily as a mechanism for strengthening a lightweight metal frame. You go, that stuff's got to be there. It's structural. That it's a structural mesh, which is a kind of lovely idea that gets to Murray's idea about how you engage it more. And then you got to have a roof. But then it just, that whole section is a really beautiful one, right? You just go, it's a crazy idea that allows the civic space to essentially be a thing which is in consideration of this bizarre activity above. I mean, that's how I would drive the project. I would begin to tear away all this stuff. And the more it gets taken apart by Claire and Cisco, the more I'm realizing, man, it is super. It's a cry for help. It is, it's like
get out of here.
Get me out of this mesh problem here.
All right. On that note, I'm gonna move us along.
Quick question. Do they? I should know this, but like not following football, do they change sides? Do the teams change sides in the middle of the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
They change halves, but they don't change where they're sitting.
They change end zones. Yeah.
See, that's kind of a problem because usually at football stadiums, the teams sit on your home team and the away team. Fans sit on one side and they sit on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So, but now you'd be like half and half, but then if you're flipping fields, you have this weird like diagonal thing going on.
That happens.
Well, that doesn't really make sense because you're implying that they'd have to like get up and change seats in the middle of the game.
That's Canadian football. That Canadian football is where all the fans get up and politely change sides and hey, nice game.
Yeah, but it would be split half and half. Like you'd have like the one team on one side and the other team on the other side. I thought that was
Okay.
good advice, though, to like not go under, go to the end, because the end zones are, there's a
I like
lot
that
of
idea too. Yeah.
zones, like the cheerleaders and stuff, and
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Yiwei, Rick, go ahead.
All right. So, hi everyone. My name is Yu Huang. This is my first year. I have no design background, and this is my fun presentation. Sorry for this. So, our site is in Marbleful, right beside the beautiful Colorado River. When I get to the site, my kind of interest in art photography kind of led me to think a lot about how can I create a big picture out of it. So I was thinking about like where and how can I create a framed view in the stadium that is beautiful and worth a while. These are pictures I took of the water edge, like the cliff rock and the kind of the planting over there, which I feel like it's a pleasant view to look at. So I started to do a little bit of experiment on the side model, generate a view box, which will help focus a view in the stadium directly facing the water. Ended up embedding the view box in the landscape, part of it because I wanted the stadium be part of the landscape, but not extrusion out of it. By doing that, also like part of my function will be able to sit on the water, and another part will be able to enjoy the thermal benefit of being underground. This is like expectation of like visitor's view. You have this kind of very open view, but also framed by the kind of like the walls on the side. But I do also realize that football is such a social gathering event in Texas culture. People come and go to different places of the town on Friday night to enjoy their weekends. Having a stadium tucked underground is not really providing people a lot of convenience. So I wanted to make the experience different from just like walking upstairs, along the road under the traffic light. So I did a little digging to find out where everything is in the town, like the bar over here, the pie place that's so famous people drive from other cities to come to eat, or like different dining space, just near the site. I wanted the stadium to provide means to transport people directly to those places. So what I did is I created a tunnel that opens up to different spots in the city and different places in the stadium to connect two kind of event together. I populated those with like different stadium density in the city, different seats, and also like access distance to different spots in the city. So when you're in the stadium, when you're in a tunnel, when you approach the stadium through the tunnel, you will get the whole kind of sensory experience of like a light and sound, from the dim light of the tunnel to a view open up in front of you. You will get an increase in lighting and kind of sounding experience just by walking down the tunnel. This tunnel of view and light also coincide with the kind of the frame view idea I have for the stadium, but in the pre-micro level. On the other hand, on the city side, the tunnel opened up to the ground floor, to ground level, around the light well. You can walk under and through the light well, feel the whole sunlight above you, and walk around the light well to the top. In some places, the light well open up to the in the wood, or like in some places open up right beside the bars you intended to go to. This is a site plan of everything where it is. By having this underground tunnels, I will be able to generate access to like stadiums from all over the city, like the pie place, the residential areas, the bars, all the dining space, barbecue space. This is a section looking from the bridge. You can see the classroom sitting right on the water, and all this tunnel going into the city. It's a section looking at the bridge. Those view boxes are for reservation, where people can kind of come in a group and reserve that space for like a viewing in a more kind of isolated setting. I have another render image in later. I will show you later. This is a section looking from the river. You can see the weight rooms and the press box on the site and the view box from here. This is a kind of this is a render for the view box. It's also following the same kind of ideas of frame view, also in a pretty micro level. This is a lowest level plan view. This is a lowest level plan with where the classrooms and meeting halls. I created a public space in between. This is a plan view of the field level. You have all the locker rooms and like bathrooms and weight rooms and stuff. This is the plan view for the press box level. This is a render view from the bleachers looking at the kind of the view. And that's everything I have.
Can you just show me on this drawing where that you showed that tunnel view diagram? Where is that?
I think it's somewhere there. Like most of the tunnels goes into the city will have the same kind of view.
Where, I'm sorry, maybe I'm trying to understand. Where is the this hole in the ground with the elevator or the stair down? Back there, okay.
This is not elevator, but the stairs down back there.
Who goes down there versus go back to your, got it. Oh, they're all over the city.
Yeah, they're all over the city.
Okay. I wonder, just like, that's quite a, I don't know how to describe it, like a very, what they would say in the film business, high concept idea, like what would the advantage, I'm sorry, and apologies if you explain that, like what you were showing actually was quite, it's all just carved into the ground, right? Everything. Like, why wouldn't you just walk through the streets and go down into your seat? Like, why would you go down into a tunnel to get there?
I just feel like you have to, because like when we were on the site, we have to, like when we want to get to a place to come to eat, we have to always like go to the street, wait for the traffic light, sometimes have to cross the highway and a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah.
Go back to your 3D. I mean, I think like just as a basic concept, I love this. It's quite powerful, the simplicity of it. I mean, there's a lack of shade. I guess that would be something that I would want to think about. Although there's no shade in most stadiums anyway. So I guess you're underneath, right? There's that under the structure where usually, the concessions and people are making out and doing drugs and stuff. So I think you're onto something with that, with the carved and the underground, but I'm just not quite convinced about like walking through a tunnel to a thing way. It's too like I don't know if high concept, like it's a very like bold and really big idea, but I personally just don't see it working. You can see those tunnels, actually those underground tunnels are usually, do you ever watch Harry Potter?
Yeah.
When Harry and Dudley get attacked, I can't remember what episode it is, the tunnel by the Dementors. That's where my mind goes with it. You know the scene?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I don't know, it's like the lights flickering and you're down there and it's like this scary thing. I mean, think about those tunnels. That's why it's in the movie. in the Harry Potter movie, because they're running right down the field and they get to the tunnel and they're looking down the tunnel and they're thinking tunnels are where bad things happen, right? It's like ingrained in our, so that's a problem. I have a big problem with the tunnel. I like all this, like this carving stuff here, the shallower carving. Maybe there's like a point of like a light, maybe there's like shallower, but this idea of these long tunnels, I don't buy it. It's a cool idea, but I just don't think it'll work. However, the rest of your scheme though is I like the simplicity of it. I like the potential with carving on the sides like this I like the idea that it just kind of flows down. It reminds me actually a lot of, there's a lot of quarries in Marble Falls. Did you see those when you're out there? Like a kind of carved quarry, that's the potential. And also think this is I think there's more opportunity here. I don't know what happens to these poor guys when they hit that thing, but like maybe there's an idea where there's more of this carving happening here, and you can swim off of it or something. That's where I would go with it. I would stick with the basic, think of creating a quarry, and carving like blocks. That's actually quite a powerful idea. And I think there's a simplicity to it. It's just the tunnel part is kind of I think not, I don't know. Maybe other reviewers will like it better.
Can I just jump in on the tunnel thing? Can I just from a straight up, reading the riot act on the tunnel thing? I mean,
Sure.
the crucial photograph with regard to the tunnel is those two stupid photographs of bro culture. Right, bro culture in football, and then the idea that in public space you have to be really careful not to make indefensible spaces, like literally safe spaces for people who are not idiot bros who are there, amped up on God knows whatever they're amping themselves up on out there. I mean, so seriously, that's the actual problem. I mean, it's a first semester studio project, but it's one of those ideas where the idea actually, it's one which would evaporate in third and fourth culture, just literally because of public responsibility. So just to follow up on Murray's thing, I just wanted to kind of state that really clearly. The reason is because idiot bro culture. So, and you're making indefensible long tunnels where women they get trapped, and it's just not a good idea, just to be clear. Anyway, Claire, sorry.
Well, I was going to say too, I think the tunnel part is challenging for me because of what David said, but also it would seem to be the controlled access point, right? You're trying to have a really orchestrated way that people are coming in and approaching the stadium. But then I think if that is the big driver, right? You kind of can't have it both ways then, to me, because I would just go here or here or here or this way. There are so many other ways to enter the stadium that I think that I like the tunnel idea, but I think you could have just made really nice paths and incorporate the paths as part of your project. I think that as architecture students, we are often afraid to propose a landscape solution, but I think fundamentally, right, wandering through a nice path might be a lot nicer, and you could still have that narrative of collecting people from these significant places without having to go down. I think the longest one looked like it was hundreds of feet long, and I just don't know how you make that a nice experience. I like the idea that you've thought about where the other centers might be, and that your project is sort of a giant funnel for those people, right? That people are out having beers, getting food, doing things, and then at a certain point, right, all these little people ants start crawling toward the sugar, which is your football game or some other event. And I think that's probably what you were interested in. It's not necessarily the spatial narrative of the tunnel, right? The diagrams that you made, and you clearly thought about where everybody is. And I think that could be a more compelling way of just making a really nice path. So that's my feeling on the tunnel. The thing that I wanted to talk the most about is these side viewing places, because I think your project, maybe of the ones we've seen so far, I could see being used for other things really successfully. And so I wanted to talk, can you go to the view from being inside of one of those? Yeah, okay, so like if it weren't a football game, right? If it were a giant concert or like a huge something else, field games, I don't know what other kinds of festivals could happen. But like the idea that there are small money generating rentable spaces incorporated into your project, I think is really compelling. I was a little bit worried when you showed me the axon because I think they're actually quite further away from the field. Like somehow the field needed to be pushed back so that they could, or you just develop that edge more so it's partially carved as the land, right, following the cut in the ground. But in reality, right, this is a wall surface that you're going to build. And so, you know, does it have to follow that contour? Maybe that's still really important, but I think then the football field needs to be further back so that when I'm in them, I'm still looking at the main event. Or you're telling me that it's all about looking at the bleachers, right? Because if you go back to the axon, the one that we're standing in now is, yeah, or that section is good too. Yeah, right. So like,
That's right. So it's that view is up.
Right.
It's not there, right? Unless you chamfer those windows into the hillside somehow. That would be nice.
Yeah, right. Like the relationship between these things and like the main event is slightly unclear. And it could be, you know, that like those are for other things, right? Classroom program or whatever. But then if that's the case, you don't need this, you know?
Yeah, you don't.
Like I would almost rather see you develop this like perimeter edge of awesome occupiable rooms that form this sort of thickened border on either side, right? And frame your giant bleacher system coming down rather than then having to bring somebody all the way down there. I mean, I get it, right? Like this moment of like, I think the floor is slightly sunken. So you're like at the level of the water. Like that's really nice, but I'm not sure that's what your project is about fundamentally. Like you kind of started with this view box being embedded in the ground and creating this excavation. And then that is sort of translating. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Aside from the fact that river floods like crazy every now and then, it's just like,
Okay, fine.
I mean,
But do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like, I think it's always hard at the end of a project to sort of step back and look at what you have made. And I feel like almost inevitably the answer is editing rather than adding or changing, right? It's like peeling back the things and reinforcing the super important parts. And I think for you, that's about sort of how your project is situated in the larger context and how you bring people to it. And then how you sort of are framing the field on three sides. One that is exterior and stepped and about bringing a ton of people together in a place. And then the two sides that are more sort of cellular and intimate and isolated potentially, but that still are relating to this view. Like, does that make sense? Like the third space, the one below, I don't think that's what your project is about.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it could have been incorporated into the other language.
I agree. I actually think the project, I mean, I think the project, it's a nice first semester project. I think like a lot of first semester projects, one thing leads to another, and then you don't stop and step back and go, wait, what are the better ideas here? How do I edit out? What's the actual thing I have? That's really a strong idea, as opposed to how do I make it stronger and stronger and stronger? I mean, I think the thing with the tunnels is just it's just a lark. I mean, if you can't cross the highway, then design a bridge over the highway. And it's, you know, as opposed to excavating all this stuff out, because that's also a civic thing that becomes a gate into the town and so forth. I like very much the idea that you said. I went there and I was interested in this condition, right, and this view, and how and what's particular to that place. It is true. It's one of the it's a kind of it's a horrible view for many people because the river below it, you know, the whole damming of that river at that point, it's one of the, like in all the old photographs, it's actually one of the most beautiful points in the whole river system. Right? There are falls there. There are falls at Llano. The falls at Llano are still there on the Pedernales, but the falls here, very famous as a kind of epicenter for Native American life. Famous. I mean, it's like a really, really kind of extraordinary landmark, and it's been flooded away. And that particular kind of flooded view is this really strange thing. it simultaneously, it has a long history, right? All that construction occurred during the Depression. It was the basis of Lyndon Johnson's power, was federal government. This was the poorest, literally the poorest, poorer than Appalachia, this country. And then it became, now it's, that system of dams became the basis of wealth, remains the basis of wealth in a way, because as that land has transitioned from agriculture to retirement to other things, that water, the presence of that water there is meaningful. But it's a sign. It's actually a tinged strange view, because the river is, the water is dammed. People come out when it actually floods, and it floods every couple of years. But the time you're here, it should happen. The 100-year flood here happens, every 4 or 5 years. But actually, the idea, I really love the idea. I'm going to draw the section I think the project should be. I actually think the project should be the field at this level, more or less, just down here. And then this great set of stands that goes up as steep as you possibly can. And then just a canyon right here where you come in and you enter and you go down through and you pass through a tunnel, but the tunnels, all the other programs are basically embedded underneath this surface, right? So you take all the stuff that you're currently strewing all over the place and you embed it into this kind of fake mountain, right? Because in truth, what you're doing here is on a fractal level, saying, well, there's a relationship of the town to the river, but I'm going to remake that view with regard to the stands and the football stadium, because the football stadium really gets in the way of the view of the river. I mean, I understand that I love the idea of generating more photographic points. I think there's an argument to me that making public space now is making places where people can add to their Instagram accounts. I actually do. I actually think that so the idea of kind of making these, like within here, making these kind of multiple places. But I think the issue is that you're really making this barrier threshold. This is the thing that you're making, and it's really interesting. It's tantamount to this, is why I think Murray was suggesting that it might be quarried out, or both Murray and Claire were suggesting that the quarrification of this site might be how you began to find these other spaces on the end. Could you go to the kind of axon from the river? That one. So then what's really, really lovely, and it was already true in Tom's project, really has to do with using architecture to rewrite the code of this. I mean, we're right here. The weird thing about Marble Falls is this line right here, you have entered full on MAGA country, right? And everything going back this way is getting back towards Austin, right? And like this is, like when you got to Marble Falls, you have entered the country where you where the epicenter of the kind of battle between these two political worlds, it gets exacerbated by shit like football and by, I mean, it used to be charming. Like literally you could draw where people started hating their neighbors based on how the landscape was laid out, because you knew how the football teams worked. And now that hate, that kind of basis of hatred and rivalry, I think is really problematic. So I love the idea of this stands being set up as a way that because of the fact that it doesn't establish, I mean, the beautiful project like this is, is the Berlin Philharmonic by Sharoon, where the seating is broken up into it doesn't allow for a polarized condition. So then I like this. I love this. I love this idea that you form little clusters. They don't easily divide into other clusters, and so the whole stands as a kind of social realm. A kind of, it's really gorgeous. I think it's a gorgeous idea, and I love the idea that you might separate it slightly. I mean, Claire's right. You just come through the town. This is actually a very nice experience. In the late afternoon, you walk through town. You come to the football stadium. Little friends, kids run off. It's really charming, right? It's actually one of the great. But then I think that you could, and this is something that Murray was suggesting with regard to the first project we saw. That you first drop down into a system of circulation and then you move through. I think it's really, it would be a good idea here as well. I think these should be shaped. I like the fact that you were talking about them being about view. They're not currently really about view. I think if you open them up at this kind of weird angle, which makes, actually it's really funny. It has a nice advantage, which is it makes more seats be on the front row than not, right? It's actually very charming, right? So that and then I think the tunnel shape in general could be this thing that does that actually takes you from the kind of realm where you enter in the back. So if you're I'm not drawing it well, the plan condition is you enter down into, you pass through the stands and you come to a point where the view expands out. And then you have these kind of landings where you suddenly turn from the view and you look back to the crowd. And then you realize the kind of loveliness of this complexity. It's really, really nice. It's a beautiful, beautiful idea. I mean, I like it because it really begins to kind of act as a kind of antidotal condition where you as an architect, I mean, you described it as me consuming the landscape. I take a picture, and it's because I'm interested in photography, I'm interested in consuming the landscape. And that got you to this form, which then when you look at it, begins to offer you all kinds of other benefits, right? So for me, those benefits have to do with a social condition, which I think, I mean, as much as I like these things, this for me is this kind of weird, strange evil, you know, about football and the role that it plays in culture and money and you know, and the kind of maintenance of this kind of perverse hidden power structure. I mean, you know, that's the guy with that has the car dealership over here. How the fuck do car dealers make so much money? You know, when someone can explain that to me, I'll finally fully understand the American economy. But you know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, this for me is the kind of great, lovely, and it has to do with this really weird thing. I'm gonna just go on for just 1 or 2 more minutes here, right? Like if you look at early football stadiums in the United States, when football first started, they're U-shaped and they're always open at one end. And it had to do with the idea, and if you read, you know, these Harvard, Princeton, Yale, these early football stadiums, right? The management of the universities, they were concerned about the bloodlust of football as compared to all other sports, which I saw as building civilization. Like athletics in this kind of traditional Greek way, like the activity at a university or at a high school or a school, like it built civilization through corporal like learning on the part of the students. And so the first stadiums like Michigan that are Coliseum shaped, man, they were treated with real like disrespect because that's pure blood sport, right? That's like, this is a Greek stadium, right? Idea of a Greek stadium, always a view of the landscape, always a reminder of why you're there. Right, you just dropped out of Zoom. Coliseum, bloodlust, right? And the idea of the Coliseum, like you're making these kind of incipient parts that are beginning to enclose it, you know? Yeah, I'll end there. I think the project's really, really lovely. And at this point in time, I would turn back to it, focus on the physical thing that's the best thing that you've made, and begin to develop it in a kind of full way.
I'm glad you brought up actually the Greek. What I like about the approach, this particular project, is that it's really treats a kind of more minimal, like you've got the field, which is a plain artificial landscape set in a carved bowl shape. And I think that's like a really important like aspect of the project, is distilling it down to kind of the minimum. And I think it would be helpful for you to look at like both the Greek and Roman theaters like Epidavros, which I think David is pointing to, which is, again, it's an amphitheater that's set in a hillside, and that shape is set on the hill, right? And it's all carved stone. The seats are actually quite beautifully carved pieces of stone. And then the landscape is the backdrop, has a spectacular landscape. And actually the theater itself, you know, it's circular, but the Greeks, you know, were really good at understanding kind of subtleties of space. It's not just a semicircle, it actually begins to fan out even more. And that has a kind of effect of embracing that landscape, beginning to frame it, beginning to close in on it, and all the action occurs in front of that landscape. Here it would be Marble Falls, but that would be a good, and then if you look at what the Romans did, you know, they're much more mechanical, they're much more blunt, so they cut it off. They're like, screw that, why isn't it just a semicircle? You know, they lost the kind of sense of subtlety of space, and it's much more, what's that?
Or a circle. I mean, a really beautiful example of that is the UT Stadium now, because they've just built a scoreboard in what used to be the view of the Capitol, right? It's so tragic. It's so completely like transformed the idea of the stadium as a place where the activities take out against the view,
yeah,
which they theoretically should be related, and now it's just straight up sports.
Yeah. But those are important, like Roman versus the Greek, because the Roman theater, and the Romans actually ended up being to build shit, right? Like they built like prosceniums and like structures around that, cutting off the landscape. It's like a very similar kind of move. But I think between that and combining with the quarrying, like I really like the approach you're taking there. I would just say, like, like, it's your first project, and I know you did, it's like a short project too, but if you were to begin to introduce some like material representation, again, like Marble Falls, or all these wonderful quarries there, it's like granite town, right? Like I'm sure if you dug there, it'd be all granite, which would be really kind of interesting to explore.
All the granite for the capital came from not far from there.
That's right. Thank you, Yue. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more, Charlie. I think we're going to maybe just go a few minutes past
A little
noon, but won't be too long.
Mel's going to
Wherever
be
you're-
calling Claire going, hey, you're on the clock here, Claire.
Yeah, right.
Claire, are you in Austin, or are you somewhere where you keep posting your fabulous images of wherever the hell you are?
I'm in Colorado, in Grand Junction.
I love Grand Junction.
It's a wonderful land.
Hey, okay.
Okay, so my name is Charlie. I have a background of environmental design from Texas A&M. So going into my project, as many of us know, football in Texas is not the typical high school sport. And as the book Friday Night Lights states, there's kind of this reverence that surrounds the game. However, with that, there's also a sense of glorification that begins to happen. So keeping that in mind, I really wanted to design a stadium that would not only recognize that glorification, but also begin to provide alternative spaces that aren't really associated with football. So when trying to determine a siting location and placement for my football field, I knew right away I wanted to create a distinct separation between viewing area and field, kind of this idea of the football field being a stage. So the proximity of the water's edge really allowed me to use the water as a mechanism of creating that separation between the two. And then additionally, moving the field out into the water, it gave me the opportunity to use the full extent of the site for viewing and community space. So when trying to determine how I wanted to place the seating on the site, I thought it was important to analyze the way people traditionally watch football games and inhabit the site. And there was three things that stood out to me. The top image at stadiums where there is an exterior view of the football field, people will kind of stand along this perimeter edge so that they don't actually have to enter the football field to watch the game. Looking at the middle image, people tend to try to push themselves as close to the field as possible to get a closer view. So they stand along that boundary edge between football field and viewing area. And then lastly, people who traditionally sit in the stands will tend to stand in the form of clusters. So using those three types of spectation, I began to design three specific viewing areas of my project. And the first one I'll talk about is kind of this outer viewing platform. The proximity of the bridge allowed me to create this extension piece that could be used to kind of allow people to watch the game from not inside the stadium. Additionally, because of the elevated nature of that platform, it allowed me to also enclose the press box within that area, as you can see here. And so this is just kind of a view looking out if you were to be standing on that platform, seeing the football field, the bleacher area, and the river beyond. The third thing, zone that I would like to discuss is kind of this overlapping platform. So going back to when people were trying to push themselves as close to the field as possible, I created this overlapping viewing plane with the margin boundary limit of the football field, really trying to push people as close to the field as they could get without actually interrupting the game. And so here's kind of a view looking at that underneath side of the platform if you were a football player. And I've created these kind of punctures through that viewing plane. So there's still this connection between viewer and also the people standing on the sidelines. And then the third viewing area that I'll discuss is the hillside, which I kind of call a patchwork viewing plane because there is a collage or collection of different types of seating elements. So there are metal seating, there's viewing pods here, and you can better see it in the site plan, sorry. And there's also, I've inserted large boulders and trees, all allowing people to kind of view the game how they please, so they can inhabit the site in a more free manner. So here's kind of a feel of what that space would be like. Additionally, by creating the hillside in this way, it also allows the stadium to kind of function as a public park when the game is not happening, so that you really can go to the space and experience it without actually having to be at a football game. So because I wanted to keep the openness of the top layer, I decided to carve out the bottom portion of the site where the service spaces would happen, such as concession stands and bathrooms. There's also there's three kind of courtyard spaces that penetrate through this area, which would be circulation cores, as well as these large planting beds that would allow for the trees to grow on the surface above. So here's kind of an interior view looking at that space. I also began to add this glass wall closest to the field, so that when people enter the space, they still have that kind of view of the field out and are still connected to the game. So here's a plan of that space, and as you can see, it's quite large. And I did that on purpose because I would like this space to be converted into kind of a community center or area where different functions can happen. So for example, in this perspective, there's a birthday party going on where people can really come and use that space without actually having to go to a football game. Additionally, there's also classrooms and smaller event spaces happening on this back wall, as well as a carved out space, basement level underneath this space, which would function as the locker rooms and storage areas for the field. And I did that as a way thinking kind of about the Roman Colosseum and how like gladiators rise from below the ground surface. So the football players would enter this lower level and then begin to walk around this long moat-like corridor and arriving at a set of stairs that would lead them to the football field. And then they would not have a view of the football field until exiting that stairway. And here's kind of an overview looking at the field and just seeing how the three parts of my project kind of made their way into the design. So I'm done. Thank you.
Hey, Charlie, quick question. So was there ever a stage in this project? This project is like crazy expensive. I was just looking at the most expensive legacy stadium, 70 million in Canadian. I'm going, this is getting close, right? You're getting close. Was there ever a stage where the field was just floating? I mean, I just looking up like Singapore has this great floating soccer pitch, right? And I'm wondering, is there ever a stage where because like there's two projects here, right? And they're slightly different to my mind. One is this kind of very, very beautiful they're both actually interesting. And I don't mean to taint it by saying beautiful, very, very beautiful. One is this kind of very beautiful idea of a kind of park that's a kind of civic space in which there's a football stadium which is tethered there, and it just is tethered there in the fall, and then it goes away, you know, and it's supported by, and then it's just a park which is about the river and about the landscape, and the whole idea of having that in the river is just how it actually adds to the specialness of the whole event, right? And in that one, and actually in both of them, by the way, I'm going to argue that the overlapping platform gets in the way. This platform, I understand it conceptually, it's just in the section that blocks the view from the hillside to the stadium. It's a kind of a problem, but I love this idea in the same way that I really like the last one, that the hillside begins to form a kind of seating arrangement that's not hierarchical the way you enter it. Again, they should, in this scheme and the last scheme, they should rename the football team the Groundhogs. I just think it's just like totally made for this, the way you guys are conceiving the stadium, you know, like it's the Groundhogs, yeah, or whatever, the Prairie Dogs, right? That's the other thing, it could be the Prairie Dogs. Like, they just pop out of these different holes, and that's one stadium, and then the other one is this kind of like quite fantastical one where really the surface thing is just a kind of like a cover over for this kind of tremendous kind of like mall like space under the mountain, right? That's like cavernous, unusual place and they're two different schemes. I mean, and so I wondered where your heart was in that one. Like, I wondered if this one developed mostly the one with the kind of giant cavernous thing as a way to kind of handle the program. Or if you have in your mind this kind of really kind of megalomaniacal Dr. Evil kind of program, which I also like I just want to know which way to talk about the project.
So I think it was kind of your first comment that I kind of created that space just to house the program. But I also kind of designed it knowing that it could be dark and scary at times. So I wanted it to also be kind of a more serene type, more a place you would want to go down and be in as well.
Well, I do want to say, I think drawing the first one where the field is floating and it's a park, and then much like this press box, which I think is very smart, that you make a series of small incursions that resolve the program. I think that's a great portfolio project, one you should draw and put in your portfolio. I just think it's a really beautiful idea, and draw it with the stadium there and the stadium not there, and think a little bit about how the stadium might float and what might happen to it, you know, at the rest of the year, or that it might. I love the idea that it might move up and down the Colorado River. Although you've got these kinds of like you've got the dams you got to get past. So then really is a kind of, it's another kind of dilemma about where it does or doesn't go. You know, there's a weird idea I was having about, like, you know, Cardinal Stadium in Phoenix, where they have the entire plate of grass rolls out of the stadium, and during most of the year it's out in the sun, they water it, and then during the football season they roll it into the stadium. It's incredible. Right. So the other option here was, I was thinking about, I couldn't figure out how to make it work, was that this whole surface gets pulled up onto that surface during the rest of the year, and it becomes a park, and then that rolls out and exposes this other structure below, which is a third, again, Dr. Evil kind of project that has its own kind of like specific, unusual potentialities, you know, like, but the question of where that grass goes and what it does, because obviously the kind of issue of disrupting this river, right? And this river is one of the most brutal. I mean, the control of the Colorado River is the entire history of politics and power in Central Texas, right? Like the Lower Colorado River Authority, it's like a Robert Moses type, you know, shadow government that has much more power than the state government. It has much more money, that it controls everything. Really, it's just a secretive. And if you look at plat maps from before the time that these dams were built, all of that land that's purchased by every major politician and then bought back from the state at massively inflated rates. And now, of course, like, it's the epicenter of ecological battles and so forth. So the whole question of, like, even in your section you were showing, it's just like it's a solid block of concrete that's been poured in the river, which yeah, it's got its particular charms. But so I think there's all kinds of dilemmas that this approach brings up that I think then lends itself to really interesting investigations about things that we were just talking about in theory, about beginning to conceive of the building performatively as opposed to considering it formally. So I'll leave it at that. We could talk about the Dr. Evil schemes in just a second. I just wanted to suggest that you do add into your portfolio a very, very light version of this project, which I think is a spectacularly beautiful idea, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on David's comment about, I had the same question about which version or which element of those three that you outlined you were the most interested in and that spoke to you the most, because I think when I like briefly looked through these ahead of time, and I was expecting a way stronger narrative about public space in your project, because I think it's almost as if football is completely sidelined, pun, yeah, but like, it's not the primary focus almost, right? Like, I wanted you to say, football is important, but public space is more important. So I emphasized everything around creating one that is fully exterior, where you bake in the sun and you look at people and you look at the water, and it's like Barton Springs, it's a big hill and you sit on it. And one that is at this like underground experience where it's cool and you can actually go there and it's conditioned, and all the like people who don't like the heat can like crawl away down there and have a really nice time. And then, and also there's this giant football field, like side note, because what you've done, and then like this thing, I get it, but like, it's not what your project is about, right? Like if there's a hierarchy of what I think you're interested in, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I would say like you wanted to make a giant public park, and then you're like, oh crap, I've got to have program. So you stuck it underneath and made that really nice. And then you were like, but then there's like this thing where like people want to get up high and look at stuff. So like, I'm going to make one of these. Oh, the bridge is there. Good. It can like glom onto that. I think that's the least interesting part of your project. Like it could go away. And I agree with David about the edge condition too. Like you can just have that edge by bringing the hill out further, right? Like it doesn't have to be a separate piece necessarily. Or I almost imagined when I saw the plan with I didn't read it as a tunnel for the,
Charlie, you just stepped out.
Oh wait, now we can't hear you, sorry.
Charlie, you muted yourself and you
Zoom kicked me out and I had to relog in.
you tripped over yourself really and you spilled your coffee.
Wow. But when I was looking at that plan with the player tunnels coming around the field, I thought that's the part that you were going to tell me was your version of getting people the closest that they possibly could be. And I would say that in your photo, right, and I was in the marching band in high school and in college, and like,
what a dweeb you are. What did you play?
Yeah,
you
what a dweeb, the dweebiest. Yeah, I know.
I meant a clarinet.
No, saxophone. Claire can't play the clarinet. But right, the experience of being near the football players, like physically on the same level, is a crazy experience, right? Like we used to talk about how it felt like you, because we would run out through them while they were like practicing before the game, and it felt like you had just taken normal people and like zoomed in 50%, right? They're huge and their equipment is huge, and it's this whole like larger than life experience. And so I thought you were going to tell me that you were going to have people in like a single line, like crouched around the field all the way around, where you're both like between the water and the field. And I thought that could have been really interesting, but I don't think that's necessarily what your project is about either. Like to me, it's just so much about this vertical relationship that you've made of this public park. And for someone who's not into football, it's like the non-football person's dream, right? They can go to the game, but really they can just go have a lovely time in the park and like hang out with their friends. And I think, I also think that this project would work really well for alternative programs, but I kind of want to know more about it. Like if you diagrammed that park and even the lower level, right? Like what does it look like for a series of small concerts or a farmer's market or an outdoor classroom or like you name it, like what could it be? And I think it could be a lot of those things. But it's almost like a couple of small diagrams might even help you clarify for yourself how the program gets oriented in that patchwork around the alternative programs. And I think that would be really strong too, because to me, the primary program isn't even football necessarily. And you can tell me that's not true, but based on what you've made, I feel like you're interested in other things, which is fine. And like your stance could have been, you know, football takes up too much room, like, and is used not very much. And that's a huge waste of public space for it to just be sitting there all the time. So I'm going to do this other thing. But narratively, I feel like you have to make that a bit stronger when you talk about it if you're going to show me something like this.
Right. I definitely agree with that, because you were kind of saying things that I was doing, but I wasn't really saying that I was doing it. So I completely understand where you're coming from.
Well, and I think too, like make the bold statement and then have us challenge you, right? It's like, it's such a hard thing to sort of put your flag in the ground on that type of narrative. But I think if you do it, then we as reviewers can be like, ah, yes, it's working, or like, no, it's not, or like you're half in, half out, or it's a lot easier to respond to, I think, when your words match the boldness of your proposal.
Right.
I think, sorry, I was trying to lost you, the view of you. It's kind of freaky on Zoom when you're like talking, you're not seeing the person you're talking to. What's your background?
Architecture from Texas A&M.
From A&M, okay. Is this your first studio?
Yes, at UT.
Okay. Well, just to follow up on what Claire said, I think like that's what I really love about your proposal is that you are, in fact, you have like such a strong concept to turn the hillside into a kind of park space. I think is a really powerful idea. I mean, I get it, whether you said it or not. I think it's more important that you draw that, you know. I remember once, just as an aside, when I was in school, I was a huge fan of Aldo Rossi. I just was like adored Aldo Rossi. He's like a lot of people at that time, like struck me like a lightning bolt. I remember seeing a project he had done, which was a memorial on the cover of Casabella. And it was like just the clarity and the power of it. And then I drove 5 hours in a snowstorm. This is in Canada to see Aldo Rossi lecture. And it was just like a mumbling, like, what? You know, it just like the words, the presentation. You're a student though, it's a little different. So I say that you convey your concepts in the drawings. And that's what I think is really fantastic about what you're doing. It's very clearly drawn. I love that you've drawn it at night. I mean, there's also like very evocative drawings too. I really feel like I'm there. I want to kind of be there. Of all the projects we saw, this is one where it's like, I want to just hang out in that space. So, I mean, I completely buy it. I mean, it's a really strong concept, strong project, especially for a short project. I like that you really went for it too. You didn't try to like restrain yourself with it. And I think that's great. And especially in short projects that are ambitious like this, to really like spread out and see how much you can do. Obviously, there's a lot of places where you criticize and say, you know, you need to trim back here, or this could be done differently, or places to develop. But I think for what it is, it's super strong project. I'm partial to these buildings as landscape kind of ideas. I think that they're super interesting. I like that you're beginning to incorporate kind of rocks in the landscape too. So what I like about the basic idea is that you've taken the idea of this. I mean, there's such a wonderful kind of dialogue between the playing field that's marked out and measured as a kind of like measured field of play. And then the park is almost a similar kind of field of play, but it's trees and rocks and cutouts. Like they have a really nice kind of symmetry to them, which is really lovely. Like to think about a park as a field of play, as a chessboard, as a kind of movement of spaces, of trees for shade, a boulder. I mean, there's something kind of like wonderful and almost like a sample board of public space like quality to it. You have some bleachers, some grass. That's like super interesting. I guess there's so many things, and this is what I like about this project too. There's so many ways to talk about it, so many things to talk about. Let me just focus on one, and I guess that's in my mind. I'm just wondering about, like, I lost my drawing tools here, but like I keep going back and forth looking at your projects, and I don't know which way to go with it, but like the separation of the field from the park. Like right now they're separate, the trench, the water, the separation of height, like they're floating, the field's floating away. On the one hand, I kind of get it, but then part of me is like wanting to connect it so they're more seamless. It's not like two things, but one thing bleeding into the other, so that you're having, and I think it's more, you're having places where that park is coming down and connecting with the lawn, and so I don't know which way, where those are two different directions to go with it. I mean, on the one hand, Dave's idea of like it's just a floating field that moors itself in different parks, which is a crazy kind of cool idea. And the other is like a more practical one where it's grounded and more connected to the bank. So
you are so wrong. It is more practical floating. Oh, you mean
maybe
it's more practical floating. I mean, like building that thing in that river.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. I mean,
well, that's a whole other conversation. Like I was gonna say, I wasn't gonna go there, but like I don't want to go there with this project. Like the practical aspects of it, like the grass isn't gonna grow. It's gonna be dirt, and it's gonna,
right.
Just like I think it's strong enough that it can stand on its own as a hypothetical. Like this could be like in the Seine. This could be like in, do you know what I'm saying? Like I think there's a strong enough idea there that this is translatable across. I think to ground it in the realities of the river and the flooding and the bank and all that is like a whole other kind of project maybe. But this, I think that like fundamentally, if we just treat it as a standalone kind of case study, the separation of the two, I think is like, there's a kind of a weird tension there. I'm not quite sure about. The other is like, I wasn't quite convinced about the whole, like the other subterranean level below the field where it just seemed like too many ideas. Like I didn't like that whole, like kind of like you have this other if you're in the section, like that whole this lower piece here where you're underground, you're coming out. I don't know. That just didn't seem to fit really very well. I think that could occur. That whole like surprise element of the gladiators coming out could be achieved in a different way. But again, these are like details, but wonderful project. Really fun to kind of look at, and I think a really nice first semester project.
Yeah, but I do want to add something to what Murray was saying, because you do have a background in architecture, and you can. I think that you get held to a slightly different standard than that. So I mean, I think that for example, the fact that this slope right now is not particularly good for viewing, right? But also it's actually already a very steep slope to plant grass, right? You get caught in. This is one of those ideas that might or might not translate exactly as well as you think. Like you should definitely go see the building in Houston, the new school building of the Museum of Fine Arts. Yeah, because that roof, which is not that steep. It's too steep to grow grass. Like they tried growing grass on it and just slid down the thing, just slid, right? So the truth is this, in order to make this actually operate, you have to ask yourself, all right, what's the correct height for this? I mean, what I like is this thing that Murray just said, which is, I mean, you have a football field and then you have a football field, right? Like two sizes that are the same, right? And each is used to measure a different definition of public space, to go to Claire's point, right? Actually, you've got 3 football fields, as you are aware of, right? You have this giant football field underground that we really haven't talked about yet. Like what to do with that space? It's so big, unless you rolled this football field in there, during the rest of the year. And it was just literally a astroturf field, which I actually don't mind. I actually like that idea as well, that there are supports out here in the river, they're just below the surface, this whole thing rolls in, and again, it's not 70 million, but whatever. I'm going to get back to this field in a second, but the idea of how you hold that surface up is actually has to become something different. And Murray was talking about like the making of rocks, the making of the putting of trees and so forth. I think it's the kind of question then where you begin to ask yourself notation wise, how do I begin to relate these things? Like there is all kinds of fascinating notation about football fields and about landscaping, right? And it's actually interesting to ask yourself where they merge, like the way plays are drawn, or the way a marching band walking across the field is mapped out. Claire, you're probably from the era where that was not done on a computer, but it was done by hand, right? And you have these incredible drawings of how the marching band, what the order that it takes. And so then you begin to ask yourself, what's the relationship between the notations made for the field on the left, one kind of public space, and the notations made for the field on the right? And that's a kind of investigation that would, I think, alter the way you're drawing. Like, I think the drawings that you're doing are really clear, but I also don't think that they're yet things that you're using to push your investigation, right? They're like, you're really good at it. I mean, these are really clear professional representations, but they're not, in terms of like the luxury of graduate school, a thing that you could leap into and go, okay, how do I use these representations? I'm going to get a job. I already know how to do this stuff. I don't need to worry about that. I now need to worry about how I make these kind of crazy ideas, like convincingly crazy, because this is that thing you talked about in theory, the world of ideas and the world of data input, right? Like you want to be in the world of ideas, not the world of data input. And like getting your data, getting your drawings to kind of move you forward. I think then all these ideas that are being resonated here, that we're just looking at your project, that are just bouncing out of our heads, you know, are things that you need to open yourself up to and just enjoy. I mean, you're in graduate school. You're not. This is a chance to take real pleasure in moving away from the education that you came from, and to a certain degree, the education that UT affords, right? Where we're asking you, we're putting you in front of Cisco. Maybe next semester you'll have Claire or Murray or me or God knows whom, but you're going to get a chance to run up against all these ideas, and you're free right now, really free to kind of to play and enjoy and do all this other stuff. The reason I mentioned it is because A&M has this kind of thing where the students, they get together in studio together, they go, who's going to represent the most outrageous idea? And then they kind of secretly talk about who's going to get shot down on the final review. Like everyone, I'm going to push this crazy idea and we're going to see where, but this school has a different culture. It's like, if you've got a crazy idea, go for it. Like go, you know, don't worry about it as an affront, because trust me, you cannot offend a professor at the school with a crazy enough idea. I mean, you really can't. In fact, we want, but the idea is actually, we're less interested in crazy form than in crazy ideas about how the world gets made. So when Claire talks about, you know, this is the ideal place to go to watch a football game for, you know, like, or you know, I think those then become, I think, kind of realms for you to really kind of open your definition of architecture from just form to other things. I mean, to me, what I immediately loved about this idea, and this goes back to my whole take on this project. My take on this project has to do with the problem of football as a mechanism of cultural transfer. I just think it's become this nightmarish, like child that's been overfed and over-moneyed and over everything, and it's warped and perverted a whole series of things in American culture. So what I really liked about this river, this idea of this floating field, was that somehow it took the field away from the world, and it allowed the people who were playing the game to just be free of all that crap, you know. And I love the idea, for example, that you could have the stadium, and if the parents misbehaved, they could just float the field down the river, you know, and to where the parents couldn't actually see the game, and so it would already begin to instill over here some idea of proper civic behavior, as opposed to this utter nonsense that we allow in you know, like that picture of that bloodied parent in the photo brief. I mean, if I'm an architect, an actual professional architect, as opposed to a student, that's what I'm reacting to, right? I'm reacting to this kind of deeper kind of notions of safety, of professionalism, of architecture as an antidotal condition to problematic conditions or situations in society, and so forth. And I think your project has that embedded in it, which is what I like about the project. And it's crazy. So it has two things going for it that I completely like: social responsibility and crazy fucking craziness. Both of which, God, I hope that had a YouTube. You know?
I was going to just add briefly, I know we've got to wrap up here, but I mean, I think it's, you know, it's a sign of a really strong project, is that I like projects that have this ambiguity that you can develop in other ways, that can see, they're like, it reminds me of Le Corbusier, it's like always thinking, full of ideas. They're not fully resolved. But I do think it's a sign of a strong project. It has like many different interpretations and many ways of kind of looking at it. I do think on Dave's point, I think that like physical models of this, I just love to see a week or two of physical modeling of this thing, like as a chessboard or as a game with like artificial turf. I don't know, just like, I think it would be really, could benefit from physical models.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, I think, and this I think applies to all the projects we've seen as well, is like, don't be afraid to show slightly messier drawings as well. Like all of your drawings, right, have this same kind of finished quality. They're professionally rendered. They are believable, and all the perspectives, right, are rendered in the same way too. And I think a lot of people fall into that trap of feeling like if they do one rendering in this way or one plan in this way, all of them have to look exactly the same and be done in the same style so they all feel the same. And I think sometimes it can be valuable in terms of what David was saying about like, you're in grad school, right? It's the luxury of grad school. Like pick a way of representing your project that is kind of wild and like wildly conveys your idea rather than having them all be the same, right? You can still have those renderings that are believable and convincing and like kind of make you feel good about the space, but then draw the ones that make you feel a little worried. Like all the ones of the underneath space, right, are very well lit and God, it just looks great down there. But you said yourself, right, like maybe it's going to be dark and scary, who knows? And I think, you know, so make the dark and scary drawing and see how you feel about it, or like do the quick sketch and include it that tells you something additional about the project. Because I think those things can often be really productive and more process oriented, but still part of your final presentation without taking away from the other things that you've done.
Claire, Murray, David, thank you so much. It's been a great conversation. Thanks to the four of you, Abby and Tom and Yue and Charlie, for doing the work that supported the conversation today. We have to stop because I need to use the bathroom before the next session, and I'm sure some of you do as well. But I really appreciate it.
Cisco. Thank you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, everyone, we'll be I'll be back just a few minutes before 12:30, but we'll start. We're trying to start right at 12:30, and I'll do the same intro again, so you don't have to. You can tune out while I'm talking for the first 5 minutes.
wall right there, then we could continue to use this back room, have more space for storage. Obviously, plumbing is already set up here, so I don't know how that would really impact the other space, or if that would be helpful for the permit we currently have, or if it would be more of a mess. But that's what we were thinking, and then obviously all of that forward would be space to be rented. So just give me your thoughts. Obviously, we know that would change the, I mean, if you're even interested, would change the dollar amount that we pay per month. So we were just kind of inquiring.
Hey, Cisco.
Yes.
You're not muted in case you were wondering.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for telling me.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sorry, I was not watching the time closely enough. Rasa, hi, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Let's see, Adam sent me a text just now. I think Adam Miller, he's going to be a few minutes late. Stephanie, welcome. It's so great to have you here. Virtually speaking, that is.
Hi, nice to be here.
Burton's here as well. Thank you, Burton. It's great to see you.
Good to see you.
And I need to stop sharing screen. Hang on. Okay. We have one other juror, Adam Miller, who is going to one other reviewer who's going to join us. But I think rather than wait, because we have 2 hours and we have 4 students to get through, I have a short introduction to the studio and the project. So I think we're not going to wait for him, and he'll just catch up as best he's able once he arrives. Before I jump into that, let me just do a quick introduction. Adam, who will join us later, was on an earlier review, so everyone knows him. Rasa is a faculty member here at the school. How long have you been here now? 2 years? Is this your second year, Rasa?
Yes, it's
yes.
my second year.
Okay, she's a terrific studio teacher. I don't know, have you taught a vertical studio? I'm sorry, I'm asking you too many questions. I should be introducing
no problem.
you. You've taught advanced studio and some undergraduate studios, right?
And speculative design studio, yes.
Yeah. So if you have the chance to have Rasa for a studio, I would certainly try and take advantage of it. Burton Baldridge, who is a terrific architect here in town, has been making great buildings for quite a few years now, and I understand his office is growing. They've just moved into a new place that I'm eager to come and see. But Burton's been on reviews many times with my students before, and I really appreciate you making the time for this. I know you're a busy guy. And then finally, Stephanie Choi is coming to the school next semester. Stephanie has a practice in New York. I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong. Daphne, is that how you say it? And is it got delayed a little bit because of the situation with the pandemic, but she's teaching a vertical studio next semester. So some of you will have the option to take her studio, and will be with us for the beginning next semester for the following 4 semesters, teaching design studios, pursuing some research, and also teaching a seminar, but engaging those research interests. So we're very eager to have you join the community, Stephanie. Thank you for making the time. Okay, so let me share screen real quick, and I'm just going to give you a quick introduction to what we're doing. Okay, the studio is called Situated. It's we did a series of projects. We did 3 projects, 3 sequential projects, which were all pretty discrete from one another, but they tried to build up a set of issues that are sort of coming all together in the project we're reviewing today. The term situated was chosen because it really was trying to kind of frame a concern about how architecture should or can or shouldn't perhaps respond to the circumstances of a site. And so we did some reading, and we looked at some precedents. We looked at the work of Carl Viggo Holmbach, who I characterized his work as one which is sort of hypersensitive and reactionary to the specific conditions of a place, of a particular site. And sort of at the other end of the spectrum, we looked at some of the work of Dogma and O'Reilly, and this idea that form might be established not as in a way that's responsive to the specific character of site, but actually has a relationship or kind of works in counterpoint to the specifics of site by establishing a figure or a form that is not read in the abstract, but actually is situated within a site that might have quite a bit of circumstance. And so we did 3 projects. The first one we called Landing. It was, I asked the students to cite a runway on one of the smaller, they each had a different island in the Aleutian Island chain. They were asked to cite a runway, and with a few bits of program around the runway related to, you know, a waiting area, a hangar, and related to the airplane, the usage of the runway. And that project was a little more model based because you know, it was the first project, and we knew we wouldn't be shut down during that first project. But they did physical models of each of their islands. They made a proposal for how, you know, this sort of this long and relentlessly flat runway actually literally navigated the topography, right? They had to site it and decide whether it would be down by the water or up high, and, you know, try and find a place that could function. And then we sort of developed this terminology around the margin of the runway, like literally the territory, which was not the runway itself and was not the native terrain, but was sort of the place where our architectural operation was happening. And in many cases, those were the sites of the other programs. And so students, you know, they all had different sites. They all took different approaches to that. But those kind of negotiations of terrain were sort of very much in the foreground of that project. And that was a very, very quick project, but it was pretty focused on the physical kind of coordination of these two relatively incompatible conditions. The second project was, and I should say, I framed all of these projects sort of with the idea that the sites were all highly circumstantial, right? They all have topography for all these projects. They all have a water-land edge. And they were poised against what I was calling ritual uses, right? The idea of a repetitive, somewhat inflexible kind of condition that was a primary use of the environment. In the first project, that was, you know, the runway itself. In the second project, we were in Nazaré, which is this place on the coast of Portugal, which has become known because by the circumstance of its submarine topography, these huge waves happen right at this headland of Nazaré. And it's become a big thing now with like the international circuit of big wave surfers. But they in the winter, at certain times of the year, when the swells come in, they get these 100-foot waves. And there are a few crazy people out there like trying to surf these things. But there's many, many more people. It's kind of become a pilgrimage spot. And depending on the conditions, there's often, you know, there's sometimes a handful of viewers. And the headland has a 16th century fort on it, which is a great place to see these waves because the proximity between the sort of violence of the wave and where you can stand is so close. But at other moments, you can see this lower left image, there's, you know, lots and lots of people occupying the entire terrain of the area, again, viewing these giant waves that happen in this place. So in this project, the ritual use, if you want to call it that, is not really under control of the author, right? There's people out there surfing in a region of the ocean where they're generally always in the same place. But the goal was to kind of introduce this idea of spectation and then still take a stand on how the architecture might respond to circumstance. So this is the headland and the fort here, and the waves kind of come around to the bottom side of this headland. But some schemes were subtractive, some were additive, some were up near the fort, engaging its direct proximity. Some projects were quite far away from the fort, actually pulling back from the wave itself and occupying the terrain in a different location, and sometimes far away. And then some, this was a project its entire kind of thrust was to get people as close to the waves as possible. So it was sort of projecting the spectators into the environment that they were viewing itself. And one thing that did develop that I hadn't anticipated, but because the environment is fairly aggressive, a number of students kind of took on ideas about material and weathering and even durability, and it fed into some interesting ideas about the tectonics and expression of the various projects. Which brings us to this project, the one we'll be looking at today. This is the third project. It's called Friday Night Lights. It's a high school football stadium. in Marble Falls, which for those of you who don't know Texas is about maybe an hour and 20 minutes west of Austin. It's sort of in the hill country, but it's on the chain of highland lakes. The Colorado River, which comes through Austin, has a series of dams that run west. And so there's a whole series of lakes that's part of that stream, that river corridor. And this image is, we also read about the Friday Night Lights sort of book, which was the source material for the movie and then the series. But basically, this is the Odessa Stadium, which was the stadium for the high school football team that was the subject of that book, of that author's investigation. And this is a historic view of Marble Falls. So Marble Falls, you can cross the Colorado River at Marble Falls, and it's the next crossing to the west of the Mansfield Dam. So it is this bridge, which has been replaced, this is a historic photo, gets quite a bit of traffic. And you'll see, I'll show you, our site is actually just to the right of this bridge. Our site is right in there. But Marble Falls was named after these falls. And this is a picture before the Marble Falls Lake Dam was built. So now this is all still water and it's much wider. But there was a textile mill, which at one point was the center of economic activity in this area. So you can see here, this is the river. That little dot right here is the site. And this is, I think it's 281 is the road that crosses there. And Main Street is right here. That's the Main Street right there. So this is what it looks like today. This bridge was built about 4 or 5 years ago. It's a concrete bridge with, it's kind of a pair of bridges, 2 lanes running one way and 2 lanes running the other. This is a lake. This is the site itself right here. And there's about 60 feet of drop off between the level of the town, these roads, and the water itself. And it's currently occupied by a water treatment plant, and which the students were told should be assumed to be removed. And you'll see one in our session that decided to keep it. But there's a road behind it. Directly behind it, there's a kind of not great 2-story retail and office space commercial building. To the right here is all sort of a residential, pretty suburban residential neighborhood. And on the other side of the big road there's a few restaurants that occupy the waterfront, a big parking lot, and you can kind of see Main Street sitting right there. So it's right, you know, Marble Falls is not a dense urban center, but it is very close to downtown. And part of the idea of giving them this site, rather than giving them a site on the high school campus, was that urban situation and the sort of social conditions it might engender. So this bottom image is a picture of that site. There's one more tank that was built on here after this picture was taken, but you can kind of get a sense of the scale of the landscape there. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that stuff. So the site itself is this white line. You can see the water treatment plant, the double bridge. The students were given the option of taking one more lot. They could take this single family house property if they wanted a bigger property. You'll see when we start looking at the projects that a football field occupies the vast majority of the site if it's centered on the site. But the other condition is I didn't require any parking. So the premise is that people would come to the site through the circulation networks of the city. And so there's streets above, there's various surface parking lots, but there's also the potential for a connection. In fact, there's an existing pathway that crosses underneath the bridge over to this side where there's the restaurants and large parking. So you'll see in many projects, there's an idea about how the project situates itself in the city. And the program is fairly straightforward. It's a football field. I asked for 6,000 seats, but I wasn't very strict. If some students have fewer, which is fine. And then pretty standard accessory spaces, concessions, toilets, locker rooms, press box, some storage spaces, and field equipment spaces. But then also a few pieces of program that are not so common. So I asked them to have 2 classrooms, typical high school size classrooms. The idea being that some off-campus learning could be available at this site. And then also a larger space, what I was calling a city meeting space, which was sort of multi-purpose space of 4,000 square feet that could be used for civic meetings. It could be used for, it could be rented out for private functions, wedding receptions, family reunions, really a space that might be used in many different ways. And so before I stop and release it to the students, I just wanted to say that, one of the dimension I was really pushing in this third project beyond sort of the negotiation of inflexible use and a very circumstantial site and the spectation was this idea that, in Texas, especially high school football games you can see them as kind of a microcosm of society, right? There's all sorts of different user groups. There's all sorts of things happening all around the fields that are really not about the football or the viewing of the football itself, right? And that's actually one of the interesting conditions of these places. So this interest in the social, both kind of within the event itself in high school football, but then also within the city. One of the conditions about high school football stadiums, they're only used for football games, maybe a dozen or 18 times a year. And so they spend a lot of time, there's a lot of time where they're unused. And part of the idea of having it in the city was it opened up the possibilities for students to construct a narrative about how the place might be used, when it wasn't Friday night in the fall. And, there might be other possibilities for the city to use this space in ways that were productive or compelling in some way for the citizens of the town. So I'm going to stop there. And Adam has joined us. Good to see you, Adam. I've already introduced everyone, but everyone knows you because you were here before.
Yeah, thank you.
So with that, that's essentially what we're up to. Any criticism is fair game. So I'm looking forward to a discussion around the issues the students raise. Can I answer any questions before I launch the first student? No. Okay. Dominic, are you ready to present? Okay, great.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Hello, my name is Dominic Armendariz. I have a background from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, where I received my Bachelor of Science degree in architecture with a business administration minor. I grew up a pretty big football fan. I have very fond memories of watching games with my parents and siblings. The Fox Sports theme still brings back some major deja vu. But what I found most intriguing about the role of this sport in Texas, particularly in these small towns, is that it takes on an almost civic quality. You have whole towns traveling with the teams. These teenage kids, 16, 17, 18, become the embodiment and representation of the town. In a way, the field becomes more of a civic center or a town square than it is just a simple patch of grass. So what I wanted to tackle in this project was, how does a high school football field become a celebrated civic node within the urban fabric? I looked at what the traditional town square was. I put 2 of these examples in this presentation. While there are obvious differences between Renaissance Italy and small town central Texas, these town squares are far more dense and more organic, different culture, different time. But there are qualities that could be gleaned and then applied to Marble Falls, particularly that the town square forms as a void where arteries in the urban landscape meet. These individuals are squeezed and compressed between 2 masses prior to slipping into the main square. Applying some of that logic to Marble Falls, I split my program between 3 different masses, creating gaps that were informed by the urban situation, allowing for individuals to slip in and out of the space. 3 portals provide access to put a pedestrian down into the main square. The field itself becomes an open plaza available for public use at any time. The field also is surrounded by a pedestrian path that does have access to the river. The field itself is divided by paths of different grass that further de-emphasize the gridiron. In reading the Marble Falls town plan, the city is currently looking for a location for the new town hall. I took this as an opportunity to incorporate the function into the northwest corner of the site as a way of celebrating the civic value of football in small town Texas, and also further develop the idea of a football field as a town square. It also can serve as a multi-purpose event space for locals to rent out. Folding roofs informed by the geometry of the seats below further emphasize the reading of the programming in three distinct objects and provide a presence at the street level. The clock tower campanile has long been associated with civic buildings and spaces. Here it serves in that function while also connecting the skyline to the field and the river. It also can serve as a scoreboard during games. This diagram shows the method and location of descent from the three portals that I mentioned earlier and how they relate to the main path. And here are three views of those portals and the sort of the condition that you have at the street level. Moving on to the plans, the upper level, which at the same elevation as the street, features most of the city hall programming, including the meeting space and offices. It also has the press box at the northeast corner of the site. The lower level, this has most of the rest of the programming tucked underneath the stands. This includes locker rooms and concessions and bathrooms. The classrooms are placed on the periphery of the site, allowing them to occupy a space that is more to the scale that is suited for their function. The first section cuts through the town hall and the home team locker rooms. I placed the town hall above the home functions, further emphasizing the role that the counselors, mayor, coaches, and players play in representing and serving the town. And then here is a view from the council chambers and / event space. The second section cuts through the stands that are above the visiting team locker rooms. And this view, this shows the function of the field as a public green space that provides views and access to the river. The third section cuts longitudinally through the classrooms, the field, and the adjacent berm. This render shows some of the action on the field, as well as the relationship between the stands and one of the portals seen in sort of the one of the thirds of the render. And this render shows a view from one of the berms. And finally, I wanted to end with a shot of the building at night. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions or comments.
Could I jump in, I guess? What a zippy presentation. That was very concise. Could you talk a bit more about, well, first of all, I just like to say that I'm really interested in this simultaneity of program that is based on understanding that there's different uses for the space over different periods of time or when there's not an event. I really like that you considered how to use this giant green field for the public when there's not a semi-private event like a high school football game going on. Could you talk a bit more about the sort of path that is looks like a different color grass or something that moves through, and where does that path go, and how do you get there?
So this path here, it was just a way of the football field is going to be a large, whatever you do, it's going to be a large green plane, and it's going to have a gridiron on it. And I wanted to start to cut through that path. I mean, if someone is on this space, they're probably going to go across it in any way that they want. But by providing a path, it starts to lead the eye and lead the person in certain directions to different nodes towards different nodes in the periphery of the site, but also de-emphasize the football field as the gridiron as the main function of the field. Because really, even though it is a football field, it's only used a couple hours out of the year. In that respect, the rest of the time it would be just an open green space. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess, well, yeah, as an overview, yes. I guess I'm just curious about the specifics of, why that particular way to imply circulation, for example, like, is the path connecting to a certain site context to bring the public in a certain way to kind of guide movement, to imply this is a place you can stay and hang out, or I'm wondering about a specificity to the way it was implemented. I understand the concept behind it, and I'm behind the concept of it. I think it's a good idea. I'm just wondering if we could talk about the specifics of it a bit more. Like maybe we could go to the site plan if that would help.
Yes. So it wasn't, in all honesty, it wasn't as scientific or specific, but I did, the path does begin at certain nodes on the main path around it. So it's not taking you directly from point A to point B, although it maybe can be read in that way. It was, what you said about providing implying some kind of ownership of people over that space, that was the more specific reasoning behind it.
Dominique, if I can say something, are you, Adam, finished? Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Really very beautiful drawings, very nicely presented. Very clear for me your perspective to situating this project. I really love the performance of light within the introduction of Studio Brief. You very nicely showed, and I really compliment that aspect to see like a night scenario and the day scenario. I really like your diagrams about urban fabric to compare like different historical city and some specificness there, and like you embrace like with a contemporary future perspective to situate the sport area like plaza in a Nova Plaza, I would call like linearities, embracing this performance as one city layer. That means invitation, and from the Studio Brief introduction, I understood the intention to prevent the pathways, the performance, the invitation, working in multiple times. So to reactivate the city, which was industrial maybe layer before, and turning into the cityness through these sports, something unique for Texas. And that is new, something for me, arriving here. But this beautiful performance of coming in the event is filtering, like events, everybody sees people dressed like with t-shirts, what is happening here. So I see that the performance is getting beautiful invitation, like a plaza within the network of lines of entering through these linearities, which you invite in different ways, is beautiful, narrow areas where I could just, as a weekend performance with a family, just arriving and walking, no need to directly enter that sport place, and seeing maybe performance of training sport activities happening in this plaza. So I really like the mostly like such a sport facilities, what I have seen is a bit separated, or like in order to be attached, or how can I say, it seems for me like within this landscape, situating, you nicely embrace that sport as a multiple performance of invitation, coming to event, spending free time, maybe going just for a walk, like on a weekend as free time. And it could also continue, I see potential like through bicycle driving, or making skateboarding around, like youth spending the weekend. And I'm saying I really enjoy this multiple performances, and even especially crossing the bridge, and if there is a pathway through the bridge, seeing this performance again. So that those multiple liveness and reactivation as a heart in the city, as a plaza in another plaza, I see the sport becoming like a gathering performance invitation for different events and the weekend free time evening. So maybe just I compliment a lot your precision within the urban fabric of a city and having this strong statement. Maybe my comment, I also interested of a light performance in the evening. So this linearities could also be extended as a potential with your last slide, so that even maybe if there is a main event there, or like, I think that it could also become like in multiple light scenarios, publicness as pathway invitation as an evening, maybe could be more explored with multiple images, but this is like beyond perhaps 3 months. So thank you very much. I just see the potential.
Yeah, hi, Dominic. That was a really clear presentation of your concept. I love this idea of the football field as piazza. I think it's hilarious in a way, because normally there's like a, you know, in your examples of Siena and Venice, there's like a church, but the church has been replaced by football. So I think that says a lot about our culture right now. And I think there's something really great about that kind of replacement. So along thinking about those kind of, you know, you bring up these solid void relationships for me, and I'm going to take this piazza kind of concept maybe to a more or not more logical, but there's some questions that came up for me. One is, which is that there's this notion also of an arcade sometimes around a piazza. And I felt that the arcade, maybe you could go to the next plan, the first floor or second floor. Okay, second floor. I felt that an arcade made potential sense for this project. It seemed like, you know, you alluded to this path on the gridiron, and Adam brought it up. And I felt that the path could be, rather than a kind of graphic on the field, that it could really become more integral to the architecture. I think on the second floor you have a town hall, and it seemed to me that the town hall, and the section was so interesting that you had, right, that the town hall had this wonderful view of the field. I was almost expecting the town hall to connect to kind of a pathway around all of the buildings. And this is where the disjointed quality of the buildings seemed to me, I love the kind of narrow, the compression going in, but I almost felt that there needed to be more of a connection between the buildings at the periphery. So this takes me to my second comment, which is that this is such a strange, I love that this is a football stadium. So strange that there's no seating symmetrically across, right? Like both teams sit on the same side. And I'm guessing one team sits in the middle building and then the other team sits in the other building. Am I reading that correctly? Or maybe the whole point is that they're all commingled. But this idea that opposing teams have to sit with each other, I think is really radical, actually. And this is where I'm really interested in this idea of the opportunity for the stands to be a social space. I love this idea of using the field at all times of year. I think that's really great. I think Rasa touched on that kind of performativity of the landscape throughout the year. And it felt for me that the seating, when I look at the renderings, there's very much this kind of division. Maybe if you go to the next page or keep going.
This one?
Yes, yes. That there's very much like a wall between the seating and the football field. And this is where I'm like, well, if we're using this at all times of year, I just feel like the stands are this really great opportunity to be used in all kinds of unimaginable ways, right? Could be picnicking, maybe there's a rehearsal of like a band. And it just seems that you would want more of a connection to the field. Like right now, they're very much separated. And to me, the activation of the stands almost seems like you would want to encourage that more. You want more connection to the landscape itself. And this is where I think that the path that is mainly a graphic right now, the path could be much more integrated into how these volumes are connected to each other. So it almost like I'm almost want to be forced to traverse all the elements of the architecture that you create. And I think the 3 different volumes really create wonderful different types of spaces and different types of vistas. So for me, the circulation is kind of the point where it's all tied together and it really feels much more like a piazza. And the final comment I have is that the pathway down to the waterfront, this was also where I felt that the landscape itself, that you could introduce seating, that there was a way to maybe introduce more features into the landscape to activate it for other activities. You know, I was thinking like, what if someone wants to skateboard? What if someone wants to kayak? Like what other kind of sport activities could potentially make this place used much more of the year? So yeah, I really felt that this idea of the piazza, I love this idea. And I felt that alongside this idea that there could potentially be the circulation thought of more like an arcade. And then also that that the landscape becomes much more activated for other types of activities that maybe you have in mind. But overall, really, really clear presentation. And I really love the atmosphere of these renderings. Thank you.
No, I totally agree. It was a pretty skillful presentation. I don't present that well, so congratulations on that. In it, I love the interplay of the forms, and the way you've presented all of this with the graphics is really crisp and clear. I really think it was skillfully done. Can you go one more slide in for me, please? No, back in the renderings, the one that shows town hall. Okay. So first and foremost, I like this quite a bit, and I'm really familiar with the site because we did a long investigation for one immediately across the water. My only question about this or critique is there's a tension. I do like the idea. First and foremost, you declared a position. You declared that you were going to compress people to come into here. So you're playing a game between connection and division right here, where I go in through these little chasms, which relate to the piazzas. The question that I do have is the sort of competing types of architecture that are happening here. You know, when I'm looking at everything that's sort of plan east, I've got this folded architecture which directly relates to the fields. But after having decided that you do want to have the town hall, and is this box that's looking directly at it, is that the town hall, or is the town hall all the way to the left?
So that's the council chambers and meeting space, and then the sort of small tower with the offices that serve that space.
Okay. There is something in this with the tower, with these two sort of block buildings, and then this folded architecture elsewhere that to me feels a little bit unresolved. Like you've got so many ideas coming at us right here, and you just wanted to get them all on paper, right? So everybody, there's no need for me to really talk about the path in the field. To do something that is that strongly graphic in the field, it's not like it necessarily needs a reason, but it does sort of devolve into a graphic. And then we have these other sort of spaces, and I really like the idea of the berms for people to sit on and kind of hang out. But if we really are talking about this as a multi-use bit that's connected to the city, and then we come sort of into these chasms, I'm just sort of curious about whether or not there's a purifying level that might happen, you know, the next time you did this project. Because to me, I think everything that is happening at Plan South and Plan East is really convincing. This is the image right here where I kind of get lost, because it feels like very suddenly I've got very rational buildings popped on top of there. And when you put the columns in to hold up the press room up there, right, in front of some of the people watching the football game, I suspect you knew it, right? You on some level probably knew that this was the alien, these two structures were the aliens that just dropped into a project that otherwise had this tension between all of these folds and chasms and things. And that's really my biggest takeaway on this, is that I think it was very skillfully done. So I feel like a heel to kind of come in and say like what you ought to do. But it does feel to me like this whole area over here, if it really is supposed to be sort of non-directive multi-use, it's kind of a bummer very suddenly to have two buildings. Like, boom, I got a building here. Go use the building. Otherwise, I think it's really nicely done.
I would agree. That was definitely a point of like, I spent probably too much time just trying to resolve how that happened. There's a lot of awkwardness, pretty much until maybe a couple of days ago was when I finally put pencils down. So it's definitely something that I feel like I should keep working with as I get this new portfolio ready.
Absolutely, but nicely done.
Thank you.
Very much so.
If I could, I don't know how much time do we have for. Just wondering.
Yeah, not much more, because we have 4 to get through, so we could go another 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll just say, because you're showing, or like you're implying, you're saying there's going to be multiple different uses of this space based on time and things like this. I think you should show that in more of your representations, even in plan. It would be nice to see the way that you specifically imagine people would walk along this path when it's not being used for an event, and how like there could be different kinds of events that happen here. There could be a music, like there could be a concert, right? How would a concert happen here? There could be a wedding, like Gomes suggested. There could be different kinds of sports. Could there be multiple different sports here? You know, I think it'd be interesting to see that in like plan or something. We have it in some of the renderings, which is good, at least. And then also, you know, to pick up on what has been said already is, I do think the architecture itself formally could use some more specificity, and like conceptually everything makes a whole lot of sense to me. You have a campanile, which I think also is very funny. I agree with Stephanie, and I like that quite a bit. And I'm wondering if the campanile, because you start with the historical reference there, if you could maybe give that more of a presence and tone down the architectural language of the rest of the stuff, and kind of allow the campanile to be the kind of architecture on the site, and everything else is a bit more toned down and is more of a landscape kind of thing. I really like the berms, and I almost wish that the bandstands and the seating was all kind of berm-like, or had that same language of berms, which then maybe had seating on top of it, or it was the seating itself. And then there's just like a very simple kind of shading structure. And I think that the press room and the city hall all that stuff could be a kind of indoor-outdoor kind of experience potentially. And some of the indoor program, I feel like that stuff could have all gotten like put into the campanile, such that the campanile is like the interior architecture, and it maybe it gets thicker and bigger and taller, and you could have the press room in there. It'd be very easy to look down and survey what's happening. And also, I think you can talk about like how this would be great to look out into the river, you know, this going back to the earlier spectatorship stuff, and how the arrangement of this stuff, you know, where would a big music event happen? Where would the musicians play? I feel like that could be a more considered kind of thing that happens with the landscape design potentially. But I'd like to commend you on this. It's quite interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm going to encourage us to move on so that we don't get too crunched towards the end. Dominic, thank you so much.
Thank you for the comments.
Allie, you are up next. Are you? There you are.
All right. Let me... Okay, can everybody hear me and see this okay? Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Allie Matson. I am brand new to architecture. I have a BFA in studio art with a focus in painting. So let's jump right in. All right, so this is Wildcat Stadium in Temple, Texas. And I chose this image, one, because it's a personal driving marker for me whenever I drive to and from Dallas down 35. And second, because it showcases my main purpose for this design. So here we see in the blue the primary components of a football game. There's the home section, the game, and the away section. But in the green, we start to see the formations of other social gatherings. Football isn't only a game in Texas, but it's also like a huge social gathering as well, especially for small town Texas. And growing up, I remember socializing at high school football games in these like secondary groups that surround the football field. We can see in the green sections that they happen naturally in various clusters away from the main attraction. So this is kind of like the driving force of the design moving forward. So in plan, as I began this design process, I was thinking about these social gatherings that occurred throughout the game that don't take place in the main components, so the home or away section or on the field. With that in mind, I also wanted to design something that could be used outside of football as well. If we think about most football stadiums, that's really their sole purpose, aside from maybe like track and field or like soccer games that occur there. The third component that went into the design process was also the idea of landmass being manipulated into something kind of playful. So ultimately, this design came to an archipelago with its like main components being the stadium here, a boardwalk connecting other parts of Marble Falls, and a connection with these bridges to various islands. Okay, so there is one large field in the middle, as we can see here, and there's 5 other islands that surround it. Most of them are all connected except for the one kind of closest to the shoreline towards the back that's only accessible by boat. All right, so I made a physical model. I did make a rhino as well, but I really wanted to work on my model making. So this is what the stadium looks like in mass within the landscape, and how it sits within the ground, and how the purpose is for people to walk onto it kind of like on flat ground past a event center, down the stairs onto the boardwalk. So they'd have to traverse all the way down the stairs to get to that spot. And then that would allow them to circulate around through the islands and the field. So in section through the middle, we can see the this like element that I've added into the stadium where it's not totally bleachers. It is broken up with some various kind of berm-like instances So in section, we can kind of see like they slant a little bit and like there's allowable space to walk down the bleachers and the stairs and then continue on with some more ground space or like a berm-like structure in the stadium and then continue to walk down. There is an entrance here in the middle of the stadium where the event goers and players can enter into to go into the restrooms and these locker rooms as well. And then they can also walk out onto the boardwalk over the bridge and onto the main field. And at the end of the football field in this section, there is some undulating mass that occurs at the end where the away section is technically they can sit, but it's also an allowable space for people to use this field as like a social gathering space. Okay. So this section cuts lengthwise through the football field looking at the stadium. So on the left under the highway bridge, there is an island that acts as a sloping storage space. People can access it by the step bridge over here towards the far left and walk down the slope of the island, while the interior space of it is a storage garage. So they can drive from the field onto this island. The press box, as we move left to right, is stacked on top of the stadium, on top of concessions. And then as we continue moving right, we traverse up another stepped bridge onto a playground island, as that is more topographic. So the program here is kind of spread throughout some of the islands, and within the stadium, as I said earlier, the press box is on top of the concessions, on top of the stadium. The restrooms and the locker rooms are tucked underneath the stadium. Storage space on the island under the highway. The island in the middle or towards the bottom, only accessible by boat. The islands on the far right, the one with the icon of the 3 students in the board is a classroom space, and it's connected to a playground island. There's no like physical component on it that is like a playscape, but it's more of just these undulations within the island. So the main network components of this structure are the boardwalk, its bridges, and the islands that sit within the water here. Density-wise, since this space is very, it varies, and there's a lot of opportunity that can happen within this space. So there's football. Here's like some possibilities: football, 4th of July, school event, and off-season. I figured for like the 4th of July, it'd probably be like super packed. You know, everyone's trying to get onto these islands, and in my mind that they would set off these fireworks from the main island so everybody can kind of be around it and see. With football, more people would be spread out, kind of investigating the game from various points of these islands. For a school event, they would be more on the classroom side and the playground side. In off-season, it's just a regular park where they can gather around in various social gatherings. So one of the perspectives, this is from the stadium on looking towards the playground area and the classroom space and the boardwalk down below. And then we walked all the way around, and now we're on to the storage island, walking to it. In the background, we can see the island only accessible by boat. And on the left, we can see the football island. And we're under the highway bridge at this point. Okay. And then finally, we've gone back up the stairs of the stadium, back into the civic engagement space on the top that sits next to the stadium, and we're looking out towards Marble Falls and all the traffic heading into it. And that is the Marble Falls archipelago.
Hi, Ali. I can jump in. Can you take us back to a plan? Okay, great. First of all, I love the concept. I love the concept of the archipelago. You mentioned the combination of land masses and playfulness. And I do really appreciate the kind of playfulness that you're getting at with the landscape. So a couple things came to mind as you were presenting. And this is in keeping with the idea of the playfulness. You know, Isamu Noguchi's landscapes actually came to mind. He designed a number of playgrounds.
Yeah, that's definitely something that was brought to my attention as I started.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
I'm so glad I read that in there. Okay. So I was really, really psyched to see that. And I really appreciate you had these diagrams about the temporality, the use of the space over time, which came up in the last presentation. So really great that you addressed that. So and this is in keeping with the playfulness part, which is that I was really curious about the away seating. And I almost felt that the isolated island you have, which is only for boaters, I'm like, maybe the isolated island should be an island that floats and moves, and that's actually where the away team sits. So I'm almost like, rather than having this landmass built out, which is like a little bit awkward and asymmetrical, so like poor away team, you know, that they're on this like really awesome floating island that can be towed to some kind of towed to shore, or like towed to the to like an optimal viewing experience, right? And in this way, just because I thought it was a bit strange that I'm like, oh, here's this island that's only somehow this archipelago is a bit disconnected. And I think there's this question of circuit for me, which was that I love the interconnectedness of the islands, but it almost felt like the teaching island, the classroom island, really should be more integral. That maybe it is like a string of pearls, or maybe there's like another bridge that connects the teaching island to the main island. And this idea, sorry, to go back to the floating island concept, which is that there have been a number of architects or artists who have thought about this, right? Like Robert Smithson, he had this proposal for a floating island that was tugged around by a tugboat, or like Aldo Rossi, or also Vito Acconci, right? So there's kind of like this precedent in architecture of this island that floats around and has this kind of strange, uncanny quality to it, but also serves as a kind of movable social space. I think the digging into the topography of the slope is interesting. I was curious about the layout of these stands, just because there are gaps and I don't see as much detail of it in the plans. I don't know if you have a larger plan of the seating on the home side. Just because it seemed like the section was so incredible, because you're really digging in. I'm like, there's almost like this bunker quality, and I'm like, oh, there's like no natural light in those spaces inside, as far as I can tell. And I think the last comment I have is about the press box, that you have this wonderful playful language of the landscape, and then the press box is kind of just this like very utilitarian structure. And I almost expected more playfulness with the press box, right? That you know, when I was looking at this section, I'm like, oh, that really sticks out, right, on the left side. So I feel like there could be an attention to the press box as kind of activated landscape or playful landscape that is not antithetical to the program of the press box, right? There can be that kind of juxtaposition of the architecture and the landscape and its function. But overall, I really enjoy that you made this beautiful model. You mentioned this is your first semester in architecture, really impressive. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, and I completely agree with your comment. Like originally starting out, I had like, I don't know, like 12 islands. I was going crazy. And I was like, every island has to have its own thing. And originally there was an island that was like press box and how it was like a tower that kind of stood up. But ultimately, I kind of had to bring it down a little bit, but no, I completely understand that comment. And like, I think like if I could like iterate some more with this, I I would definitely head in that direction for sure.
I really like the idea though of atomizing from the Wildcat Stadium, atomizing the individual groups of people and then literally giving that sort of an architectural landscape form, just sending them out on their own. I mean, as far as specifically programming the individual items, you know, playground, et cetera, I'm not so convinced about that. I think that this probably doesn't need to be so directive. As we all know, on game night, it's just going to be teenagers drinking on all of those islands anyway, right? So, and there's only one where you're shielded with a berm. So they're going to drink on the one you have to get to from the boat. But I think that this is a really great and fun sort of idea, and some really nuanced ideas about how to occupy that site. Like, who doesn't want to be on an island under that colossal bridge? You know, the direct address to the Chili's, not sure on that one, but that having been said, there you go. The only thing that I would really say about it is that I like all of the plans and the models and the graphics that you got. Can you go back to your model?
Sure. That's not my...
So there is something embedded in this particular model where, to my mind, this is all landscape. Like, you've already kind of done it, but you've given a rigid boundary to the, and it's much more shown in your drawings. That drawing we just blasted past. You know, you've got the green areas. No, it was the elevation. I guess it was a section, but it was headed looking directly at the stands.
Oh,
That one right there. And there is, you know, my comments are always so similar. We should just record me and put me on saying the same thing. But there is ample room within that landscape for the press box to be depressed into it, or to be a berm that ramps up. And now I'm occupying the top of this thing for some type of program. But when you've created what is basically this atomized playground, you know, this system of landscape follies, I think you should resist the urge to architecturalize anything with a rigid form. Like, the cool thing about that berm over there is enough grade to support bleachers. Maybe too steep, but I'm not positive about that. And this is a thing that can insinuate itself into the landscape the same way we have these islands out there that are, you know, taking any nature of occupation. I would say as well within that, if you can go to one of the plans for me. The model shows it as well. I do like the idea of the islands. I think Stephanie's idea of one of them being movable is, I mean, all of this is kind of hilarious because I spent some of my high school time in Midland, Texas, where this stuff's like a religion. And this is, you know, I would program with these with, you know, this is where the fights happen and this is where, but all of that having been said, I think this is really nice. But when I get to Plan North, that is the place. And also the bridges. The bridges, I feel like with what you've got going on here, the last thing you really want are to just paste them together with bridges, right? Like, those feel like they came out of a different project in the same way that the press box did. You pull the bridges out and you pull the press box off, and I like this plan so much better. But you've got to be able to get to the islands, and I understand that. But I think it ought to be something that comes out of the language of what you've declared in the same way that the bleachers should, so that there is a way to get from one to the other, you know, in a way where you're like skipping on stones, much more like an archipelago, rather than having, okay, I got to get from A to B, so let's drop a, you know, Band-Aid across it, right?
Yeah.
But I think when you've declared a system like this that is playful and cool, and you knew before you put the bridges on what you were looking at, that this was kind of good, and it was the right instinct to not have 12 islands. But when I look at this, I want to see this thing to be all island and landscape. And I think that that's kind of where you were headed. So it's nice though. It's fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking a along those lines as well. And Stephanie, I'm glad you brought up Aldo Rossi, because that was the first thing that popped to mind. Was specifically, you might have been thinking of the Theater of the World, Teatro del Mondo, which was a installation on a barge in Venice in the 70s for the Biennale, I believe. And it was just it's a very different, like aesthetically different, but it has a similar like playfulness to it. It's like, it's a building on top of a barge, and it's a theater, and the theater moves around and it docks in different parts of the city. And I'm like, I think to build off this idea that one of these things moves around, I think it would be nice if one of them moved around. Maybe it would make sense if it was the city hall, or like the meeting, the you know, or the education room with the city hall or something, and it kind of goes around where it needs to go, and it docks along this river. I think that would be quite interesting. And I don't know, to go back to, you know, I guess classical references, because it seems to be something we're talking about. It reminded, the way that it's situated on the side of the, you know, the landscape, reminded me of the ancient Greek theaters, like the theater of Epidaurus in particular, which is a very well preserved theater, a Greek theater, and it's built on the side of the mountain, and it just looks out across the landscape. It's a very similar kind of posture. I guess, and the bridges, you know, I don't mind the bridges. I just guess I wish that the bridges were, if you were going to do landscape plus something else, which is the architecture, I wish that the landscape plus the other thing, I wish the other thing had a more of a like a specificity to it, or more of its own kind of language or something. It feels like they're just a bit like, okay, there's just these rectangle things, and you know, what do they feel like? What are they made of? Can they be drawn up and put down like little drawbridges? Or how do boats come and view an event here? Do we want to see how the boats would actually dock there? Like you're saying, they can go to that one little island, but in fact, they can go to any of those islands. Mm-hmm. So, you know, if you're having a, you know, a Trump rally, and you want to have your boat rally here, where are the boats going? You know, there could be hundreds of boats here, and where are they going to dock? And I feel like if you're going to say boats are going to dock here, there should be some kind of way to show us that, which would be cool. And that's a design opportunity. And it's playful, like show us this stuff. Like, I think that's interesting. Like, this plan is a good start. I feel like you can populate it with people and things and color and, you know, confetti and you know, like fireworks and stuff. Like, show it alive. Like, show your drawings in a liveliness and playfulness that matches the ideas, I feel like. And I know you're just getting started, but I just like to encourage you to be as playful with your representations as you are with your ideas, so that that they jive together. Don't be afraid of like taking chances and making things look crazy or weird or something like that. And I guess,
appreciate that.
Yeah, totally. And I guess the bridges brought to mind this artist group, Christo and Jean-Claude, who do like big landscape installations. And
are they the ones that do it around the islands that kind of like connect?
Yeah, they
yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking of, like kind of moving into this like designing process. But I really like their work.
Cool, yeah. And yeah, I don't know. Cool, so you already know. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, I'm glad we're feeling that same vibe.
And I'm so sorry to push this, but I think I have to move us along, or we're gonna cheat the folks who come later. Thank you so much, Allie.
Thank you.
Jonathan, you're next.
All right. All right, can everybody hear and see my screen all right? All right, so my name is Jonathan Malat, and this is my 4th vertical studio here. My undergraduate degree was in business administration, the old stereotype of the business administration major going into architecture, I know. But my undergraduate degree was from UT, graduated a few years ago, so I'm a local. And this is my 4th vertical studio. So I grew up in Texas, up in the Dallas area, and I went to a fair number of football games growing up. And as I started to reflect back at my time at these football games, I wanted to try to figure out what was the thing I thought of, I remember the most from these games. And to me, it was the approach to the football game, the stadium itself. It starts, for me, at the stadium in my high school, it was a ways back from the street. So it started as we got from the parking lot to this long pathway, and we would see the lights in the distance of the stadium, and we would hear the sounds get louder as we got closer, and we would be shoulder to shoulder with people from the same team and people from another school. And then we would make our way around the stadium and see the popcorn refreshments area and underneath the bleachers, and we would eventually move up into the stadium itself and have that moment where we get to walk out of one of the entrances or in one of the little vomitoria into the stadium and see the field, and everything kind of crescendos. So I wanted to create a project that really highlighted and like built upon that idea of the approach and the journey through from outside the stadium all the way through to the stands. The site itself is shown in the dashed line, and it really isn't that much bigger than a football stadium itself. So in order to get a decent amount of pathways and to increase the length of the approach to the stands, I wanted to push the stadium off the side of the hillside and use the hillside as my area for the approach. And another a major move I did sort of early on was to twist the field a little bit as to not be parallel with the site, but to be angled towards the river. And the river off screen to the right curves dramatically. So if the field was parallel to the site, you would mostly just see shoreline, but twisting it this way gave a really nice axis through the football field where you would see down the river itself. So this is my plasticine model, and it was really early. I think it was within the first week of the project, but I think it nailed a lot of the core things that I would expand upon, which was the having the long approach from the street at the top of the hill, and having little moments where the stadium can open up and reveal itself to people on the pathway walking towards the stadium, and possibly a way of lifting the stadium up to allow circulation around the sides. And as far as the main circulation strategy for the site, I thought of bringing people in from the street, and then having moments along the path where the path itself could be constricted or covered, and then it would open itself up at key moments, showing people into the stadium and giving them a little taste of what they're going to get to in a minute. And then having sort of a final crescendo at the end where people get to see right down the axis of the football fields with the river in the background and the stands on the left and right. And that path would continue around the outside of the field itself. So the stadium itself, I took the field and I raised it up about 1 story, and that allowed me to tuck a lot of the program up underneath the field itself, and that freed a lot of the area up for the path on the hillside. I didn't have to put too much of the classrooms and the restrooms up there, since it would all be contained underneath the field itself. And then I sort of created a mass of an enclosure around the field, and then opened it up in different areas for the for the view down the edge of the river, I opened it up, and at key moments along the stadium, I opened it up so people could see inside, and then added some stands and some articulation to that. And you'll see more of that when we get to the perspectives. So this is the site plan. People enter from the top of the site, and they go down a kind of a low sloped ramp, and their first stop along this journey, if you will, is a little observation platform towards the top of the hillside, where they can see kind of the final destination of where they're heading, which is this lower area where there's a ticket booth, and it looks like this in section where there's sort of people coming down a ramp, and then they're at the top of this hill. And here's what that would look like. And then as they keep walking, they'll go back to the path, and they'll walk through. And basically what these, they'll walk through a series of sort of architecturalized canyons where in between the canyons, there's tunnels with an opening at the top of them. And then there's periods where they're walking through the canyons, and then the view to their right and their left will be of the lower path, which is the area here. And then the canyon sort of directs their view into the stadium. So here's what the canyon would look like in section. And then the parts that aren't the canyon would be these enclosed passageways with an opening at the top to let light stream down one of the walls. And then here's a view of one of the main, more dramatic of the openings, where people will see down the 50-yard line and see the lower boardwalk below. And then at about the halfway point of the journey is an opening where people spill out. And this is an area that is a sort of a hillside theater, where there's some seating and there's some lawn for people to set up blankets. And it goes back to the idea of having this be more than just a football stadium. And during the rest of the year, this would be a very lovely place to have performances. And the stage is tucked underneath is tucked inside of that. That's the mass of the stadium as well. And here's what that would look like. So as people continue from this point, they'll go down the lower pathway that we saw earlier, and then they would continue, and sort of one of their last moments where they see through the stadium is that view that I mentioned earlier, where they see down the entire length of the stadium. The people who are walking around the edge of the stadium are at a lower level, so they're not those people aren't obscuring the people standing on this platform here after they've bought their tickets, and they can see all the way down the length of the river. And here's what the lower level underneath the field looks like. There's various programs tucked underneath different areas, restrooms and classrooms, and the main entrances to the stands are located here, and the locker rooms are located here with their own entrances into the stands. And as people walk around, they can have views down the river as well. And then the view, or then that journey sort of ends as they go up into the stadium and go to their seats. All right, I'll turn over for questions.
Okay, I guess I'll say something. I feel weird, just talking so much sometimes. So please
Okay.
do you want to go? Go
yes.
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a very nice presentation, especially beautiful drawings, very original. It makes really continuation your care and your specific moments of entering, performing, coming in seeing these different layers, as well as your plan. It's really like a castle or a church in the city, like seeing this black and white, like figure ground, Porsche space, this mass and void. I'm just like referring like it would be a plaza in this arcade, what was mentioning previous comments from the reviewers before, like you got like a porosity within the layer as a wall, as invitation, as separation of multiple events. And I really like this multiplicity, which makes cityness in your project, like saying this multiple layers and invitation, not just entering, but niches, exploring and bringing the functionality, programmatic, and as well free time dualities. So that multiplicity is amazing, beautiful presentation and having so different colors, mentioning the moments. I maybe one comment after a lot of enjoying your presentation, seeing it very, very interesting through simplicity and complexity, reaching the cityness, the event, the performance of coming in and gathering, and especially visibility, how you carved each crochet or solid spaces and openness through the visibility. So I never felt like I'm in a river, but I feel it like I'm in a city. And that I like it a lot, that contrast, the contrast like an object, like a stadium field in the water, how you position it. So I think it's very fascinates me, your first image. When you show your first image from your references, like what you spoke a lot, that from the bridge, the view into before you started even your presentation, I recognize like this one, I recognize here your very full focus of an impression, how you perceive the stadium. So really nicely integrated in the cityness, but maybe framed it also within this wall separation, which is could be logical for different water as well, levels and stuff like that. So you placed it not as a landscape, but as like a castle or something in the water, which is very interesting for me as an urban typology. So you made it maybe more stronger. But I think colorizing in your beautiful drawings, I think it has also intention. I like specific this view and your reference to your project, the sun, this kind of shyness, center of light. Like it's just a questioning, and I think it beautifully through this interruptions of framing, which you created at the end in your plan, in this white black drawing in your plan. If you go to the plan, please. So I think and this views, how you show it to me, I can imagine that shyness from the light, it could perform back as a beautiful porous filter. I can't explain that. And that brings also liveness of the event. Could be very beautiful. And it's a bit reference to me, like Olafur Eliasson creates the sun, this artificial sun, which is in the interior, and it brings us together to watch it in exhibition space. But I saw it like your project as a sun in the evening scenario, daytime, and multiple events through these performances of visibility carving. I think I really like this layering, and it's very, very well done. Maybe just my last comment that light scenarios with Cisco invitation, I think it's very beautifully performing back, so as a potential. And the other comments I give to the our reviewers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Vasya, and in terms of like the way you're interested in like framing views, I think that's really interesting. And I also agree that your starting reference is a really nice one. Really expanding this kind of this approach is really interesting. I guess one of the sighting decisions you made in terms of rotating this to have a view towards some part of the river, we're not really getting a good vision of what that might be or what that is, because it doesn't really show up in the representations. I was kind of expecting to see like at least a perspective showing that moment and like who gets to see that and when, because it seems like you have a whole lot of architecture and it's very big, and a lot of it is intentionally blocking your vision. So therefore it's also intentionally like directing your vision. So I guess it would be, I think you had some very effective renderings where you show us, you know, that alignment of things. I thought that was fairly convincing. So in terms of your broader site decision to rotate this against the river, I would expect to see a very similar kind of representation, because for me, this is about actually, it has nothing to do with this river, which I don't really mind if it has nothing to do with this river. But the way that it's represented, it seems to be about actually making it feel like you're in a city, which was mentioned just before, rather than making you feel like you are connected to this river. Because when you first started, I actually thought that this pathway that takes you down the slope was going to be open so that you could actually see the river, or have moments to see the river. But the way that you show us you're directing the vision is that you don't see the river. You instead see this building. The river doesn't really make an appearance in any of your perspectives, for example.
Right.
Or like, where are the moments where I can actually see the river? Do you want us to have a connection to the river? It seems like you really don't want us to have a connection to the river. So I'm sure you do, or maybe you, as you mentioned, you do. So maybe you just need to make some more representations about that. I really liked that you put most of the service stuff into basically a plinth, and that's really following a very similar idea that Jornatsen had with the Sydney Opera House. I guess I was interested in, like, you know, I guess, you know, is the plinth a different kind of thing than the building itself? We don't really know what the plinth is made of, or is it landscaped? Is it hardscaped? What kind of character does the plinth have? And does the building on top of it, you know, have a different posture? And yeah, I guess we kind of see it there. Oh, is that the water? I guess the water is represented here in such a flat way that I don't even know that it's water. I would only know that's water, like, if there could be some distortion or some kind of reflection or even some kind of texture there, or a color. I feel like it might help, or show us a boat or something, you know, to indicate that's water. I think that would be really helpful. It looks like this could be a valley, for example, if we didn't know that that was a river. This could be an overpass over a valley. Anyway, I don't need to.
But Adam, maybe the water becomes the ground and the figure becomes a stadium. So I think that was intentionally seeing the neighborhood, those fragments, those points in the city. It's very much opposite. And I like that contrast. Of course, it's in the water. We see it by coming through the bridge. But this invitation, that cityness, creating city feeling within the sports stadium, I really enjoy it, you know, multiple events and states. But of course, the comments of the water maybe was intentionally, but that is opposite. I really enjoy seeing very different approaches within stadium. A lot of compliments to every student. It's very interesting. It's very urban.
Thank you.
I guess
I don't know if we have time for more comments, or maybe I'll just try to do this quickly. I love that you brought up vomitoria, Jonathan. That may be the first time I've heard that in a student presentation. So I'm really appreciating this discussion of classical architecture. So let's keep rolling with this. I think the concept is really clear. Adam brought up the theater of Epidaurus before, and like, let's just keep going. I love this idea of the approach, and it's almost like the reverse of the approach to the Acropolis, right? The Acropolis approach is very much a winding path. You ascending up, and you see these kind of oblique views of the kind of the end point. right? So I think this is so fascinating. I was also expecting the path to be open. And when I saw this section, I was very surprised. And I was curious that it's very clear the views that you want. And what I think is interesting is the symmetry of the views, except maybe the green one, where it's slightly asymmetrical, whereas in the kind of classical Greek way that there's very much a perspectival oblique view, right? That there's dynamism in that. So I think it's just some, neither good nor bad, but something to think about. And I feel that we needed a view down the path, because I'm like, I have a great idea what the views look like. I'm like, the path seems to me like dark and scary, potentially. There's like this tiny slit of light at the top. And I'm imagining that the view down the path is this beautiful rhythm of light and darkness, right? It's going to be a wonderful drawing if you do it. And I think this would help a lot. You're very much, you've crafted these views. I think we need to know a little bit more about the journey itself, right? The second thing, I'm fascinated by this porous, gigantic, thick occupied wall. I think what Raza brought up about the city quality, it is fascinating because it's so monumental. This seems like a gigantic project, way bigger than a high school football stadium, right? And of course, that's the point. I think there's a bit of that tension in there, but it seems even more urban than the town itself. Of course, I don't know much about the town, but I'm like, wow, this is like a whole city, and you're approaching the city, and it's almost like especially with this view, I'm like, there's housing, there's stores, there's just this whole other quality to it that's really fascinating. I felt that the plan of the plinth, if we can go to that, a fascinating plan. It's carved out. This is also the kind of, there's very much this attention to solid void. And what it seemed to me is that there's cutouts at the base. You can see that in the views, but I'm like, these spaces are more or less, and I know like locker rooms are not like they don't normally get light, or they're tucked under, but I'm like, here's an opportunity to create light. Like, I don't know where your kind of town hall space or classrooms, that I'm like, all of this seems dark, right? So I'm like, are those programs like above? Because there's like all this mass above for the seating. And this is where I was curious, if we're to push this more, that this is more about a city proposal, that seeing the stadium as city, I think that's really interesting. Then I almost feel like the plans need more detail about multiple uses of this. I'm very curious about the seating itself, right? We don't get that much detail about it. We don't have as much detail about the circulation. And this is where I think that the multiple programs potentially tucked into this monumental series of forums could be really interesting, and also address the temporal aspects of the project. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to throw out there that we need to be thinking about moving on. So if there's any last comments.
Anything I would say is duplicative of what's already been said. The only thing I would say, Jonathan, is you've spent a lot of time and in detail with the way this is presented and with the graphics. And those 3 renderings are quite beautiful. The thing that I can say is you've pushed it to a level of abstraction. I still don't really know what your building's like, right? From where I'm standing, I'm still, we were starting, and I thought I was looking at Marianne Weiss's Olympic Sculpture Park up there, but then I realized from the section that it's all closed off. It would be helpful at some point to get, some sort of an understanding of the entire thing as a project. Because it's not that I find it frustrating, but I find it very difficult to interface with, because you're telling me you can look here, you can look here, you can look here. You've seen enough, right? That is all.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. I'm going to move us along.
Thank you, guys.
Bella? There you are.
Okay. Can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Bella. I have a background in art,
Well,
architecture.
You do have a couple windows.
Oh, wait.
Sorry. I didn't.
Share. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. You still have like a tiny black bar at the top, but it's fine. It doesn't block anything.
Okay. All right. So I'm Bella. I have a background in art, architecture, and urbanism from Smith College in Massachusetts. And this is my third studio here at UT. So football is a spectacle that brings the community together in Texas, but I also wanted to emphasize the civic qualities of the field and the functional uses of civic space. So in our site visit to Marble Falls, a strong datum exists at the bridge and street level, with the majority of the existing buildings occupying the above of the datum line. I was interested in reinforcing and breaking that datum based on the public and private aspects of the required program. And so because of my interest in celebrating all of civic spaces, I decided to keep the water treatment plant on the site. I embedded the tanks into the ground and capped it with the field at the street level. From there, the bar program is situated along the edge of the field and serves as a threshold between the city and the field. And then I inclined the plane to create a green occupiable roof for spectation. Here is an isometric view of the project. So the intervention houses all of the required programmatic elements, and the views from the project help solidify the connections between the field and the city. So this diagram illustrates the planned divide of the views, with this side which faces the city, and then this side which faces the river's edge. And then additionally, the views of the above and below created by the field became important. I was interested in emphasizing the space below the field through the use of lights. Football is important to the community, but arguably public space and the inner workings of the city should be just as celebrated. So the site plan and how the field engages the city and the water's edge. So this section cuts through the double height city meeting space. The entrance from the street level allows views into this space. And then this section cuts through the classrooms with the main access through the building from the street level and down to the field. And then above that path is the section through the crosswalks. So this section goes through the locker rooms with the access to the occupiable green roof from the street side. So this longitudinal section cuts through the city meeting space on the right, the classroom in the middle, and then the locker rooms on the lower level with concession stands to the right and then bathrooms to the left, and then the crosswalks and the occupiable green roof. So this is the roof plan, which shows a possible occupation of the green roof. And then the entrance level, which houses the bathrooms off to the left, and the concession stand and the circulation path with access to the other levels. Basement plan, which has the city meeting space to the right, then the classrooms and the locker rooms, and then storage in the back. And then this also shows the water treatment plant, which is embedded below the field. And then this diagram highlights the circulation through the building. And then a perspective of the intervention at night from the bridge into town. And then this perspective of the underneath of the field with the water tanks. And with that, I end my presentation.
Bella, take us back to some sort of image for people to look at while they figure out what to say.
Hey, Bella, can you take us to the basement plan? Okay. Okay, so first of all, really beautiful axos. I believe this is the most detailed plan drawings we've got, so bravo. I wish I could see them in person and they would be larger. So overall, just really wonderful representation, and it's very clear that you're quite skilled at that. This is such a strange proposal, this like above world and underworld. I'm just gonna go with the Greek kind of theme we've got going on here, and the underworld to me is what I'm really curious about. So I want to know a little bit more on the plan, the civic spaces here. Do they have a view into this underworld you've created? Like what is the quality of space from there? Is that what the last image is?
Yes. So should I turn, or I guess I can stay here. So there's a curtain wall that runs along the edge of these, which it's probably too zoomed out to really see it very well, but it provides like views into like the underneath world.
Okay, and please take us to the view then, the last, yes, this. Because I was very curious what the daytime experience is like, right? I met and like lights, I think. So there's kind of like this spectacular light show underneath. There's a lot of, and this is not a bad thing that I'm saying, there's a lot of perversity to this, which is that what's going on under is not at all visible above ground. Is that right?
Yes.
They're really two entirely different realms.
Yes.
And above ground to me seems very functional, it works, but I was missing a bit the above ground, the invention. I'm like, this is a very practical, fulfillment of the project. And then you take us below ground and I'm like, whoa, what is happening? This is really interesting. And I guess I'm curious what your thoughts are about that, because this seems to be only like a kind of nighttime experience. And during the daytime, which is when the classrooms presumably are being used, or the kind of civic spaces, what do you imagine that quality is like?
So I guess my thought was like during the football game specifically, because most football games for high school happen at night rather than in the daytime, like university football does, I think. So it was kind of most likely like the occupation of this building in general is going to happen like mostly during the football game. And so it was kind of like my way of how do you like celebrate the different aspects of this besides just the football, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might challenge you a bit on that assumption. Because as you can see from your peers, things get used all the time. Plus, there's going to be people working there, even if nothing's happening, like janitors and people like this, who are also occupants and all. They're also clients. What does this look like during the day? I think we would just love to know that. I think this idea that the underside might have a different kind of character to the very buttoned up, very practical top side, I think is like an interesting Janus head, like a two-faced kind of character. Do you see what I'm getting at, potentially?
Sort of.
well, and you're even talking about day versus night use, right? Or like night versus day use. I feel like you could play up this kind of duality, because your major design thrust here is essentially creating a plane that projects over the river, right? And it's two-sided, two sides of the coin, right? So it's interesting that this underside might have a very different kind of experience than the top side. It already does, because it will be very dim, very dark underneath this. And so you're showing us one thing that might happen here. I'm not entirely sure what's happening, but there are lights. So it seems like there would be some, like you're showing us people occupying it. What kinds of things could happen underneath here? During what times of day? And
oh, was there more? Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, that's an interesting point to bring up. I guess mostly the way that I was thinking about this was during the night and at the football game. But I think during the daytime, it's still going to be fairly dark. So whether or not the lights would still be on and show up like quite as brightly as this. I guess like I wanted to almost bring like the sensational spectacle of like the above football to like the below, and to encourage people to kind of explore the space of the below rather than hiding it away completely, and like as like a functional space that most people tend to forget about. It's kind of bringing more attention to the below.
no, I really like that. I think that's great that we go under there. I think that's really wonderful. I mean, it's in a way you're kind of recreating the same exact experience as going underneath the highway. And I don't know if that was intentional, but it seems like it was, because your datum point for where that football stadium is the same elevation point as where the highway is. So I feel like was that intentional, or like that? Yeah, it feels intentional. So why that point? I really liked where you started and you said, I liked your analysis of where things were in elevation in section. These things are distributed, and you said you wanted to break that datum point, right? So, I think you're doing that in some ways, but I'd like to know more specifically, like, okay, you're underneath this football stadium sometimes, but only during football games for some reason. I feel like you could be underneath that during the day to do some other activities, right? I mean, wouldn't you want to hang out there potentially during the day to have some kind of like, I don't know, public gathering, to like exercise, to have a dance party, to have an outdoor music venue underneath this? The acoustics in there would be really interesting, bouncing everywhere. Are you in Austin right now?
I am, yeah.
Have you been to the green belt and underneath the highway?
No.
Oh, you should definitely check that out if you don't mind going outside. The situation is really, quite similar. Like, there's a public infrastructure. There's a bridge it's a pedestrian bridge that was put in as part of this public infrastructure landscape project. It's called the Greenway, and it's directly underneath the highway, and it's a pedestrian bridge put in after the fact by some landscape architect directly underneath the highway, and you have a fully different experience like of this highway. And so just wondering if there are other ways that you can kind of either play up that relationship with the highway, giving you another perspective, which I like, and like being more specific about what's happening under there and what kinds of things, and being like, yeah, sure, the football game's only at night, but this is going to be here all the time, 24/7. Why not make use of it as a civic place, without, like, to understand that there's all of these overlapping uses that could occur here.
I mean, I would definitely say, like, from this image, at certain points in time, this would be a singular space. It would be unlike any place you'd ever seen, but it's huge. It's in fact as big as a football field. And I keep thinking about the fact that you have gone to great lengths to put this underground. We have, as Stephanie pointed out, a very accomplished building on top that takes care of it. But we've put this underneath, and it does seem to me that some thought as to programming and lighting in a more nuanced way probably is in the cards, because those places, the programs in the subgrade part of your building are programs that call to be used at multiple points during the day. And I just keep thinking of, like, the only space I've ever been in that's even remotely like this is the Abramowitz building where the law school is in New York. When you go under Amsterdam and you go for almost a city block underground, and it is a space that I think has been sort of, to some extent, universally derided as like the world's most anti-feminist space on the face of the planet, just because it's just such a dark thing down there. And it feels to me, Adam disagrees with me. It feels to me, it feels to me like some thought as to what, per Stephanie's comment, this feels like during the day. Because my suspicion is during the day, it's going to feel darker down there than it does during the night. Because you're going to have a very bright band at the perimeter of this. And I'm not saying it's not a good idea. I think it's a cool idea, and this is the point of school. But I do think that, like, this is something that probably needs to be investigated as more than just sort of a site-specific light installation. Like, something has to happen down here.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I don't need to talk more.
Thank you. First, was very interesting comment from the reviewers before. And I see the intention of this light in day and night to come into a cross of connectivity. I really would like to point out one example which created amazing cityness as an island in the city, which is opposite on the river or like in a nice location. It's a Barbican in London. And after some times, it was really like those multiple layers, like a school, the theater, the films, the exhibitions, the shopping centers, all in layers above each other. It's like a labyrinth of different layers and housing and stuff like that happening in the city. And then everything is pedestrians, no cars is allowed. So very beautifully, this landscape was understood as a plate, as in between the separation. So when I see it gave to me the idea, like, why not a film, a theater, a kind of spaces which needs enclosed, like no light condition specific event, if that would be intention. So that in multiple times, like nights and days, this would be usable under this sports stadium, if that is, or invitation to the sports stadium through the underground, specifically second layer of this darkness and the gaps next to a river like that. It reminds me like visiting some cities such as Vienna or other Bratislava and other cities on the rivers. Like the nightlife is invitation for the youth, like a club scene, music playing. So multiple city versions of darkness within the light projects as lasers could be also a performance of dark space. Maybe a bit more relationship. I see it as a urban proposal to see it as a plate, as a surface. So if there would be a bit up and down, like a loop system, I think it would work a bit better, but like from the first attempt. But congratulations to give us so different multiple directions of seeing the sport and multiplicity of that to becoming a cityness invitation of multiple times. That is very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like Ross's idea as well. Like, I feel like this project, which I'm very interested in what it's like underneath this, like, because whether or not you want to show us what happens, it's going to happen that there might be people underneath this at some point during the day. Like, you know, people would love to skate here. This would be a great skate park. Like, it's all hard surface. I'm assuming, is that like hard surface there?
Yes.
Yeah, this would be a great skate park, for example, like during the day. I mean, what does it feel like to come to the edge of this platform? And just, it looks like you would have almost no barrier to enter the river. Like, is like, what's that you know, distinction between being on this platform and coming to the edge of it and looking down to the river, or looking towards the highway, or looking back at the building itself? And what do people see when they're inside the building looking out? I think you can like, you already designed that, right? But it would be nice to show us what that looks like, or what that could be. And you don't actually need to change any of your design to show us that stuff. You just make more representations. So I feel like that would be a good thing to maybe try out, because it's leaving, like, I'm so compelled by this space. I would just love to know more about it, because so much can happen here. And I've shared a reference that is a very different looking building, completely different. It's a Zaha Hadid building. It's the Thanos Science Center. But the reason it came to mind is because you approach that building from underneath the building. You feel the presence of the building above you, and it's all hardscape, and there's a lot of glare around you as you enter, which would be this kind of experience if it was during the day, for example. And if you just take a look at that, it's a very different way to approach. So in terms of like how you're approaching the site, even though the top side is very conventional in terms of how it's very functional, it's very conventional as a football stadium, except for its siting. If you just approach it from underneath, then it's a radically different experience of this building, even if it's basically this like a standard program, right? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does.
So what if you entered through underneath? I think it would really change your experience of this building. And what if, like, underneath, this is where, okay, so people who go to football stadiums, they like to have tailgates, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know there's no parking, but it doesn't need to have parking at the tailgate. What if under here was the tailgate, right? And during events, this is where all the crazy stuff happens. This is where all the kids do all the things they want to do underneath here, right? And there's partying down here while the football game's happening. And maybe that's planned. Maybe that's supposed to happen, such that there's like projection screens down here, for example, that show you the event that's happening above. And that's something that actually happened at the Thanos Science Center, where during a major football game, people brought projection screens and projected onto the underside of this building and had a giant party. And that was not designed by the architect for that to happen. People just did that. But it could be designed. And I think that's really fascinating, that you make this space and lots of things could happen here. So it'd be cool to see what that is.
Yeah, if I could jump in, I love this idea of the cinema underneath, and actually the section of the slope is perfect for that. So I have two feelings about this project. One is that I think we've talked a lot about the possibility of the underworld, as I'm going to call it, and I think there's so many rich possibilities. What I feel that you've done, though, is that for me, there are two ways this project could go. One is that you've set up a kind of straw man of the football stadium and put a really compelling light installation underneath. And for me, that's why the football stadium is so kind of functional and the space underneath is so wonderful. But this is a new project, which is why I'm like, this seems more like an installation for an existing space. That's why what I feel is coming up a lot is existing spaces, ways to inhabit like underneath a freeway overpass, underneath a bridge, for example, ways to occupy existing architecture that's kind of unused. So the second attitude I have about this is that a little bit of what's coming up in the comments is this desire to meld the two realms more, which is to create either a circuit, change the approach, as Adam was talking about, create more opportunities where this underworld and the above world start to inform each other. And I know this potentially takes a little bit away from the purity of the plane. The plane in your section where the football field cantilevers out to me was really radical, but also disturbing in a way. I was thinking a little bit about what's going to happen to the landscape underneath, because it's such a huge cantilever, right? Nothing's really going to grow underneath. So the landscape becomes something else, right, in this proposal. So this is where I think the above world needs more design. That's what I feel like. Either you have the option one, the straw man, which I think seems like your abilities could actually lead you to a really successful option two. And option two is the potential that we see in this project.
I need to try and bring us to a close. We have a short break before our last session. I'm not going to demand any final comments, but if anyone wants to say anything before we close, this is speak now or forever hold your peace.
Thanks so much. Love to see all the work. You're all great. Congratulations getting through this semester online, partially online, and nice to see you all. Again, it's cool to see that all the projects moving from the beginning in the islands, back to Texas. I think it's really, you had a really challenging semester to do this hybrid thing, and I'm really impressed by the diversity of thinking and the representation and the crazy ideas, and hopefully have a relaxing time this winter break, I hope. So thanks so much, and nice to see you all. Good to see you, Cisco, Rasa, and Stephanie. Have a good one. Ciao.
Thank you, Adam. And thanks to all of you, Rasa and Stephanie. We get you for another bit for the next session, and Burden as well. I really appreciate the conversation.
Thank you, Cisco.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice job, guys.
Yeah, thanks to the four of you who underpinned this session with all your hard work. And we're gonna break until 3 o'clock and then restart again for 3 more projects.
It was very, very interesting. Congratulations to the students to have so original ideas and beyond the stadium and within the stadium to see the city. And that was very interesting to see your ideas. Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay, so I'm going to close it there and put up the little billboard that I'm supposed to put up. And thanks again. I'll see most of you soon.
Hey, Cisco, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just wanted to check since my audio never works.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for checking.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a couple of reviewers we're still waiting on, so it may be another few minutes. Michael Benedict is joining us, and Elizabeth Alford, who is a local architect here. Hi, Elizabeth. Thank you for joining us.
Happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Are you enjoying your, I guess they're not so new anymore, but are you enjoying your new offices?
Well, you know, it's pretty ironic to spend like 3 years designing and building an office and then to have no one be able to use the offices.
Yeah.
There's a certain bitterness, but you know, it's yes, we're glad it's done. And we were able to get fully leased before it hit. So
that's great. That's great.
Yeah. Hopefully people seem to be hanging in there, which we're really pleased about. We see a lot of your friend Matt Luck talking on the phone, pacing in the garden. So he was like, yeah, I really appreciate all these boardwalks you put in. It's great for someone who likes to walk and talk like I do.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Michael.
Let me quickly, I have just a few slides to show to kind of introduce the studio and introduce the project, but let me
Sorry, hi, Elizabeth.
I'm sorry?
My sound was off.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me introduce you to each other. Well, obviously, Michael and Elizabeth, you know each other, but Stephanie Choi is joining us, and she is our next, I guess you could say, emerging scholar in design.
Is she on now?
What's that?
Is she online now?
She is, yeah. Stephanie, wave
hi,
at Michael.
Stephanie. Hey, yeah, you were down the line of my. Okay.
Stephanie coming, or she's going to teach vertical studio next semester. So I guess, Michael, you're teaching vertical next semester, is that right?
I think so.
Yep. So Stephanie she's coming, she's has a practice in New York, Daphne, and is Daphne, I always think I'm saying that wrong. My wife's name is Dabney.
Yeah.
And my father, for his whole life could never learn my own wife's name. So I'm always sensitive about it. And also teaches up in that part of the world currently, and at some point, I think, depending on what the virus situation does, we'll transition down here to Austin, but we'll be teaching beginning next semester for the next 4 semesters. And Stephanie, I don't know if you know Michael Benedict from his work, but he's a full professor here, prolific author, design studio, diehard, and he's coordinated the vertical studios for many, many years. So you'll have some interactions there. And then Elizabeth Alford is our other reviewer. Elizabeth founded a practice called Pollen. I don't know when you founded it, but it's been here in Austin for
a decade now.
Yeah, a very highly awarded and published projects, and they just completed a large project on 12th Street that we were talking a little bit about a second ago, which is sort of a creative, is that fair characterization, a creative's office complex? A very nice project. So let me, we have 11 in the studio, so we did 4 and 4, so we only have 3 to review in this session. But let me just open up share PowerPoint really quick and give you a brief studio and project introduction, and then I'll hand it over to the students. Okay, are you seeing that?
Yep.
Okay. So the studio is called Situated, and it is a studio that's really about, one way I've characterized it is the frictions between very circumstantial sites and uses that are relatively inflexible, or ritual uses, I'd like to use the term. And we did, over the course of the studio, we did 3 sequential projects. So what you're seeing today is really just a third of the semester. But we also did some reading and looked at precedent, not a bunch of individual projects, but we looked at the work of Carl Viggo Holmbach, who we kind of, I framed this issue as a spectrum with his work on one end of the spectrum. His work is incredibly tuned to the very specific conditions of site situations and circumstances. And on the other end of that spectrum, the work of Dogma and O'Reilly, which is not ignoring site, it's very much embedded in sites, but works with very often monumental and very, I guess Platonic is the right word, figures or geometries that work kind of in counterpoint to the conditions of the site. And then 3 projects. The first one we called Landing. It was the siting of a runway and a few little bits of program for an airport. On each student selected one of the smaller islands along in the Bering Sea, the Aleutian Island chain that kind of trails off of Alaska. And they're all they're not all small, but I made them pick small ones, and they're almost all very hilly. And so it was really a exercise in trying to reconcile a long straight runway that had to be flat with a lot of terrain, and then using the margins around that runway to kind of sponsor the other bits of program that they were asked to solve. That was at the very beginning of the semester, so I asked them to do physical models back when we were sure we would still be in the buildings. They all built models of their islands, they sited their runways, and they developed a project with a few pieces of program around those site propositions. The second project, here's some more images of those projects. In this case, in almost every case, the architecture was generated by the need to reconcile the runway and the terrain.
What was some of did you try to optimize cut and fill or danger and safety or?
No, it was up to the students. Like, so there were different categories of solutions. Like, there were a set of projects that really hugged the water's edge, because that was a level condition. There were others that were up in the hills. This one was one that bridge between sort of 2 ridges, and it had a sort of superstructure that was a bridge, and then all the program happened along one of those ridges. So I think the road came underneath.
Criteria, safety, drama.
Well, they're not all about safety, as you can see from this lower left image here. Some of them were literal death traps, but we were more interested in the kind of formal resolutions and how it began to, establish a language of terms and things that we could use moving throughout the studio. But I will say this project was mostly about like just the physical reconciliation of the topography, the physical situation of these two things don't really work together. How do you make them work together, and how can that become the beginnings to begin to sponsor an architecture out of that situation. And then the second project was an attempt to introduce the idea of spectation into the studio. So their site was, I don't know if you know this place in Portugal, but Nazaré it's a little fishing village, but it sits along the water at a place where there's a gigantic, incredibly deep undersea canyon that comes right up to the land. And so it's now known as one of these places that have been found where when the storms come in the winter, it creates 100-foot waves, and it's become a big mecca for big waves surfing and all the people who like to watch it. But it does have a 16th century fort on the headland. You can kind of see, and you're very, very close to these waves because the canyon is so deep, the waves don't lose energy as they approach the land. And so there are a few people out there actually surfing these things, and lots of people, sometimes a few people, sometimes lots of people on the land observing the surfing. So in this project, the ritual use, the surfing wasn't really controllable by the designers, but the setup for the spectation of that surfing was. Oops. So that sort of situation.
I just wanted to jump in. I really love that you chose Nazare because I just started surfing actually, and I used to watch at the beginning of shutdown in New York in March. I was watching Nazare, the big wave surfing videos, like kind of obsessively. I mean, it's just so incredible and unbelievable that anyone survives. So I was really thrilled to see this as one of your projects.
I'm not a surfer at all. And one of the interesting things is we're doing research and watching videos and things. There's been a number of sort of documentary type films. And when they interview the surfers, like they are not just gung ho, like there's a genuine element of fear and respect, in this wave. I mean, it really is, when you see the video, it's pretty insane that they're out there doing this.
Stephanie, it's obviously aspirational for you now. Did you say you just started surfing?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with 1 foot waves, not 100
Yeah, I just read an article about didn't a woman just set the record for the highest wave ever surfed here?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like a Brazilian surfer, right? I mean, there are a few of these surfers that live in Nazare year round, I think.
Yeah, one of the other interesting things is the reason this place was discovered was there were a group of people in the town who basically promoted the fact that these huge waves were happening. They sent letters or something, emails, I don't know what they sent, to all the big wave surfers. And it took like 5 or 6 years of pestering these people. And finally, I think it was Garrett McNamara came and surfed them. And there were a couple iconic photographs taken, and it became a phenomenon. But it was actually marketing on the part of the villagers, basically, that led this to happen. Anyway, the solutions were, again, very varied. Some were subtractive, some were additive. Some were quite close and allied to the topography of the headland and the fort. Others were quite removed from that situation, were viewing the waves from further afield. This was one that the primary idea was to get the spectatorship as close as possible to the actual waves. So it kind of projected off the cliff much closer to the water than the fort. And one thing I didn't anticipate, but became an interesting condition of some of these projects, was because it is such an aggressive environment, the idea of weathering and durability over time and materiality actually played a role in some of the projects. That wasn't an intention of mine originally, but it was a fortunate side effect, I think. So that brings us to this third project, which is called Friday Night Lights. It's basically a high school football stadium. This image is of the Permian High School football stadium, which is the one that Friday Night Lights was researched and written about, the book that then became the movie, that then became the series. But that's about a 6,000 square foot stadium, which is originally what the students were asked to provide in terms of audience, in terms of bleachers. I wasn't very strict about that. Some of them don't provide
6,000 square feet of seating?
No, 6,000 spectators.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And it's sited in Marble Falls, which is maybe an hour and 20 minutes west of here. This is. Sorry, let me turn off my phone. This is the Colorado River, which is now dammed here. It was the waterfront along Marble Falls is not in the state shown in this historic photo. A dam's been built downstream, and it's now a lake. But this is the historic falls that Marble Falls is named after. And the site is, this is a bridge that no longer exists, but the road still does. I believe it's Route 281. And our site is just to the right of that bridge. Main Street is right here. So it is situated not on the high school campus, but kind of embedded in the town. And there's kind of a social interest that was behind that, which I'll talk about in a second. This is the current condition of the site. There's a sort of a double concrete bridge spanning across Lake Marble Falls. Main Street is right here. And our site is right here on the, that's the west, no, the east side of the bridge landing. And to the right is a pretty suburban sort of neighborhood of single family houses. Just across the road from our site is a 2-story retail / office multi-tenant building. It is possible to connect underneath the bridge, and on the other side of 281 there are a few restaurants with waterfront dining and a big parking lot. And then just beyond that is a public park. So you'll see in some projects that many students have anticipated there might be a public riverfront walk promenade that connects to that park. It's about 60 feet of elevation drop from the road to the water.
Is the river level controlled, or does it go up and down?
It's a constant level lake, but that doesn't mean it doesn't flood occasionally, you know. But it's not like Lake Travis where in dry season it's down 30 feet, or like Lake Austin. And so the actual site is this, it's currently the site of a municipal water plant, which the students have been told is gone. And they had the option of taking the next lot over, the first residential lot if they needed it for space. You'll see in the projects, the football field, if it were put dead center on the lot, occupies the bulk of the site. But they were also given a little sliver on the other side. So if they wanted to develop connections underneath the bridge or in some other way, they had a little bit of territory on the other side of the bridge. And the program is fairly conventional, a football field, stands, a lot of standard football field accessory spaces, concessions, toilets, locker rooms, press box, storage, field maintenance equipment. But then two pieces that aren't quite so conventional. I asked them to include 2 classrooms, presuming that some sort of off-campus class experiences could happen. And then also a larger space, which I've called the city meeting space, but it's really a multifunctional flat floor space that could be used for civic meetings, but also private reunions, receptions, whatever. There was no requirement for parking on site. The idea was the parking in and around the city would be used, and access to the site would be essentially on foot. But there was the dimension I was emphasizing as instructor was sort of this social condition, right? I characterized, what's really interesting about high school football games in Texas is not the people in the stands or the people on the football field. It's actually all these other ancillary activities that happen. It's sort of football game in many ways is a microcosm of society, and there's all sorts of incidental social kind of encounters that the architecture could support or try and suppress. But that was also the idea of the siting in the city. One of the funny things about football stadiums is they're only used for football games, 12 or 15 times a year in the fall. And so given its situation kind of in the city, you can call Marble Falls a city, I do. There is the potential for students had the option of kind of envisioning a myriad of other uses for it if they so chose. So how was it used on the Tuesday afternoon scenario? How is it used in the spring? How is it used on 4th of July? If students wanted to design a project that accommodated other conditions like that, they were encouraged to do that. So I think that's it. And yeah. So that's essentially the setup for the project. It's been again slightly over a third of the semester, but and we have 3 projects to look at. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them, but otherwise I will. We can launch into looking at the work. Okay. So Haley, you're first.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Hi, everybody. My name's Haley Lundquist, and this is my second year in the MArch program. I have an undergrad degree from UC Berkeley in art history. So initially, I was thinking about the location of the site. Cisco just gave a great overview, so I won't talk too much about it, but it was important for me to think about its proximity to the rest of the community and its sort of placement right as you're entering the city. It felt important to really make an effort to integrate the field into the community for those reasons. And when we first went to visit the site, the moment of kind of walking underneath the bridge was something that stuck with me as I approached the design. These are some pictures walking under the bridge as we tried to kind of get as good of a view as we could of the site and having to kind of navigate the vegetation along the edge of the water. And then just a nice quote. I always like to include quotes, but I won't read it for everyone. And then this is the bridge. The site is on the other side of the bridge on the left side. But the bridge kind of became an important thing that I thought about as I moved through the design process. I was also looking at abandoned stadiums, not so much thinking about like what could happen to it if it was no longer used as a field, but more the juxtaposition of having like a normally very manicured field instead be this like wild, overgrown landscape. And then also that idea of sort of spectating nature, I thought was interesting in these images specifically. So approaching the siting of the field, I wanted to kind of have it at the river's level of the river and then also engage underneath the bridge. So these are just some initial study models. And so for the site plan, I placed the field tucked underneath the bridge to kind of engage with that same experience that I had while walking underneath it, visiting the site. And then really incorporating everything else into the landscape and wanting to have everything kind of beneath the street level so that it's something that you can look down into from the bridge, but it's not like this monumental thing that kind of takes over the area. And also because of its proximity to the residential area, I wanted it to be kind of a little bit of a more gentle situation. So all of the seating is on the left side, and then the program is all situated in a building at the right side of the site. And there's a gentle slope that comes up from the field that meets up with the first level of the building, and a platform that runs through the site and connects that building with the seating. And so I wanted it to not just be a football field, but a field that you can play football on, and you can also do a lot of other things as well. And I was thinking about it as a sort of wild landscape that could take over at other times of year and be more engaging for the community in that way. So I sort of thought a little bit about different like Texas wildflower species and a little bit about how that could happen. So the different conditions of the field either being mowed or being in a more wild state. And these can kind of fluctuate between the two, but just different ways that having that natural landscape could engage the community and have different serve different functions as an educational space, for entertainment, things like that. So this is a section through the field and the seating. And the idea was to kind of break up the seating so that it could feel comfortable for different size events. And there's sort of a gate that runs along the street level perimeter, and then you take a set of stairs down, and between the stairs, there's these sort of sloped areas where you can sit, or you can be down in the bleachers and be more engaged in the game. And this is a section through the building. So there's 2 levels that are underground, and then the top level is accessible at the street, and the bottom is accessible through that platform that runs through the site. And this is a plan of that top level, so it has all of the functions for like more sports oriented events. And then the middle level has the meeting space and classrooms. And then the bottom level has locker rooms and storage. And this was an elevation to try to show a little bit about how the building would sort of read. I thought about having a screen that kind of encompasses the entire building with an atrium that runs through all 3 floors. And then the screen sort of pops up to cover that atrium space, and it could have vegetation growing. And a diagram kind of showing how the building reads from the different sides. So the dark gray is where it's underground, under that sloped hill. So from the street, and then the field, and the different openings for people to navigate through and into the building. And this is a attempt at a perspective at night, just one football player. But yeah, so I kind of thought about the building as like a light bulb, like it turns on when there's activity happening, but then when it's not, the space isn't being used, it's a little quieter so that it doesn't really take over the neighborhood. And then this is a view on one of those little slopes between the staircases looking out at the field when it's blooming with wildflowers. And that's it.
Haley, would you mind going back to your first site plan and pointing out your building, where the location is, so I can just be clear?
Yeah, it's on the right side. It's that rectangular building.
So it's this piece over here. So it's quite a bit away from the actual playing field. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Haley, I get the impression you don't like football.
Yeah, well, I can't play football. That was one of my initial things with it. I'm like, I can't even play the game. But I respect it. I mean, I know it's important.
Because, you know, that picture of Friday Night Lights, gosh, you know, the lights were everything. The 6, I think 6, maybe more, 8 pylons with, you know, a gazillion light LEDs at the top. Like, I'm surprised that you didn't use those to define the field. I'm wondering why they're not there. Is that because half the field is under the freeway, or is that, why would you I can understand downplaying the architecture as much as you can. I have problems with making it a wildflower field. I mean, it seems maybe better for rugby than for football, for reasons we can discuss. But I'm surprised you didn't make something formal out of the lighting requirements, out of the pylons.
Yeah, it was definitely an afterthought. I added the light and the perspective, and I did
Yeah, I
think,
think you
okay,
got
how am I gonna light the place?
Yeah, but
So
it's like you got Friday night, but you didn't get the lights.
yeah, yeah, I agree.
But it's a very haunting image of that sort of dusk with the one lonely football player practicing all by himself.
Yeah.
All tugged up too. I have more to say, but I think I should pass the baton.
Can we go back to that image for a second? Your perspective with the one with the lonely football player. Yeah, I think this image is really compelling, and I should just my experience with football stadiums. I also do not play football. However, I've spent the last 4 years as the parent of a band kid, so I've been to a lot of football games, and for me, like the whole point of it is a halftime show. And just in terms of, so I will say, I have a huge respect for this sort of community event of the football game in Texas. And I kind of, was drug into it a bit because of my daughter's interest, and had never gone to a school with a football. Well, no, I take that back. I've never been involved with a school with a winning football team. And so I was pretty down on, or not interested in football, didn't understand it, whatever. And but I was really amazed at what a bringing together of all different parts of the schools and community it is, and really came to appreciate it, and in fact look forward to those games a lot because they were a lot of fun for the parents in the stands, and for it's I feel like there's so few times and of course football, the games are totally changed and different now, but this is talking about last year. There's so few events where you really get sort of across fertilization of all different people in the community, because it is like totally different tribes, the band versus the football players versus the drill team versus there's a bunch of different tribes, and then there's our school and then their school, and everybody and all the school, like a lot of the teachers come, and it's just like a really nice community event. And so speaking from that, I really like the subtlety of your sighting strategy, obviously. And using the side of the hill as a way to form the bleachers. And I think it would be wonderful sitting there looking out. I think I really miss the other side, I have to say, and think that it would be sort of spectacular to see the corollary. Like if one side is all about carving, it would be sort of amazing to see the other side as a built tectonic structure, making the edge of the river. I would just challenge you to not be afraid of going there too, in the future. But I appreciate the strong sort of conceptual stance of why does the field always have to be perfect? Why does it have to be astroturf? Why couldn't it be natural? Why couldn't it have flowers on it when it's not being used for football and become this sort of site to experience as more of a park-like setting? And I do think that the lighting question is a good one. I think you're really starting to think about it through the drawings. And I feel like this drawing tells me a lot about the feeling you have in the space, or your interest in the space. And I think you are finding a way into designing through drawing that is really wonderful. I think trying to bring that into your orthographic drawings a bit more, like taking the section the other way through the building and then the field with a similar sense of the experience of it would be a way to develop those drawings a bit further. I mean, it is a very mysterious building, the underground building, and I start to really want to know more about it in relation to the field. It's sort of right now very set away from it. And so then I start to think about the relation of the stadium seating that you have carved into the hill in relation to it. Like, why is the program not under the seats, or why is there a connection? Like, I'm really looking for the door out from the underground building, from the locker rooms, yeah, which is another sort of always a big moment in the rhythm of the games. Like when the teams come out on the field, you know, that's always sort of a big deal with, you know, people doing backflips in front of them and stuff like that. So I feel like in terms of the sort of spatial relationship you're making of a space to the ground, that's a little bit of a missed opportunity there to sort of think about how you would actually tunnel through to that building, and could be an interesting sort of section drawing as well.
Yeah, your comment, Elizabeth, brought up in the previous session, one student had mentioned vomitoria, and I was like, that's like the first time I've heard a student mention that in any presentation. So I feel like the vomitorium moment in this project could really be something to consider, right, in terms of that spectacle. I also want to admit, I didn't say this in the previous session, I used to do those halftime shows. I was in marching band in high school, so I did go to many football games that I actually didn't really want to go to. But overall, Haley, really beautiful drawings. There's this lovely quietness and contemplation that comes through in the atmosphere and the mood. I think your idea about, and I read that quote, the quote is really beautiful, this idea that nature is everywhere and it's in the detritus and the leftover spaces that are not designed, I think is really interesting. So your comment about spectating nature, I think, is fascinating. And I want to push that a little bit more, because it seems that your initial visit to the site had this huge impression on you. And I'm getting a little bit of a sense that you're replicating the wonder of seeing this very wild space underneath the overpass. And there's this, can you go to the diagram where it shows the plants and the year, or the time of year? I think this diagram is great. We've been talking about time-based uses of the site. I would love if you expanded on this. I was really curious when these plants bloomed. I don't know if it's linear, like it goes from like right to left, that prairie cone flower, you know, blooms in January, but I think it would really be great to understand when these blooms happen, so that over time you get a sense that maybe it's really pink in January, maybe it's really blue in May, you know, right? That I would just push this a little bit more, because I love this idea. And I think it's such a great idea that you've tied the landscape and the planting to time, right? And I think this is where the diagram can become a much more clear, like, let's put the image next to the time, right? There's a little bit about reading and developing the diagram more for us to interpret. I think there's a section, let's go to your section. Okay, right here. I'm seeing this a lot in a number of the projects, that there's a really big boundary between the seating and the field. And it confuses me a lot, because we're talking about using this space over different times of the year for different uses. And that's where that boundary to me seems like this big like literally a wall, right? That I think there could be, to rethink this boundary between the seating and the field could really open it up to other uses that are not just about the football field. And I think this is where I'm very curious about the building. The building to me doesn't have quite the same like wonder and contemplation that you've put into the field. And I almost feel that I want the building to have more of that quality. I think Elizabeth brought up other possibilities. And I almost felt that it was a building that really should be embedded more in the landscape, and that was not an object building. The fact that it's so far from the field, so there's a little bit of, I think, let's go to your site plan. There's a little bit of disconnection there. And just a small note, I love the topographic curves of this, but when I see the path to me could use a little more geometric finessing, right? So that's just a little more kind of reworking it, rebuilding it in Rhino. But that there's this, you know, when I see this, I was almost expecting the building, like the building is so faint, right? The topography is so strong that I was like, oh, there's a building there, because it's like very, very light gray, right? So there's something about this site plan that I'm like, oh, I didn't actually read the architecture. And there's something about it, it's almost like the architecture disappears, right? In this drawing, which is incredibly beautiful. I love the way that you've depicted the wildflowers. Michael, your comment about the lights I thought was really interesting. So the first thing that popped up was like, what if the lights were on all the time at night? So that means the plants can grow better, right? Bigger, better.
They'd be confused for sure.
They'd be confused, but I'm like, what would grow? I don't know. I'm thinking about marijuana grow lights, but like,
yeah.
I'm just like, what happens when the lights are on all the time? Because isn't that what we do in a greenhouse? And I'm like, what else could grow? Like, so anyway, I would just push this like idea that you have. I want it to inform the architecture.
Yeah, I have to say, I think for me, the project is best accepted as an artwork in opposition to football. That it would have, that the growth of wildflowers under the lamps, as you say, would actually be the game. And people would come out and sit on these stands and just look at wildflowers. And then there would be no football at all. It's kind of like a punk art project more than anything else. Because if I have to say, if I just start visioning this as football, no, you know, the remainder of all those wildflowers in football season would trip people up. That, you know, a lot of them have tangled roots. You couldn't keep it level. It would go back more to the condition of country rugby in England, which was played on actual fields, many of which still had stones on them, and played without pads and without helmets and so forth. It's just a different sport. So for me, I would rather see this as a surreal artwork that's actually in a certain way anti-football. But even under those circumstances, I think with that big hillside, that natural hillside behind the goalpost, I think a lot of people would rather sit there than on the stands. And I do think the building might as well be buried in that hill, so that art players could come rushing out from the hill and do whatever they do among the wildflowers. I just think, Haley, I just think to make this project captivate me, it would take a more thorough scenario of the absurdist theater of anti-football that would go on here. Kind of Dada.
I think to riff off of that topography, and I was actually thinking exactly the same thing, to embed the building within that beautiful topography you've drawn, that it seems that image with the lone football player. It feels like to me the stands don't want to be stands. They want to be terraced and landscaped so that your flowers can just spill up the slope at all times of year.
Yeah, I had a lot of trouble with the topography. I wanted it to be a little bit more embedded, like you're saying. Yeah, it was a challenge to kind of figure out how to work with that topography. So I definitely hear that comment.
And why is it slid under the freeway? Doesn't the freeway have columns there?
No, the columns are in the water. And then I kind of pushed back the...
There's not a single column in the field there? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. It's a really long span. Haley, go back to the photographs you took underneath the bridge.
Okay. I don't know. I'm having trouble with this project, Haley. And I've seen your work before and liked it, so something ran off the rails for me. For you, maybe, but for me, for sure.
Haley, do you imagine the hillside, the part that's rendered in gray that the people are sitting on, to also be wildflowers? Can I ask, what's the nature of that landscape over there?
I imagine that more grasses, not such a hard line, but yeah.
And am I seeing little trusses on the other side of the road above the stands? There was a section, go back to that cross section. Yeah, what's that? What is that straight piece at the very top? Looks like a little truss.
At the top of the stairs.
I don't know, do I have the right to annotate? This guy here.
You should be able to annotate.
Those are stairs going down from the street level.
And in plan, they occur where?
Can you see my mouse?
So that's the figure. I see. And this is just natural ground here.
Right.
And so we're double using the parking of that shopping center. I agree that this curve here is amazingly ungraceful. I don't know how you got this funny little bump in it.
So is the strategy with that topography that, I mean, you're obviously carving a lot, and are you reshaping the land there, or would there be a retaining wall? I think in some ways getting into the specifics of the construction a bit would actually help. I'm curious about that, like comparing that to the seating on the other side and how both of those are holding the land back, and how much is, I guess the first question I would have is what's the natural grade right there? Is it at the bottom? Is it at the 10 feet, or is it at the 50 feet?
At the top of the stairs, or?
Like before you start working on the site at all, what is the height?
Oh, it's 60 feet at the street level. So
everything, your entire field is actually a carving away. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then I guess the slope you're showing on the right, I guess the idea is that it's a gentle enough slope and it's planted with grass so it holds its shape. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think sort of drawing carefully where you're actually doing something, where you're inserting versus where you're not inserting, and thinking through like what happens to the soil that's taken away would be interesting, and could help help you develop the architecture.
I'm sorry. Please continue.
I was just going to say also the water level would be really good to understand, like how far above the water are you? And the idea that you'd be right at water level, which would be really wonderful. And then maybe defining that edge, like is there a path along that edge? How does that, I don't think it can just drop off into the river. So what happens along that, like getting very specific about how your boundaries are constructed, I think would be really key.
I mean, it's a little bit like a tennis court or a basketball. You know, balls sometimes roll off the field. They get kicked off sides. They get kicked out of bounds, and these will just go into the water. There would need to be, you know, wire fencing there or something to prevent the ball. But you know, every time I have these thoughts about playing the game here, I go, no, you can't play a game here. It's not a football field. It's a football field shaped other thing. I'm pretty convinced.
Yeah, I think the functional aspects aside, I'm fascinated by the juxtaposition of your project, Haley, with Bella's project right before the break, because both of you are doing this very field-informed, I think art piece is correct in a sense, Michael, when you're speaking about this, that there is this beautiful experience of the vastness of the size of the field that's obviously not really related to football, but that the program prompt and the size of the football field has allowed you to do this other thing, which I'm really fascinated by. I think, and maybe this is similar to some comments I made about Bella's project, but that with this project, what I'm curious about, and of course what you're in school for, is that I'm curious about the element of design in this, because I'm like, it's fine to spectate nature, I suppose, but I'm also like, here's this huge field where there's an opportunity to do more with the landscape that creates more of a social experience that's not just spectating, I think. So my feeling maybe, and this is like a partial reading of Michael's comments, but I'm like, for me, this is where there could be another potential for this project, which is that design, which is very perverse to convert the football field into this other kind of otherworldly ethereal space. And I think I want a little bit more of that design of that ethereal space that isn't just spectating wildness.
Yeah, I just to go back to like cutting sections through all your edges and thinking about how they get built. If the sloping site on the right is essentially carving away, but leaving the natural slope, then the building being sunk would actually require another huge excavation. So would it make sense to excavate two places kind of close to each other, but not actually go ahead and put them together? And then how is the natural slope different than the stepping slope? It seems like they're close, but not quite the same. And so I sort of want them to either be exactly the same or more different. And
yeah, exactly.
And then if I could just toss out a reference to look at, the Yale Bowl is dug into a hill like this, and has all the program spaces are underneath. And so it might be an interesting one for you to look at.
I also think, if I just add one, following Elizabeth on what you said, but I'm trying to see if I can annotate. It seems to me like, but this is a pedestrian path only, right? Ellie?
Yes.
All right, so at this point, it's very, very close to the road, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
abandoned. So it seems like that would be a drop-off point. Like that, because you know, it's almost, these two kind of kiss, you know, it's a sort of a contact. It seems like that would be a social occasion, which would allow people to, you know, get dropped off or start walking here. And if you didn't want that to be the case, what I might do is start at the bottom of the stands or the middle of the stands and use this walkway to create a kind of a figure up the hill, so that behind the goalposts, like when you look this way, you saw this path, you know, going up a hill. I guess it would go one more time because you want to end up on the high side. So that that path took on a kind of a figure of some kind that you know, would articulate the hill in some way. This goes somewhat counter to burying the building, but maybe the building goes under the stands. I think Stephanie thought that, or maybe Elizabeth did. But I think there's a sort of a level of attack here, which I don't think you felt good about. I think you wanted your wildflower field and everything else was like whatever.
I need to try and get us to move along so that we have time for the others.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Haley, thank you very much.
Thank you, Haley.
Stephanie, you're up next.
Yes, let me share my screen. Okay. Are you seeing it in like presentation mode?
Yes, we're good.
Yes.
He's talking about the...
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm having some trouble with.
We can see it. It looks good.
Oh goodness. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm having some issues. Okay, so hello. My name is Stephanie Madama, and well, actually, let me talk about my background first. I have a bachelor's in environmental design from Texas A&M, and this is my first semester at UT, my first vertical studio. So as Cisco mentioned in the introduction of this project, Marble Falls is located northwest of Austin on a river. And like many Texas cities, Marble Falls, of course, loves football. And so I wanted to look at the idea of, just in general at first, how Texas cities interacted with football. And I came across this very interesting concept that there are a lot of small cities that the population will travel to wherever the football game is. So I wanted to look into the idea of football as kind of an urban idea, an urban topic. So you can see from this diagram here, I'm kind of comparing it to Austin here, where I wanted to make a second focal point in the city where urban elements can happen, kind of an extension of the urban fabric. So the comparison to Austin here is where there's kind of a main street, a downtown. In the case of Marble Falls, where the famous pie shop is. And then I wanted to make sort of an element like Zilker, where it's like a large public space that's a venue for a lot of different outdoor activities, ACL being one of them. So yeah, I wanted to make it this second focal point in the urban fabric. But on top of the love for football, Marble Falls also is very proud of
its nature. It's kind of how it got its name. So this is an early model that we did out of plasticine, where I wanted to explore the idea of connecting the field both to the urban fabric, but to the water in a spatial way. And finally, one of the things that I wanted to explore with this project was different methods of spectation. So there's the bleachers, which is kind of common to the way that football games are seen, but there are also, in many cases, like natural hillsides around football fields that people spectate on. So to explore all of these things, I located my project directly on the bridge, as well as kind of connected to that existing retail space, sort of protruding into the existing infrastructure around there. The form that I placed there sort of creates this idea of 3 spaces. The first one, which would be for the passerby, somebody who's just kind of walking along the existing infrastructure and could pop out into the football field and sort of see what's going on there, sort of the game extending out onto the bridge. The second space, a celebration of the urban aspect that's already existing there, very heavily retail-based space. And then the final space over here interacting with the suburb, which is a much more private, kind of enclosed program. So the project would be accessed primarily from that parking lot across the street, like Cisco had mentioned. But I also wanted to have an additional access in the back of that existing retail area where faculty and the football teams could enter in kind of a private way that's its own promenade, but also allows for their own programmatic needs to be met. But this could also work for if there's a concert, the musicians could enter in this sort of more private access way.
Do you stop the traffic on the bridge, or are we coming under the bridge?
So it's not shown in this drawing, but along with that crosswalk, I would be proposing an additional street light. So it would be kind of like in front of the co-op where the traffic is stopped momentarily while people cross, but both can simultaneously occur. And then with these different access points, there comes a multitude of promenades. The ones shown on here, the yellow and pink, are the promenade of the passerby coming from the highway into the space. And then blue and purple are both entering to observe from the stands whatever event's going on, whether that's football or concert. The difference between those two is the purple is the accessible route, because I did want to focus on this being accessible to anyone, whether able-bodied or disabled. And then on a lower level, there's also the private promenades that exist. So one entrance from the back for the people from the suburb to be in that private space, represented by the blue.
Seats.
I'm sorry?
These are the expensive seats.
Yes. Yeah. And then the purple would be kind of access to like the press box, so a more private element that happens during the games. And then also an additional promenade for football players coming from that private access point down into their respective locker rooms. So overall, there are different spatial connections that exist throughout the project, where some of them are a little bit more fluid and connected across the entire project, creating a large public space that can be used at any time, but also an aggregation of more separated programmatic elements that can be more private or more public depending on the programmatic use. And to just kind of go over that program that's in here, on street level, there is the little park that comes off of the highway, as well as the initial stairs to enter in the primary urban area. And then there is box seating over here. The number 6 over here is more of a private way of viewing the game. You could go in through that, through the area on the right, and have private box seating that you can reserve to see the game. Below, there's also ticket booths and concessions that can act as flea markets not on game day, as well as a larger city space that can be used for corporate meetings, wedding receptions, and things like that, with the classrooms located over by the press box. And then on the level of the field, there's the continuation of the concessions / flea market, along with some of the football specific program like the locker rooms and equipment storage, but the lower level of the city meeting spaces there, kind of bringing that sort of wedding venue corporate area out onto the field through transparent materials. This will connect through their own private tiny one boat docks directly to the river. There are also elements of the construction of the project that connect formally everything to the bridge. It also connects different programmatic elements through similar but different materials, as well as connecting the project to the water. And the resulting spaces host a variety of different interactions, but most of them celebrate the urban connection, bringing that retail and urban program into the main entry area, but also the more private viewing of the game itself under those Friday night lights. Thank you.
Well, I'm super impressed by how thoroughly you've worked this out. A very complex exercise in planning and levels, and pretty convincing. It's a startling proposition to have a football field so close to a bridge and a freeway. It does remind me of in Austin when you go on the upper deck of I-35 on football night, and you drive right by the stadium with its you can see half the lamps, and you can glimpse the people on the stands on the other side and the roaring of the crowd, and it's both beautiful and distracting, a little dangerous, I often thought. And I do have slight safety concerns and traffic jam concerns on the freeway, caused by the light and the noise and the distraction. I suppose the town will just simply get used to it. But I think you've done a beautiful job generally. Maybe I'll keep some critical comments for later, but I just wanted to appreciate how well you've done this.
Thank you.
Would you mind showing us where in plan your perspectives are taken from?
Yes. Well, actually, I could show you here in the axon, if that would be okay. So the night render is taken from this box seating here, looking out towards these stands in the field, and then the daytime render is taken at this entry area right here, just below the stairs.
That's really sophisticated and helpful drawing to really explain the project clearly. And I appreciate your thinking about construction from the beginning, or the details of the thing. I like the sort of bluntness of the proposal. I mean, it almost feels like you're equating cut and fill, although I know it's not quite that kind of project, but I think sitting in the stands and looking out one end towards the water would be beautiful. And I appreciate all the thought that's gone into the different access points, especially like lower level with the boats, I think, is very charming. And the, you know, looking carefully at all the different layers and the structure, I think is really good work, and leading you places, so that as you're going, you're sort of designing the project. And I think that's a really good place to be for a vertical student. So I want to commend you on that. I like the idea of making a strong connection to the city, and the pedestrian traffic of the city. I think it's definitely sort of the Marble Falls of the future, if not the present. Just another meaning that, you know, it is now, but I'd like to think that it would be going there, and that this would help spur it on. I'm curious about your sort of trapezoidal plan making, and I'm guessing it has something to do with the section, but I'm just curious about some of the shapes that are appearing in your plans. I find them compelling, and I'm just wondering what your thought is behind that formal logic.
Yeah, I apologize. I did mean to mention that, but I guess I accidentally glossed right over it. Let me go back to the site plan here. So that particular angle comes from the angle that the city grid falls on from true north. So I believe it's approximately 30 degrees off of the eastern-western axis. So I wanted to mimic that just to kind of bring in plan view a formal connection directly to what's happening in the city, as well as to kind of shield that suburb a little bit. I did want to look into extending the stands up a little bit higher, just so maybe some of the light or things could be blocked off from going directly into those homes directly behind the site there.
Could you show a cross section, the short cross section? Hasn't come up yet.
Oh.
Yeah, section through the closed stands in the freeway.
Is this?
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that for all the parallelograms that we see in plan, we actually see none in section or elevation. Like looking at the axons fills my head with parallelograms, and I sort of there's one that's not good, but I sort of wanted this line here, like, and certainly where are we? I guess when we look through, I think we're looking from here. There was a chance to slope the glass like this. I mean, I'm looking for these lines in the third dimension, but I think all of your parallelograms and trapezoids are planned devices only. I speak totally as a stylist now, not as a. I'm not claiming there's something dysfunctional, but I'm just saying as a composition, because you know these grandstands are somewhat like a flower. You know, they sort of spread open, or like the top lids of a box. You know, you open the box, but there's some kind of outward leaning feeling where you see the undersides of the petals. I sort of miss that stylistically. And if you go back to the plan, a tiny problem I see. Upper plan, higher?
Did you want the site plan? Or?
No, the plan. Yeah, okay,
oh, okay, sorry.
Stop there. Like no one's going to sit in these seats. Whoa. Okay, too far.
Oh, sorry.
Go higher. Okay, stop there. Okay. No one's going to sit in these seats. Like, so this parallelogram needed to go the other way.
I think it might be going slow. I'm sorry. Are you currently annotating the
I was trying
axon?
but go down further south in the plan. I'm such a small point. I'm sorry to cause all this trouble.
No,
yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah. This building, because no one will sit here because you can't see the field.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's being blocked by the building. So it looks super cool, but it would actually go the other way. And I also think you need a gigantic net here, like golf driving ranges have, because of field goals, missed field goals and so forth. They'll all go into the water. And so the sort of the presence of a ball catching net. Have you seen golf driving ranges?
Yeah, like I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. And that makes me wonder whether I'd put the TV, the big TV thing, if I wouldn't put it here. Like, I think there's something to be done along this edge. Just as we said in the previous thing, I think just dropping it into the water like that is probably not safe and not good for the game.
Yeah, my intention, I'm sorry.
There's some beautiful form making to be made that has to do with closing this form. You know? Actually, actually enclosing it or closing it. It can be quite elegant structure. It doesn't have to be the cheapest, nastiest chicken wire, you know? It can have lights on it and it can have other functions. But I do think it needs to be there. All right. Otherwise, I'm pretty much completely sold.
I mentioned before I was in marching band, and actually our football field was right next to a freeway. And it had exactly a similar sighting, actually. So the lights were incredibly bright if you drove by, and you could see in and see a game playing if you were driving. So, and it was totally fine. So I don't have any concerns about the town doing the drive-by. So first of all, really nice drawings. I like the level of resolution. So beautiful representation. I think this is interesting. You're foregrounding the city and the context and the urban fabric. And I have to say, I'm a little bit at a loss about what to say about this project because I don't have a sense of the architectural obsessions maybe that you are interested in. So I think when Michael was talking about the kind of resolution of the parallelogram, that it's missing something at the edge, that touches a little bit on me. But for me, it's like, okay, this makes sense. The plan makes sense. Sure. I look at the rendering and I'm like, this looks like a very almost kind of corporate stadium. And this is where I feel that, sure, if you push the figuration more, if you push the aesthetic language a little bit more, that it feels a little bit incomplete for me. And this is where I was curious about the public experience, right? I think you do some great things. You're doing, I think this protrusion into the river is super interesting. I think the cantilever is interesting. The way that it's really so connected to the city with this open plaza, the big steps. I almost felt that there could be a loop. Like we have this naked edge that plummets into the river. And I'm like, that edge to me seems like an opportunity where there could be a loop that's for the public to experience that really wonderful feeling of being in the middle of the river. And to me, that's where, you know, because otherwise, this project has kind of, in my mind, maybe less considered the use of the stadium over time. I know you mentioned like flea markets where concession stands are, which sounds great. But I think there's this aspect of like activating that edge to me that I think could really help with this. And maybe could also Michael's concern about where the balls go, or the ball's going to fly into the rivers. So to me, there's like a little bit of completing the loop that I feel would really help me feel more at ease with this project. The second idea I had was that there's an interesting thing you do with the trapezoid, right? That the parallelogram, whatever you want to call it, that you're filleting this edge. And I'm like, what is that? And I'm really glad you showed us the city grid, because there's a way that I think you could use that city grid that is very much at odds with the geometry of the bridge, right? And I want to see that replicated more throughout the project, that kind of tension, because I think that tension is interesting. And I think that tension could potentially inform the ways that you think about the program and the program use over time. And someone who I think deals with this, for example, is Peter Eisenman. Like, he's obsessed with grids, he's obsessed with city context, and making his building work against that context, or somehow creating some kind of generative tension. So that's one way that I could see this project go.
I feel like I keep struggling with the sighting of it, and there's a lot that I really like about it. Like, I think one of the really smart moves is having the overlook from the pedestrian traffic onto the bridge over into the stadium. I think that's really nice. But there's a little bit of an awkwardness about it being halfway in the river and halfway not in the river. And I guess what I'm thinking is, I feel like it's in some ways it doesn't take the river seriously. Like, if it were a river with traffic on it, which I have no idea if it is or not. I don't know if there's any boat traffic in Marble Falls. I'm guessing like it's mainly canoes. But then if the river is not really navigable, then why not just put the whole thing in the river? And if it is a river that, you know, has boat traffic, then this thing would be in the way. So I guess I'm sort of wanting it to be more committed one way or the other, on more on land, or more just fully say this thing is floating in the river and it's all, you know, it's like a boat, and part of the thing is being able to be out there on it and experience the water and the edge more fully.
Yeah. Elizabeth, I think that's because there's something very abrupt about how it cuts off. Don't you feel like maybe if the boat dock or the edge sort of engaged the river more visibly, instead of just all be tucked underneath so neatly?
Yeah, I feel like one of the sort of key things about stadiums is the shape of them, is this sort of container, as I said about flower petals a minute ago. And one thing that you're doing is you're really you're collaging or superimposing a couple of different geometries that break the shellness of it. One at the entry to the city and one at the open end. Go ahead, Michael.
Maybe the net that catches the ball is not a vertical wall, but is tilted like the stands. So it's more like a tray. It's actually, and that creates the bowl, like that ball catching net completes the surface of the seats and not the surface of the wall on the outside. Right? And that would sort of three-dimensionalize it with respect to the end. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah.
The other thing, tiny thing, because I do so like the scheme, Stephanie, but I'm just going to nitpick, all right? Let me try to, whoops, I'm not getting a chance to annotate. Oh, here we go. Sorry. I'm looking at these edges here. And I'm thinking, you know, here are your stairs down. But really, I beg your pardon? Yeah, they need to be stairs here. And they need to be stairs here. And they need to be stairs here. And there's two reasons. One is because, especially here, you probably can't see over the wall. But also, I think walking against that edge and letting people look over it. These are very important edges for looking here, for looking out here, you know? Looking out here, you know? Yeah. So little things just struck me. I just thought I'd point that out.
And,
yeah,
and I'd like, go ahead, Elizabeth.
I was just going to say, I feel like you are a very strong student. You've done a lot of strong work. And so I think the comments that I think everyone is giving should be taken as, you know, helping you get to the next level as a designer and not as criticism like it's negative. So just I'll just say that.
Oh,
it's
totally.
a project. It's really well done. It's really well drawn. You should feel great about it. I was also just thinking about the halfway in, halfway out ness of it. It calls to mind, I mean, the sort of sitting in a carved out space, looking out, it calls to mind, you know, Greek amphitheaters that are carved into the side of the hill, like Ephesus is the one that I've been to. That's amazing, and the proportion is quite different. And so I think that's one thing I keep thinking about. I mean, I appreciate two sides of the stadium happening. Because I do think that sort of back and forth between existing teams is really important, but there's also a sidedness to it, right? Like one side has the freeway, the other side doesn't. And I feel like the beauty of having the open end and looking out at the open end is that then, does that want more program at the far end, or is the proportion really right for enjoying that experience? Like to have it be the view is at the very long end. It seems like it feels very different than it does in something like a Greek amphitheater, which is much shallower as it carves in. So these are some of the things I'm thinking about, just relative to proportion and locating the thing.
Great. So I'm gonna, Stephanie, I'm gonna close us here and try and so we can move on to Will. But thank you for the project.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Will, are you here? There you are. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Am I unmuted? I can't see it.
Yeah, we can hear you, Will.
Okay, sorry. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Will Van Dusen. I'm in my first semester at the SOA, and I have a background in architecture. I graduated in May from Texas A&M with a bachelor's in environmental design, with a minor in product design and fabrication. And the project's title, as you know, is Friday Night Lights. It's located on the riverbank near Marble Falls, Texas. On the image on the screen, take notice of the bridge. It's going to play a very vital part of my project, the relationship between the site, the bridge, the river, and the program, football. So I took this photo during our site visit, and the reason I'm sharing it with you is because I feel it expresses really well the presence the bridge has on the site and its relationship with the river and the city. It's really infrastructure, but I think that at this scale, right on the riverbank or by boat, however you may be approaching the underside of the bridge, you really understand the character of it. And when designing a football field, you can imagine how I may have deemed it something which would be complementary in design with a stadium. So we start with this problem of citing these rigid dimensions of a football field on this project. And I've chosen to further develop this by adding a running track, because many high schools in the state of Texas, especially with cities the size of Marble Falls, they develop like one complex which houses track and field and football and soccer, mostly to save money. So this is the process we're going to follow. In image 1, you see a football field with an Olympic-sized track, but in image 2, you see a technique which is used by many architects when designing these kind of high school complexes. They squish the track into more of a pill form so that all of the seating and the supporting programs can be as close as possible to the field with still having a running track. So in image 3, you see this sort of like margin between the field and the track where these sort of insignificant programs fit their way in for field events or cheerleaders or etc. And how everything else is in the light gray area, typically outside of that. You'll find later that that's not really possible with the site. So basically the project is me negotiating how to fit all the supporting program with this running track in relationship to the field. So starting at the image number 4, you see the original conditions of the site. And in 5, you see these sort of datums which are regulating this area. One being infrastructure and just the nature of the city, the streets, the road, the bridge, and then the other being some natural conditions such as the riverbank and the river. So in image 6 is just sort of a quick summary of these sort of like problematic things. How do you place this kind of program here? But you'll see in image 7 where my project has sort of landed with a reshaping of the track to accommodate these datums and the placement of the field actually lower than the running track. The running track is up at the level of the bridge and this street that's perpendicular to it in order to integrate the city into it. So we look in site plan. You can see the shape of the track is accommodating the bridge and the supporting street to the north. You'll find that the street perpendicular to it is at the same level, and that parallel to the north side of the track, the street is sloping downward with a retaining wall holding back all of this residential area and commercial area on the other side of that street. So this street is sloping down, going under the bridge and around and back up to street level, so that the both sides of the bridge are integrated into the site, and this is allowing for parking and things of that nature. You'll find that beneath the running track on the north and kind of between the field is where you can see most of the seating sticking out. Beneath there is supporting program. However, the project was demanding sort of a civic space and some classrooms for multi-purpose events, anything really but football taking place in this complex. And this building is actually not under the track. It's slightly above it. And
I think you should show a section while you're talking about these things. It's
okay.
really hard for me anyway to get the 3D out of this picture. You can come back to the plan, but
yeah,
maybe just give us a preview of a few sections.
Let me just, you see in this slide, the beneath the track, the locker rooms on each side of the structure and concessions and restrooms, as well as at this number one, sort of this entrance to the site, 3 being the storage. And moving on, here's a plan of this sort of, I'm calling it like the river house. It's a simple form with a patio on the top with the roof removed so that it has a connection to the site. Here is a section through the center of the field around the 50-yard line. And you can see here where the press box is placed on your left, and on your right at the bottom image, you see this connection of the street turning into a walking path with access to the running track.
Shouldn't we see something on the other side, far side?
Yes, that's why I added at the top the remainder of the truss.
I mean, going around the field.
Yes. I just put sort of a slice right where the cut happens, the poche. I didn't draw anything beyond it in this sequence of drawings. And then this top image is a cut through the road looking towards the river. So this is really sort of a site section and an elevation. This civic space at the top left in elevation and the entirety of the project. And you'll see this sort of secondary structure, which is acting sort of as a wall and a colonnade wrapping around the project. And this section in the middle of the page, you'll see sort of how this is a piped frame structure underneath the track. So we're standing at the road just to the north of the football field, the sloping down site, this wall holding back all the program, the path above it, and all of the structure below the running track. Moving down the street and under the bridge, this is where all of the entrance and access to the site will take place. And now we're moving to the north side of the track at the top, where this sort of small bridge is taking place, just on the other side of the bollards to not allow vehicle traffic anymore. And you can see the civic space with its second floor patio overlooking the site. And now we'll move to the actual bridge connection to the running track so that this sidewalk is integrated into the site. You can see the field, the view of the river, most of the structure, and the civic space on the far side of the field. And now we'll move to the sideline to see how this sort of curvature is here. And when designing this, it was important to me how this would be reminiscent of a stadium, sort of enclosing this, but not diminishing the view to the river, because I thought this was the most important condition of the site, is the relationship between the river and the riverbank and the bridge, so that this structure would be similar to the bridge, not exactly the same, sort of ephemeral, transparent in some ways. And here's a view from the running track looking down over the side with the bleachers. And now here's sort of a photorealistic image showing the conditions of the site from the back of the end zone looking towards the bridge. You can see the relationship between the structure of the running track and the field with the site's bridge already existing. And here's an image at night with the field lit up. Thank you.
Will, I think one thing that might help, can you go through and just point out where each of the pieces of the program are? Like what is What is where? And do you have program underneath the stands?
Yes.
Okay.
So on the right side of the screen are the stands. You can see these two openings. Like right here and here. And in plan, that is where this access happens. This is all locker room. Here and here. There's sort of a space for spectators to enter here and be out of the sun. On flanking each end of this is here, concessions, restrooms, the same on each side. Some space to eat on either.
Where is all that on the little plan? So tell me, who gets off a street that's going to cross a bridge and say, I'm going to go running? Does someone have to like stop and let you out of the car so you can go running, and then they continue across the bridge? I mean, what?
Well, on each side of the river, there are some residential areas, so that would really just support.
But you've connected it to the bridge, right, Will?
Yes.
How do you get off a bridge with 2 lanes of traffic in both ways and go running?
Well, if you were visiting in a car, you would have to park and then begin running, or you would have to be within walking distance.
Where would you park? So you'd park up there with where the shops are, and then get on the bridge and walk along the bridge, and then get to the running track. This is a weird project, Will. I'm having trouble. Seems like your agenda is something quite your own, quite something different. You've put 90% of your effort into that crazy, wonderful structure holding up the running track. This would be a city that really, really prized running over football for sure.
Can't you also just enter the running track where it lands on the right side? Sorry, on the.
As far as I can tell, it doesn't land anywhere.
Is the only way?
The only ways are here and on the other side, on the actual bridge.
It almost looks like a racetrack for cars. Go-karts, maybe. And it seems to compete with the bridge. It competes with the bridge's structure. It seems to be saying, I can do structure more beautifully and cleverly than you are, because you're a stupid bridge, and which I agree it is, by the way. And yours is a very clever bridge. That seems to be the motivation. I find that the football is incidental to anything. You know. I guess which is okay. If wildflowers are okay, then, you know, running is also okay. Yeah.
Well, I think you ought to engage this conversation a little bit.
Well, the main purpose of the running track was so that it could be used for actual running events for the Marble Falls High School. In addition
how
to
would you
how it
watch
could
the running?
integrate.
Will, if there's running, aren't there people watching the running and cheering their kid? And wouldn't they run around the football field where the bleachers can see them? Why would they be running over your head?
Well,
How would they be
there's space on each side of the track, sidewalk. So the running lanes are in the very center. So there's like a bench running around the outer rim as seating space.
But I thought this whole elevated thing is a running track. Am I getting it wrong?
No, I'm sorry. You can see here, there's typical sidewalk space here. The same is on the opposite side, on the outer rim, with a bench to be seated.
Yeah. But there are people running up there, right?
Yes, on this surface.
Who's watching them run?
Who is?
Yeah. Are the parents watching them run, or just other people, or what?
Yeah, surely.
Is it competitive running?
I mean, you're absolutely right. I didn't accommodate sort of bleachers for the running events, but there's space immediately next to it on each side for any sort of space for spectators, standing room only.
Yeah. It's very odd to put steps in the running track too, Will.
I think
people will trip.
I think it wants to be part of a new. I think it wants to be a new Marble Falls running trail system, and so then the spectators are less important as an urban gesture to enjoy the river and the view out.
And I reduced the typical seating down by the field by about 30% because of how this elevated place of the track could be activated as sort of spectating for the games itself. So the connection to the street at the north and the bridge sort of can activate this as sort of a place for anyone in the city to walk, as well as an elevated place for viewing the football games. At this edge that this image is taken at.
I'm just gonna jump in, and I don't know if it's just me. There's a lot of internet interference for some reason on
Yes, there is.
segment. So
I think I have a poor connection here.
yeah, it's not just you. I think everyone's got something. Okay, so there's a few things, and I think everyone's pointing out the kind of radical perversity of this project, right? So I want to engage it on some of the possibilities that could happen. First of all, I was reminded of the Fiat factory, which has a kind of quote unquote racetrack on the top of the factory. I don't know if you're familiar with this project. It's very much got that feeling. And the funny thing about the Fiat factory track is that the churning radii is too tight to go very fast, actually, right? So there is something really wonderful about that section of putting the track on the top of the building, but at the same time, the plan doesn't work, actually, of that project. There's something else with the structure. You know, obviously you put a lot of time into it. It's quite beautiful. And there's kind of like this Thomas Heatherwick quality to the articulation of the structure. What I thought was the weakness of this, I wanted to see those beautiful arches touch the underside of the running track. If I'm going to annotate right now, You've got these like vertical stanchions or whatever they are, intersecting them here. And I'm like, that just kind of killed it for me. I'm like, this thing should work as a, I don't know, there's some delay, so I don't know if my drawing is coming through. It should work as this total structure of this project, right? The vertical connections to me seem like, that just killed this kind of the beauty that you're after. And I think there's something for me in the possibility of the integration of the structure and the bleachers and the program, because everything is very separate. Everyone is kind of pointing out like the football is a little bit of an afterthought. And I think this is where you could look to projects like The Bird's Nest by Herzog and Demeron and write this incredibly complex structure that everything embedded and connected within it. And I want to see that same kind of attention to, if you're going to do this hyper modernist structural project, I want it to be connected with the rest of the program, right? So I think that, to me, to the possibility of the bleacher section, the section is like you have all this space underneath, and what we're seeing in many of these projects is that kind of raking angle of the bleachers is used so much as a possibility. Want to see that attention to this section here, and it tells us a lot that your page of sections is very confusing. And I think, of course, so this connection between the elevated track and the stadium, right? I think there are so many possibilities. There's something really dense about your project. And for me, this type of density doesn't seem to belong in this area, but more in a place like Singapore, for example, that I can imagine like, yes, we need an elevated running track because we do not have a lot of ground. Right. So this is where there's this utter perversity of this. I'm like, well, Texas to me seems like there's tons of space. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is where there's a little bit of context, and I'm like, there's something so strange about it. And I think if you change the context, this becomes a totally different project.
Yeah, I agree with that. It definitely looks like, an NFL football stadium in some really flashy city somewhere. So I think the sort of sighting of it is a bit of a mismatch, but I think the rendering we're looking at here with I agree with the comments about the logic of the running track, but if you think of it as the loop on top is a place that is a trail that's connected to a larger system of trails, and it has spectating possibilities on it, like there's steps down so you can sit and watch the game from up there on the side of the trail. Then I'm more convinced, and it's clear that you're in love with it. It's clear that you're in love with the structure, and I think it's there's a lot of beauty that you've done, and I think the question of how that starts to form the edge, and whether it's a more solid edge or it's a more, what do you do with the structure? Like, is it? I would love to have more opportunities to be closer to it, to be up in it, or to have seating within it, to or think about how it makes the edge from the river instead of just being open. But the images you're showing, I think, are incredibly compelling for what that structure can do, and I think you ought to really be commended for the attention.
Yeah, Will, I can't resist but say a couple things. And I think with the best of intentions, I've seen your projects, of course, through the semester. And I think that I'm supportive of. I'm a sucker, frankly, for things that are off of center. You know, that pursuing kind of something that that doesn't follow normative logics. But from my perspective, I think the two things that you didn't do as well as you could have in this presentation. One is you just had some drawings that weren't put together. Like, it was hard to understand the section. That drawing that had 3 elevation, 2 sections on it just didn't look finished. So part of it is when you have something complex, you just need to find a way to be able to draw through it, and so it can be easily understood. You know, some of your plans were fragmentary as well, but the bigger one, my bigger concern is that given that you've kind of concentrated all this effort and articulation and expression in this running track, you didn't really make the argument about why, you know, and I don't mean from a practical point of view, I mean from a kind of design agenda, architectural agenda, like what is it, you know, precisely that you're getting out of this? Like, what is the value that you're creating by making this thing? And I think there's probably, you know, 3 or 4 different ways you could make that argument, but your presentation was very much in the, this is what I did, you know, this is what my project is vein, and not, you didn't have a lot of the component of like, you know, why is this a good thing, or what sorts of value, whether that be experience or you know, or public affect or whatever, or contributing to the discourse of hyperstructuralist kind of expression. Like, I think it could come from a lot of places, but you do kind of, when you do something like this, I think you could make it incumbent on yourself to link that for the reviewers, because as you saw, like, it's otherwise it becomes very hard to talk about it in a way that's relevant to the way you approached it. Like, each of us will have a point of view on what it is you've done, but when you frame kind of your interests in the thing you've made, it actually helps the reviewers kind of engage the project, whether it be supportive or critical, through the same kind of mindsets or logics that you've kind of used to think, to imagine it. And I think you didn't do a great job of that in the verbal part of your presentation.
You know, just to make a more general point, Cisco, you said you like uncommon logics. Look, if I want to just like take off on that a little bit, you know, I think it's true to say that architecture is 99% common sense and 1% uncommon sense. 95-5, whatever. It's just mostly common sense. And in architecture, you get one chance to make a counterintuitive situation. You get, like, I think you get like one chance to say, you know, most people are expecting this, but I'm going to do this. But then you have to be utterly logical, like from then on. In a certain way, it's like you get a certain amount of capital, and you just splurge on something improbable. I'm going to do it backwards or upside down or whatever. And that's it now. Now you actually have to get back in the seat of the engineer, the banker, the common sense. And you have to prove that that counterintuitive, unusual step in the first place yields all kinds of interesting results and even money-making results. But I think that's the step. I think in a certain way, Cisco took that away from you. What do I mean by that? Cisco played the big card. He said, we're going to put a football field next to a freeway on a, you know, in a small country town. Like, he did the improbable thing. It's a little like many years ago, I gave a problem of a post-nuclear truck stop. I imagined the world destroyed by nuclear war, and truck stops were built out of the detritus of old broken buildings, and there was highway robbery, and it was just a criminal scene. And I set it up as richly as I could. And I told the students, now you have to do the common sense thing. Given that the world is effing crazy and has gone to hell, what would you do for survival? What would you do for protection? It was a way to sort of bring back urgent common sense, you know? But in a way, I cheated my students as well, I thought, because I took all the creativity onto my shoulders. I was the creative setter up of a crazy situation. And my students had to just be logical within that. It's a little bit like what a science fiction writer does. You start with a premise. The premise is something, this has happened, or that's happened, or the global warming has happened. And now you have to quite rigorously go, how are people going to live? What happens to people when you do this? How do we build when this has happened, and so forth? And I feel like you've added to Cisco's improbable scenario, which I thought Cisco was always an invitation to now exercise absolutely dumb common sense the way infrastructural engineers do. Like, here's the situation. What are we going to do that makes complete sense? And Will, I just think you just laid down a bigger card than Cisco did. You said, you think that's crazy? Watch this. I'm going to do this. And you see this bridge? It's stupid. This is what you can do with computers today. You can do bridges that are much more interesting than that bridge. And I think you just got into a competitive feud with that bridge. And you're just hell-bent to do a cooler bridge than that bridge. And in fact, yours obscures it, especially in this shot. So that's my diagnosis. I don't know if that is kind or unkind, quite frankly.
I appreciate that, Michael. I think that is insightful. It's I know Will's a very capable designer. Like, he's the things he can produce are quite amazing.
Yeah, look at it.
I just think that somehow the links weren't fully made in kind of the design proposal and the argument, and that's what it feels like to me. Like somewhere the chain got broken in terms of how you pull a project together.
Yeah, I think that certainly I think Professor Benedict described it well. I don't necessarily disagree with him. I do think that the presence of sort of like raising some sort of spectating to the same level as the bridge could have been still a good technique in this project, because I feel if you put a football field next to this bridge, that the most popular seats would be on the bridge, and there would never be enough room for the amount of people that would want to watch the game from over there, because it's quite an interesting condition and it's much higher than any other seat would have been. So I thought that pairing that with this sort of like typical thing of high school sporting venues having both a running track and a football field, one and the same, as well as the track being at the same level as the bridge and connecting it to another street. That was kind of like three reasons stacking together, falling as dominoes, integrating sort of a new path, connecting these two roadways for just mundane pedestrians, and then producing sort of a ring for spectators and a place in which there could be some kind of organized sporting event for the students of the school as well. I certainly could have described it better.
But you made huge sacrifices, Will. The
I
running
agree.
track is not lit. The field is not well lit by those little lamps. The bleachers have disappeared to almost non-existence. Those things were slipping through your fingers, man, because you spent so much time designing this sort of liquid structure. I think common sense could have come back. A few more columns there wouldn't have hurt the view, really, to hold that running track up. I think you just had certain obsessions, which, you know, maybe we all have. I just feel of the projects we saw, Stephanie's was admirable in taking the improbable, an improbable problem, like a difficult infrastructural problem, like the runway on a mountain, and said, if I had to do a runway if I had to do a football field next to this is what a person of common sense would do, except, you know, I'm ingenious and, you know, I applied creative pressure exactly in the right places. So I thought that was marvelous about Stephanie's. But Will, I think you just got Will full, if I might pun on your name. I think you just took one step or two too far. I think you have to trust your creativity in a more practical way.
I feel like just to give the counter argument for a moment, the interest I'm seeing is in the structure of the bridge speaks to an interest in a certain kind of spectacular moment that's often associated with infrastructure, which I appreciate. Like, I'm thinking of moments like walking across the top of the Hoover Dam, or for a local example, some of the spaces and trails that happen under MOPAC that are sort of amazing moments in the city. And I keep wanting to have the track descend and go under where it currently is, and sort of actually put someone in the space of the structure and be more fluid and have that. I suppose there's a kind of a structural logic about a type of a truss you're making potentially with your strands that are tied together, and there's a spatial quality to that's linear, like a path. And so sort of pushing the different ways of having spectators walking around the perimeter and watching the game, or running down, skateboarding around the track, I think would be a way to push forward that just takes, this is what I'm interested in, and I'm now veering off from the program. And by the way, I've totally forgotten about the other programmatic, I'm just going in a rectangular box over on the side. Anyway, so to be even more there, in other words, you could be even more willful, but I think you have to just be very upfront about that and fearless about it.
Okay, we're well past 5 now, so I'd like to try and close. I think the comments
were there for 2 sessions, right?
Yeah, Stephanie's been here for 2 sessions. Yep. I'm not gonna try and force final comments, but I do want to say thank you to each of you for making the time to come and talk about this.
Thank you. Thanks. There's been a weird sound problem, which has been quite hampering, actually.
Yeah, I mean, speaking for myself, I'll just say I like the difficulty of working with physical models, both in process and in presentation, is challenging for me as a critic. It's just some so baked into the way I often work with students. It's quite a different experience.
To do what? To be online so much? I thought you were hybrid.
No, I was a lot in person, but we didn't really work so much in model because it was difficult to difficult to ask that of students at the same level that you normally would in at least that I normally would in a vertical studio. But you all worked very hard. I mean, to do 3, I've probably told you the story, but I always waffle between whether to do 2 or 3 projects when I construct a vertical studio, and I tend to alternate because it seems like the way I did it last time is never quite as good as it could have been. And we did 3, and to do 3 in this particular educational scenario where we were partially remote and we didn't have kind of all the tools to work with was certainly hard on your part. So,
well, I would have loved to see the little temptation, the tempting pictures you showed of earlier projects were really, really interesting looking. And but you devoted a third, and a third, right, Cisco?
It was the first project was a little shorter, and this project was a little longer, by about a week. But they were roughly.
Yeah. Well, I think it's an amazing premise that you did for the studio, and I think there have been some really good results.
Stephanie, thank you so much. It was tremendous to have you here. I can't wait till you're here next semester. Well, here teaching in air quotes our next semester. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
really, thank you so much for having me. It's really nice to meet you and to meet the students.
And Elizabeth, thank you. Elizabeth, every once in a while, we will come and teach a studio. So maybe, hopefully that will happen for those of you while you're still here, but it's always a pleasure to have you talking about the work.
Always, Elizabeth.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for my internet connection. The work looks really good, and it's a really interesting program and challenging, taking on big issues. So I think the key with sort of thinking carefully about 1 or 2 section drawings is a good strategy in something of this scale. And I appreciated that all 3 projects were very woeful. And I think that's a great thing for graduate students. And I appreciated the strength of idea and conviction behind each one and how different they were. I mean, to go from Haley's to Will's is quite a transition. So kind of the minimal to the maximal. So I think that was a good sequence. And anyway, thank you all.
Thanks.
Michael,
Bye.
thank you too. I'm gonna hang out here. I'm gonna talk to the students just for a second. So students don't log off yet. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you. I won't keep you. It's this semester was a haul for all of you. I know it was. It's as Michael pointed out, I framed the topic in a very willful way, and I've enjoyed the semester. I think there has been some very, very good work done, and that's all a credit to you. On Monday, we're going to meet, not as a group. I'll publish a schedule over the weekend, and I'd like to just have one-on-one with each of you. It'll necessarily not be too extended, but just to kind of talk a little bit about, less about the particular projects and more about the work of the semester and my take on it, and where I think you're strong and where I think you can grow. Just and you can take that for what it's worth. But I will. It probably won't be till Sunday. I'll publish time slots, but it'll all be within that 9 to 1 period, and that will bring things to a close for the semester. Yeah, it's been a weird semester, but it's been good. I personally can't wait till we get back in person, because I do think it's a very different dynamic. But you all have been great, and interacting and working hard. And I know also that a certain load came with me asking you to be in here as much as I did, and I appreciate your willingness to run with that scenario. So I'll just leave it. I'll leave it there. It's a very weird to end a semester this way. Typically, I'll have everyone over to my house to have a burger and a beer, but can't happen this semester. So, but I just want you all to know how much I appreciate the effort you put forth in pursuit of the framework that I made for you. And I'll look for an email for me, and I'll talk to each of you on Monday. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cisco.
Cisco.
It was a great semester.
Was.
Hey guys.
Have a good break.
You too.